story was created in the Narcissistic Spouses subreddit by a user named EmptyWater7794. The post is titled, "My narcissist husband tried to turn our friends against me after he cheated on me, so I destroyed him." A little long backstory: I, 26F, got together with my husband, 32M, 4 years ago during the COVID epidemic. We met online through our gaming community where we started talking every day while I was preparing for entrance exams for medical school. He was nice and sweet and shared many opinions with me. He even stood up for me when one of the guys in the gaming community tried to bully me. Long story short, we got together quite quickly and even moved in together. I agreed to move in with him to his hometown, where he worked. It was in a neighboring country, while I studied at med school in my country. Visiting was really hard due to the epidemic precautions, and to ease it, we got married, which meant easier access for me to visit him on holidays and weekends. We agreed that the marriage wouldn't be taken that seriously because I wanted my white wedding and everything, and he agreed with me on that. After the vows we took at the city hall maybe 2 months later, he proposed officially with a ring, asking for my hand to marry him after I finished med school. I said yes because we were so happy at that time. Then COVID calmed down and I started to stay at home longer, which meant I had to take care of the home. Don't get me wrong, I did all of that every time I got back home because he wasn't taking care of the home at all, so I had to deep clean everything anytime I visited. He made excuses that he worked long hour shifts, so he didn't have time. I understood and kept my part. I was cooking, deep cleaning, and studying for school, trying to be active for him and everything, but slowly he stopped having any interest in me. Since he didn't eat anything other than fries, grilled cheese, or pizza, we ate really unhealthy food and I gained weight from all the stress. He tried to point out when I was totally depressed that I was getting fat, even though I was trying to work out any time I had free time. He just totally destroyed my confidence by saying, "I think that your attempt to lose weight will be for nothing in the near future as your metabolism is slowing down." That totally destroyed me because all of my clothes were getting too small for me to wear while he was so skinny. Things got even worse when I had to take a part-time job during my studies because we were always out of money. I had to borrow money from my family and friends, then work long hours to pay them back so we could survive. I got exhausted and burnt out while still studying. He told me that the reason we didn't have money was because studying costs so much. In my country, studies are free, and we only had to pay for my accommodation, transport, and food, which I mostly started paying for myself with the part-time job while eating garbage food because of the lack of money. To my surprise though, he always had money for cigarettes, alcohol, and his games. He stopped complimenting me. Anytime I needed validation from him, he scoffed at me. One time I told him that my great-grandmother was sick and wouldn't be here for much longer, and that once the time came, I would need his support and for him to be there for me. When she died, he stayed at home and played games with his friends while I was grieving alone and attending the burial. We fought more and more each passing month because he stopped caring at all. I was begging him to take me on dates, to celebrate my and his birthday, to spend time together, but all the time he was either working or playing games. I played games with him because that was the only time I could get his attention and have at least some quality time with him. But soon he started to be angry and crabby anytime I did better in the game than him, anytime I was happy, anytime I had a good time with my friends. Soon I resigned and stopped arguing. I was totally psychologically destroyed because he was gaslighting me all the time, controlling my connections with his family and friends even though we had great relations at the beginning. One time we were drinking with his best friend, and as we were discussing certain topics, his friend sided with me. Once I expressed my opinion, which he was against, he snapped and started screaming at me, totally like a crazy person, calling me names and saying how shallow I am and so on. His friend thought that he might get between us to protect me if he suddenly got violent. The next day, he apologized, but it left this weird gap between us. 3 years into the marriage, I caught him talking and making flirtatious jokes with one of the girls from our gaming community. I didn't like her since she was a typical pick-me girl who flirted with anyone in our community and always tried to outshine me. She played the victim card with him, claiming she was unhappy with her boyfriend and didn't know what to do. They stayed up until late in the morning, chatting in the game, discussing our relationship and my insecurities. I heard them since I was in bed in the next room. I told him many times that they were being loud and that I couldn't sleep. On PS, you can see who is in the party, and I thought to myself that since they were not alone, it was fine, but then they were alone and I heard it. It hurt me, and we had a big fight the next day. He gaslighted me, saying I was paranoid and that they were just friends and he was trying to help her, and so on. I think you know where this is going. At that time, his manipulations and gaslighting totally brainwashed me, so I gave in and trusted him even though I had this terrible gut feeling. We fought about her a few more times because he wanted to attend our gaming community meeting in the summer, where she would also be. He told me that if I was going only to spy on him, he didn't want me to go. I said I trusted him and that I was going to have fun there too. Let's say the party was terrible in the end because they bonded. She is 23 years old and had a nice figure, while I, at that time, weighed about 90 kilograms and was totally burnt out. He even stood up for her when she got into a fight with another girl, while I tried to prove a point by being the trusting fiancé. So I was chatting with other friends and later got groped by a drunk guy. Let's say my husband was more attentive to her than he was to me. Anytime I tried to go to him and hug him, she would pull me away and act like my friend. When I got groped, I got drunker and tried to deal with my own PTSD from being raped at 17. I had a meltdown which finally got his attention. I was crying, feeling guilty about what had happened to me, and he was trying to calm me down. After the party, we went home. I paid for our travels and told him what happened, and he acted as if he wanted to protect me, but still tried to pry into why I was feeling guilty, as if I'd given the guy some signals or whatever. I tried to explain my experience, that it is the shame I carry since I was 17. Anyway, we got home and carried on with our lives. Soon, I got sick. I was attending my best friend's graduation when I got terrible pains and ended up in the hospital for acute surgery because I had a 6-centimeter cyst on my ovaries that twisted my fallopian tube and cut off the blood flow to it. While I was in the hospital in pain before the surgery, my best friend called my husband and told him everything, and still, I was the one who had to plan everything for him so he would come to my country and bring me stuff. I had to tell him what stuff, where to go, and which train to take, while he was absolutely cranky again that he had to go. When I got home after a week, he guilt-tripped me, saying I pulled him from work, that he spent his vacation time on me and had to deal with my family alone. Later, when I was still recovering from surgery and preparing for an exam at school, I was still cooking and cleaning for him. Suddenly, 1 week before my exam, he started being so attentive to me. He had sex with me twice, and both times he came very close to me, even though he knew we weren't protected. Before, it wasn't an issue as he always pulled out in time, but that last week he was really sloppy. I told him so, and he just apologized. Then he told me he was going with his friend from work to go bowling while I was leaving for my exam. He even started exercising beforehand and bought nice clothes without my knowing. When I left for my exam, right after it, when I got back to my room, I received a call from an unknown number. It was the boyfriend of the girl who had been flirting with my husband before. At first, I was confused, but then he explained everything. That she told him how she was in love with my husband and he was with her, and how they wanted to be together, that he was going to leave me, and so on. I was devastated. I was totally destroyed and messaged my husband. He confirmed everything, that he had been in touch with her and that the bowling with his friend was all a cover for him meeting her. During that day with her, he was still messaging me about how it was going with his friend and how he loved me and everything, so it was hard for me to believe what was happening. In those texts, he was passive-aggressive and manipulative too, telling me it was only a kiss and so on. I ditched my doctor appointment that I had that day after my exam because of my surgery and went straight back home with my best friend. Still, I was trying to learn the truth. During the breakup, we talked that day, we cried, and he told me how much of an idiot he was, that it was a mistake, and that he didn't want to lose me. I couldn't even look at him. My best friend helped me pack my stuff and leave. He asked me to give him another chance, and I told him I needed time. I went back to my parents, but soon I decided that if it was all true and it was just one thing and they just kissed, I could give him a chance. So we talked, and he was happy with any condition I gave him. I wanted to do counseling, but he refused, and when I asked for their messages, he told me that they were all deleted. Regarding other things he did, he blocked her and explained to me that it was just temporary and so on. I still stayed at my parents' house without any money, totally lost, devastated, and depressed. He even came to visit me and told me how much he loved me and that he wanted to make up. It gave me hope that maybe we would find a way to make our relationship work. But as soon as I started pointing out that I needed his support, that I needed it more than ever, he started pulling away, playing the victim card about how messed up he was and how he didn't know what he wanted, how depressed he was. I was there to support him in the end, and I was trying to get him to therapy and talk him through it. I visited him a few times, but every time it seemed he was further from me. We slept together a few times, especially when I told him that if we were to be just friends, I was going to find somebody else. He was furious about it and agreed to be friends with benefits with me until we resolved our marriage. As time passed, he grew colder and colder, using gaslighting and manipulation on me and started being distant. But still, he kept telling me how he wasn't in contact with her but wanted to clear some things with her since she apparently blocked him before they could even talk. I was against it at first, but then I found out he unblocked her and broke the promise he gave me. I made a scene asking what the hell was going on. I was a total mess and started swearing that if they were together, I would break her hands if she touched my cat. He again told me that wasn't the case, that they weren't in contact at all. Soon, I caught him back in our community from which he and she left when the cheating got revealed. He told me at that time that he wanted me to have at least somebody who would support me, but then I noticed them playing with my friends as if nothing happened. I was a total wreck. I went there and swore at that woman for what she did. She blocked me and they used it against me to turn my friends against me. They told them lies about how psychotic I am and how my husband is being stalked by me and so on. To some degree, yes, I was a total wreck from the lies and everything, and I apologized, but each time another blow came, I was losing it slowly. But I wasn't stalking him. I had, at that time, a connected PS account with him and just wanted to make sure that she stayed blocked as he promised, which he broke, of course. And since they weren't that close friends to us, they just stayed with them and believed them. I was left alone with nothing. My cat was at our place at that time. I was financially struggling, trying to find a new place where they would allow my cat. I wanted to kill myself from all the stress. Luckily, my family and my friends from school helped me, lent me money, and helped me move. I lost a lot of weight, worked hard, got a college fund, and ensured I stayed in school. I found a new flat where they allowed me to have my cat, so I got her home. All of this happened in less than 2 months. During that time, though, I contacted our mutual friend, my husband's best friend. The last time I talked to him, it was because I found out he knew about my husband going to that girl behind my back, and I was upset about how he could do that to me too. So I apologized and tried to explain my mental state at that time. He was reluctant at first, but agreed to call and have a little chat. He was always nice to me and liked to talk to me about games and certain topics, so he decided that we could try talking. The first call with him was when I first learned that my whole relationship with my husband was a lie. When I explained to him what was going on, he realized that my husband had been using me all this time and lying to everyone. He told me that my husband had emotionally cheated on me with her a month before they met, approximately a little before my surgery, and that he was calling her for hours while I stayed at home and cooked for him. He was boasting about his new girl that he was going to meet, that they actually slept together when he went to my country to meet her, and that he was still sleeping with her while acting as if we were going to get back together and slept with me too. Apparently, he kept me as plan B because the girl was unstable and uncertain about whether to officially take him as a partner or not. Apparently, he boasted that he wouldn't be alone no matter what, because I would never find out what happened if she said no to him. He spread rumors about how psychotic I am and that I stole from him and so on, to turn every single person against me. When I learned about his body shaming me when I was overweight in front of his friends, his complaints about how nagging I was, and how my girlfriends were flirting with him behind my back, I decided that this wasn't for me and that I should just leave and plot my revenge. Apparently, our whole financial situation was because he was spending money on cigarettes, games, alcohol, and things for himself, like a new headset, new controller, PS5, and computer. And he always lied to me. I was saving money by not eating properly, and I didn't have any new stuff because it always went into food and so on. For celebrations, we didn't give each other gifts. One time, I worked hard to save up for a game figure he wanted, but it cost too much. Yet, I got it anyway for Christmas. He gave me a candle and 2 mugs with a Lord of the Rings motif. He forgot about my 25th birthday, and when I sulked, he took me to buy clothes as he always intended to do. This way, I realized that all this time it was all a lie, and I was used. Since I foolishly deleted all of our conversations because I couldn't bear to look at them, I had to gather new evidence and baited him into believing I still missed him. I messaged him about those last nights we slept together and how it was hot and so on. He replied to me and I saved the screenshots. Then I got into my community and tried to apologize for my blow up during the game, explaining that I was a total wreck and didn't want them to think I was unstable. They were accepting and told me it was understandable and they hoped I would come back. I explained to them that she blocked me, and since they were playing together all this time, I didn't have a chance to join them due to the PS policy. They didn't know about it, of course, and were mad that they hadn't been told. I explained that there was much more to it and that I would explain it later once I was ready to play with them again. Then I sent the screenshots to that woman and told her that during the time they were starting the relationship and he slept with her, he was sleeping with me too. I made sure that in those screenshots I included the dates I was with him because I learned that one time she arrived to him the same day I left. I told her that he slept with her in my sheets and that he didn't even bother to change after he slept with me. At first, she told me we would talk later about this, but in the end, she blocked me because he convinced her to avoid me and played the card that it wasn't true, that he slept just with her and not me, and that they started after he ended things with me. But it was too late. I told everyone in our gaming community what he actually did, and they finally got on my side fully and refused to ever play with him. I created a new, clean platform for our community without those two. His now ex-best friend decided that he doesn't have anything to say to him anymore and just keeps in touch like old friends since they occasionally work together, but mostly talks to me and plays games with me. He and his girlfriend gave me support and helped me realize how bad the abusive relationship was, that he was psychologically abusing me and using me all this time. I still have a lot to recover from, but once I got my revenge, they broke up in the end, and got on my feet, I no longer struggled with depression as severely as I did in that relationship. I still have a lot of scars and wounds and have a problem trusting people, but overall I'm happier than ever. We are getting divorced, I'm still studying, got a future workplace secured, and overall have my cat with me. I lost 25 kilograms in 3 months, got a tattoo I always wanted, and I spoil myself and my lovely cat as we deserve. Sorry for the long post, but I wanted to finalize it. There were many more issues on his part, but if I were to write it all down, we would be here for a really long time. Anyway, thanks for listening to my rant, and sorry for the grammar mistakes. I'm not a native speaker. Edit corrected hopefully most of the errors. This next story was posted in the same subreddit by a user named Tink the Chi. The post was made in 2022 and is titled "My Deceased Husband and His Many Secrets." My husband was, by all accounts, healthy in 2020. He had a cardiac situation that required surgery in August of that year. A complete surprise. He called me at work while he was driving and said he thought he was having a stroke. He mentioned he had chest pain and I told him it was a heart attack. I asked him to pull over and dial 911. The EMTs came, hooked him up, and promptly told me it wasn't a heart attack, but that he was being taken to the hospital. Before the EMTs arrived, he had his phone. I asked him if the code was X to open it. He said yes, then looked at me and said, "I'm so sorry." I honestly didn't think anything of this because I was panic-stricken. We had been together for 10 years. It was a second marriage for both of us. I loved this man with all my heart. He appeared to be treating me well, very well. 9 days later, he was removed from life support. He had incurred several strokes on the operating table. I was devastated. He was 55 and I was nearly 57. His mother and sister came from across the country while he was in the hospital. They stayed with me for 3 weeks. One night, a few days after he passed, I found a box of old phones. Many phones. He had kept them all. I went through them looking for old texts, etc. At first, it was wonderful. Then, for reasons I can't explain, I went into his call log on one of the phones. There was a number that had been calling him every morning on the way to work, and he had been calling/they were calling every night on the way home, every workday. Without thinking, I called the number from my phone, but it was disconnected. The name Heather popped up on my phone when I called it, and on his phone it said HX. I went into his Gmail account. I had never done this before. He left it signed in on his laptop, which had the same code, to open it as his phone. I searched for this name and found several email messages he had sent to himself with attachments. He had been having an affair with this woman for 2.5 years. At some point, she had told him she was pregnant. She was 30, and again, he was 55 when he died. I sat there stunned. I searched through the other phones and found 299 screenshots of BBM conversations in the photo gallery. That number is not an exaggeration. There were 299. They were having sex frequently during the day. He was never out at night. He was leaving work early, driving to her, and they were having sex. He was taking her shopping, out to lunch, etc. She was kind enough to include photos of her at her workplace, and I had her name, so I called her there. She sat in stunned silence as I told her who I was and asked her if there was a baby. She blurted out no. Months went by. I became obsessed with this girl. It was affecting my mental health. His daughter came by one night. I recalled a story he had told me, and she said, "No, that's not right. Mom told me X." Something didn't sit right with me, so I reached out to his ex-wife, to whom he had been married for 26 years. We had never met before. He made her out to be a horrible person. She sat and held my hand in the car when we met, and she cried when I told her my story. He had cheated on her as well. The worst part was that everything he had told me about his life was a lie. Everything. He created a fake person, someone he thought I would like, and he lived as that person. He kept me apart from his ex-wife because she could expose him. A year later, I found an appointment card for a therapist he had been seeing. I knew he was in therapy, but he told me it was for PTSD. It wasn't. The person he was seeing was a therapist specializing in sex addiction and affairs. To make a long story short, I ended up calling this person, telling him my husband had passed and talking to him. He told me my husband had been having sex with men since he was in his early 20s. He told me he knew about the girlfriend and that she had been pregnant, but my husband rarely talked about her. He said he knew my husband was lying much of the time. I got STD tested, a full panel of testing. I was devastated. On the day I got the negative tests, I drove home sobbing and screaming at him in the car. Then I found the recordings. He had been recording all of his telephone conversations with everyone for years, and they were on his laptop. The 30-year-old, I had every discussion they had ever had. He even recorded their meetings in person. I reached out to her husband because I wanted him to be aware, and I found out they had been separated since 2018. I sent him everything I had, recordings and screenshots. He thanked me. We are still friends today. He is still single, and so am I. This journey has been devastating but eye-opening. I've learned a lot about narcissistic personality disorder since I found all of this, and that has been helpful. His therapist told me he didn't love himself and he couldn't love anyone else. I believe this. Thanks for reading this ridiculously long story. I'm interested in sharing and commenting here. User Dino Lavasaur said, "I'm just so stunned. I'm so fortunate that we have groups like this we can talk to without having to worry about judgment. We can just share our stories to get those thoughts out of our head and hopefully start the healing." User Kintsugi Warrior said, "Thank you so much for sharing. If possible, would you share more details of your conversations with the ex-wife and what she told you? So kind of her to take your hand and cry with you. These people are a walking lie." Under this comment, OP said the following: "I told her he kept us apart so she could never invalidate his stories. She told me he married again to get a new audience. She was right. She confirmed for me, as did his sister much later, that the stories he had told me were all lies. For example, he told me he had a business when they lived out west and that they had been relatively well off. He described their house, the boat they had, etc. He told me he had built a house that the family was going to move into but never did because of his wife. There was no business, there was no house he had built, and his stories about being self-employed were all fabrications. He grew up in South Africa, and he told me amazing stories about the animals that lived in their backyard or would walk through at times. None of this was true. They lived in a very big city. There were so many lies, and I realize now that I didn't know him at all. That's the irony. She did. They had been together since they were teenagers. The fake life he created with me and later with co-workers was a fantasy he used to stoke his ego. She has been a massive source of support for me. I apologize to her for never insisting that we meet. The reality was that he painted her in such a horrific light that I didn't feel that I could ever meet her. A deleted user said, "Being duped by an intimate relation is a catastrophe for me. I caught my parents duping me regularly when I had barely learned to speak, and all my relationships in life would be stained by that. As suspicious as I am now, getting duped takes me a long time to forgive myself." User Stick To It said, "I never want to wish death on anyone, but in this case, you got closure." OP left the following response under this comment: "Well, I found out what I did, but I don't know if there is more. There is money missing that I can't trace. My greatest fear is that he hurt someone or did something terrible and someone will come looking for me. I took back my maiden name and sold our property. Real closure would mean I can confront him, which will never happen. I regret not going onto his laptop every day. I trusted him with my life, and if someone had told me in 2016 he was having an affair with a 30-year-old, I wouldn't have believed them. He treated me well, so I would never have reason to believe he was doing anything wrong." This story was created in the Nuclear Revenge subreddit by a user named Jeep Hammer in the beginning of 2024. The post is titled, "Have an Affair on My Friend." Nope. A childhood friend who was the most empathetic and kind guy I've ever known did a hitch in the Navy, went into computers, played guitar in a band, and married a pretty mean girl. She liked the idea of a big wedding and a musician husband, but had no interest in marriage. She was her family's golden child, drop-dead gorgeous, and completely narcissistic and spoiled. They bought land. He borrowed money and had his family build their house to reduce costs, paying them back over time while she spent money and socialized, sometimes working a part-time job. Within 2 years, she was bored and started an affair. Or we think she never stopped having affairs, but got caught. While the empathetic guy tried to work things out, she made false accusations of domestic abuse and filed for divorce, with a restraining order keeping him out of the home he and his family built with their own hands. Keep in mind that he was still paying his family back for the home, still ordered to pay for the land and most of the maintenance. He was back in his childhood bedroom while his wife entertained her men in that house. With some research by the lawyer, the family still technically owned the house. My family owned a heavy equipment business, including house movers. Look up house movers to verify what I said. When she went on vacation with her family and new boyfriend, we went in, jacked up the house, and drove off with it, repossessed. The structure wasn't covered in the court order, just the mortgaged land. She had legal claim to the land. Her name was on the mortgage, but the structure appeared nowhere on the deed, and there was still money owed on most of the materials and labor, so it was simply repossessed. The judge wasn't happy at all, but it wasn't illegal to repossess since the land mortgage was the only thing he was court ordered to pay. She came home to a foundation, pipes, and wires sticking out of the ground, and a crappy used yard barn with her personal possessions in it. Now, it wouldn't be nuclear if it stopped there. Since the main character has recently passed away, I can tell more. We had a guy we called Big Bob, and the name fits. Everyone probably knows someone who defies jail, death, is a walking demolition crew, and in fact, we called him Demolition Man for a while after the movie. Apparently, someone put huge smeared with dried whipped cream crust in her possessions, which was found when her dad and friends came to get the rest of her possessions out of the yard barn. There were also extreme insertion porn and bestiality magazines, bongs shaped like cocks, etc. Someone used her pictures in the dating magazines, pre-internet, for a paid escort with her phone number. Her parents even had to change their phone numbers a few times. Someone got those change of address cards from the post office and sent her mail around the country. Someone knew exactly when the legal separation happened, and she was supposed to get her own car insurance, but she didn't get that letter. Her car burned down in her workplace parking lot a few days after the legal separation happened, and of course, she didn't get the insurance company notification in the mail, so no insurance. Someone had intimate pictures printed, the man's face blacked out on flyers, pointing out that it wasn't her husband at the time, and stuck them under windshield wipers at her family's church, every place she worked, and all around her neighborhood. The cops got involved in that, but they couldn't find where the flyers were printed. Big Bob was an over-the-road truck driver. Everything died down when she finally agreed to let our friend buy her out on the land for a reasonable sum, paying for it twice, and dropped the restraining order. Less than a week after he had a clear title, the house showed back up right where it was before. Since it was still on the steel used to move it, all we had to do was stick a truck back under it and take it back, hook it up. This was until she decided to marry a guy from a hard-working family that was doing well. She love-bombed the poor, hard-working sap, and he never knew what hit him. She had a bachelorette party with her pretty mean girlfriends at a local recreation lake and rubbed it in that her bachelorette party was going to cost more and be better than her wedding to my friend. I think that's what cued the nuclear revenge. The flyers showed up all over at his bachelor party, at his parents' house with his family, and her bachelorette party got busted for drugs, where they found several people in various stages of undress, including the bride-to-be, and quite a bit of drugs, bunches of alcohol, etc. When that wedding blew up, the wedding dress from the first marriage to our friend showed up on a scarecrow with a pentagram on the front, what looked like blood, paint on it in her front yard. No one even missed the wedding dress from the first wedding until then. Every workplace, every time she dated someone seriously, etc., the flyers showed back up. She finally gained about 50 to 70 pounds and quit trying to date seriously. She looked like her 70-pound overweight mother, but 30 years earlier. She married a fat truck driver eventually. R.I.P. Big Bob, you were one hell of a friend, and we are all going to miss you. We will sing the song of your people and raise a glass to you every time we meet. A user named Peter Horvath said, "Oh, that's wow." Under this comment, OP said the following. We were in diapers together, the geeks/nerds/losers together in school, and most of us did a hitch in the military, so we are vets together. We have helped start and support each other's businesses, and we are all each other's kids' godfathers, etc. Bob had no filters. Short of physical harm to females, there wasn't much off the table for him, and you never got to mess with his little buddy like she did. We are all big workhorse farm/construction boys, and the betrayed husband was the smallest of us, so the big brother instinct kicks in when someone messes with him. Bob was a frigging force of nature. How he never got arrested or died is beyond me, and absolutely no one believes the Big Bob stories unless they were there. My wife didn't until she saw with her own eyes a copperhead snake strike at Bob, and he slapped it. Then the circular snake shoot took place, and you wouldn't believe that 7 or 8 guys stood in a tight circle around a snake and shot it to pieces. The kicker was, it was full of babies that flew all over us. My then girlfriend, now wife, saw that and had the cops on speed dial, but no one died even though we had to pull bullet jackets out of our clothes and slap off baby copperheads. When Bob worked for our family business, we got a 71 in a 55 miles per hour zone, speeding ticketed in a truck with an entire 3-bedroom house on the back. We get together every year and race plastic Barbie cars down a big hill, with alcohol and barbecue involved, and the past few years a live band, etc. About 300 people attended last year. It's on Armed Forces Day, veterans involved, and there was actually an artificial leg bet and lost. The guy had to wait until the next year to win it back. A bet is a bet. They never ask where or what. It might be building or wiring someone's house or garage. It might be sky or scuba diving, and you may need spare socks and bail money, but it's not boring. Back when I first started dating my wife, she said she hadn't flown before, so her first flight was on the Goodyear blimp. We bought a lot of tires back then and got tickets. Between the bunch, we can move about anything. We can build about anything, including finishing concrete. There are computer guys, serious race cars/car weekends. You just never know what's next. We are slowing down now that we are in our 60s. I have a picture of me, Big Bob, and another guy on the top of a moving van. Bob has a ghetto blaster on his shoulder. It was blasting Motley Crue, and we are doing the ZZ Top Shuffle at about 50 miles per hour. Almost got arrested that day. The state police were not amused, but the car show crowd loved it. We don't mess with civilians, play by the rules, and you have nothing to worry about. It's not a good idea to screw with any of us or our families. We take that personally. If you think Big Bob is an exaggeration, I'm 6'5" and he was taller than me. This next story was also made in the Nuclear Revenge subreddit. It was made in 2023 by a user named BigJer2007 and is titled "Ex cheated with her cousin and expected to save face. I think not." For context, it was her cousin-in-law. Let's start this story by saying this happened 12 years ago. I'm now happily married with 3 children and regret absolutely nothing. I was with my now ex for 3 years. I had noticed that she was being extremely controlling. I was expected to give every little detail of my day and tell her my schedule in advance. And if I deviated from that, she would be very upset. She chalked it up to just bad feelings she was having and shrugged it off as her paranoia from past relationships of infidelity. I had never once cheated or strayed, and I never gave her a reason to act like this. It felt unbecoming of my fiancé to act in such a way. Now, this is where it gets juicy. After she had asked for my schedule to make plans, as mine tends to be more hectic than hers, I noticed she was texting someone. In my line of work, if I put in more than 40 hours, I have the ability to take time off at will as long as the work is completed at a later date. I was very good friends with her brother and still am. We laugh about this to this day, and he actively reminds her of it. I messaged him stating I wanted to do something special for her a little bit earlier than our anniversary to make sure it was a special surprise. They both worked in the same fabrication facility. He was a fabricator and she a shipping manager. He was kind enough to let me know her schedule. That's where the discrepancy falls into place. Without my knowledge, she was foregoing overtime. She worked 12-hour shifts Monday through Friday, with the exception of Wednesday when she would only work half a day. She had been taking Wednesdays off right around the time that she started getting extremely controlling. Lucky for me, I had stacked several days of leisure time up, so taking a Wednesday off for me was not an issue. A few days go by and Wednesday's here. I put on my work gear and quote-unquote leave for work. I was expecting her to leave as our apartment complex had 2 exits on the same road. I could see directly across from a shopping center, so I parked my car near the back and waited. After about an hour, I noticed a very specific red Mustang with a specific decal on the back window. It was her cousin by marriage. I had also done my due diligence to take an old laptop, which we kept on our desk in an office area with a full view of the living room, bedroom door, and bathroom, plus the kitchen. I had set it up for remote access and had it alert me when the webcam noticed the movement. Giving her the benefit of the doubt, I thought he might be dropping something off or coming over to assist her with something, as her family sometimes does. Sure enough, a message came through, so I remotely accessed my laptop. He walked through the door without skipping a beat. She unbuttoned his shirt and began kissing him. I created a URL link for the live stream, and as she was preoccupied, we had a family group text and a friend group text. They were both part of it, but at the current time, they were currently indisposed and didn't look at their phones. They didn't even wait. They could have gone to the bedroom, but no, they decided to get freaky deaky right there on the couch. I sent the link off to the friend group chat and the family group chat. Within minutes, I was getting calls non-stop from friends and family alike. There was no turning back. She was getting blown up, but she was ignoring her phone. Not until the 4th or 5th call came through did they decide to take a break. For context, the state I live in allows recording of personal property regardless of occupancy. I was the only one on the lease. She wasn't allowed to be on the lease because of poor credit. The call she picked up was from the mother of the cousin she was banging. She answered the phone on speaker and I kid you not, the first words out of his mother's mouth were, "Stop f***ing my son." They both became rigid and she began to stutter over her words, saying, "What are you talking about?" etc. The mother then divulged that there was a live feed of them sent out by me to her family. She grabbed every pillow off the couch and covered herself up. The cousin staggered off, trying to put on his pants and shoes, just to trip himself up and bang his head off of my coffee table, leaving it with a divot. By this time, I had made my way to the front of the apartment complex. I was there to greet the adulterer as he came out of the front exit. He froze and began to cry, apologizing profusely. I'm not going to lie, what happened afterward wasn't my best moment and I nearly got into legal trouble if it weren't for the fact that he was trespassing on private property. Let's just say I had a cast for 6 weeks and he wasn't in any family photos for months. I went up to the apartment where she was now fully clothed and crying inconsolably. I asked her if it was snot or on her face. Then I told her not to answer because it didn't matter anyway. I gave her 1 hour to remove all her belongings, as again, everything in the apartment was mine except for clothes, some makeup, and a few kitchen utensils. Her mother would not let her move in as she was just filled with embarrassment. The same for her brothers, and the cousin's mother kicked her son out. Rumors spread around our town very quickly, and for lack of better words, she was untouchable. One user named Apprehensive Fee 554 asked, "Dude, what happened next?" OP responded with, "She wouldn't give up a spare key. While I was at work one day, she tried to take my cat and get it euthanized. Luckily, the vet she brought it to checked it for a chip, which I'd gotten for her before we even started our relationship. The vet called me to confirm. I put a stop to it, but before he did anything, I asked the receptionist to confirm that it was a brunette woman with large boobs. She did. I explained the situation and what had happened. The receptionist, who is a low-key pothead, ran in the same circles as us, so I asked her to call her a cousin. That started a whole new can of worms, but eventually stopped with me threatening to file charges on theft of property and the vet threatening to have her arrested under cruelty to animals. This final story was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. It was created about a month ago and is titled, "My husband, 32M, is convinced I, 26F, am pregnant. I'm not, but he won't believe me. What do I do? I'm truly at a loss here. This situation has become worrying and I don't know what to do about it. For about a week, my husband has been convinced I'm pregnant. I have no idea why because I'm not. We haven't even started trying, although we do have plans for the future. We were just having a conversation, and yes, I did mention feeling tired, but that's all. A few hours later, he came in so excited. I told him I'm not pregnant, but he won't let it go. He has made remarks about how happy he is, what a wonderful mother I'll be, and what our baby will be like. Not all the time, but it has come up multiple times a day. I told him I'm not pregnant. I even took a test, because even I started wondering, and it was undoubtedly negative. I showed him, and he just got annoyed, saying tests can be wrong. He didn't speak to me for the rest of the evening. The next morning, he acted as if nothing had happened. When I tell him I'm not pregnant, he just kind of shuts me out. I lost my temper yesterday when we were in bed and he put his hand on my stomach. I told him he's acting crazy. I'm not pregnant and his behavior is scaring me. He went to sleep in the guest room after that and left for work early in the morning. I haven't seen or spoken to him today. I'm just at a loss. I don't know where this obsession is coming from. I even asked him if I had gained weight, if that's what's gotten him confused. He assured me I hadn't. I'm thinking of contacting his parents or maybe a therapist. I honestly don't understand what's happening and I'm worried about my husband. Edit. Thank you for all the replies. I didn't expect all this. It's been overwhelming and I'm incredibly grateful. He's asleep next to me right now and I keep going through all the comments. My husband is one of the kindest people I've ever met. I promise you all that he's not trying to manipulate me or would do anything to harm me, but that does make me believe something is really wrong. I'll contact my and his parents in the morning once he's left for work. Maybe I'll go stay with my mom for a bit, though I hate the idea of leaving him like this. I will also definitely make an appointment with my doctor for a blood test. Thank you for all the advice. User and KGH said, my guess is a psychotic break. Personally, I know someone who, after a stream of chaotic life events and mounting work stress, dealt with one. They were convinced that my youngest sister, a teenager single on birth control and very open about being celibate, was pregnant. For a few days, she sent messages to everyone saying that my younger sister was pregnant and that she couldn't wait to be a future auntie. When people rejected her claim, she got angry and her delusions began to be targeted at those individuals. Those who challenged her beliefs were immediately met with deep suspicion and hostility. She claimed that so-and-so planted spyware on my phone or whatever else. He needs help. It could also be an underlying medical issue triggering this episode. If he has, for instance, low potassium, it can make the issue worse. User Storm's Way said, honestly, this is the kind of delusion that could easily lead to him becoming violent. I don't know if he will, and I'm so sorry this is happening to you, but I think that your number one priority needs to be getting out. This isn't a talk to him situation. This isn't a work it out situation. This is quite literally a run for your life and get someone else to help him afterward kind of a situation. I do not think it is an overreaction to move out with a zero prior warning and not tell him where you're going. Then after you're out, call his parents and tell them what's going on. I know you're probably thinking your husband wouldn't do anything like that. He's not violent. He wouldn't hurt you. There are two possibilities here. He is either experiencing psychosis/delusions or he isn't. If he is experiencing psychosis, then this is not your husband. This is some rogue part of his mind that is taking over. His perception of reality is quite literally wrong, and there is no amount of love or care for you that is enough to overcome the fact that what he sees in the world is not what is real. The second possibility is that he's not experiencing any form of psychosis/delusions. This is honestly the scarier possibility in my eyes because that means he's intentionally trying to manipulate you, probably in order to control you and prevent you from leaving, and he may possibly forcibly try to impregnate you. User Obvious Throwaway said, to me, this sounds pretty ominous. I'll tell you why, but I'm going to explain my own background first. I have multiple degrees with a medical and psychology background, and I have written a bit about wartime psychology, prisoners of war, and brainwashing. So yes, this may sound extreme, but there's something about this that genuinely horrifies me. A conditioning tactic to educate prisoners of war is that you insist on an event. Naturally, they're going to be like, WTF, that didn't happen, so you take something away, insist again, take it away, insist again, take it away, etc. Eventually, the prisoner of war is going to be missing so much that they will eventually be like, fine, whatever, and then you give them something, then you insist on something else, etc. Basically, what occurs in this scenario of repeatedly removing and giving quality of life things like comfort, food, and stability is that in the long term, it 1. Trains the person to view the person with the accusations as a key to survival, and 2. It trains the victim to believe anything the individual accuses them of. The reason this only works in wartime circumstances for prisoners is because the prisoner has no choice but to endure it. They can't just leave. So the reason this disturbs me is because his behavior knowingly or unknowingly follows this pattern. He says you're pregnant, insists on it, and then diminishes happiness. He comes back saying you're pregnant again. You show the test. Now, he not only withdraws happiness, but alienates you by moving to another room and taking away feelings of belonging in your own house. Now, he takes his presence away, leaving you alone in your house as a stranger. Yet you know if you were to say, okay, I am pregnant, suddenly all of that would return. So he insists you're pregnant, takes something away, and gives you time to think, then tries again. You say no, more is taken away, and more time. Okay, are you going to play along now? The only difference is you are able to leave at any time, but it is actually concerning that if this is a deliberate tactic, it's because he's decided that you actually cannot and are not going anywhere. There's something really wrong here in my opinion, not trying to scare you, but either this is on purpose or he has lost a grip on reality, and neither is safe for you to be around right now. Edit. I am no longer discussing my credentials. You can say I work for McDonald's, believe me, I don't actually mind. Sorry, OP, for the long chatter on your thread. If you would like to discuss in messages, argue, or whatever, please send me one, no problem. User Maleficent Bottle 674 said, contact his parents because considering the whole abortion debacle, I honestly think he's trying to set you up for a criminal sentencing. I've known several women who were set up by their boyfriends under the accusation of having an abortion when they weren't even pregnant. One lady had to reveal that she had a hysterectomy, so she couldn't even get pregnant. You need to see who else he's spreading this to. The best case scenario is that he is mentally ill and incapable of accepting reality, such as when he denied the pregnancy test. A few days later, OP gave us an update. Hi everyone, I hope it's okay to post this update. I really appreciate everyone asking if I'm safe, and I am. I wish I could give clear answers, but I can't. Things escalated when I tried to speak to him, keeping some of your advice in mind. I sat him down and explained that I'd love to have kids with him in the future, but that I'm not pregnant right now, and that his insistence worries and scares me. I told him we could go to the doctor together if that would put his mind at ease, or I could take another test in front of him. I was just hoping to snap him out of it somehow. He got very agitated, said many hurtful things, and accused me of being a liar many times, saying that I'm trying to keep our baby away from him, and so on. Nothing made sense, and I wasn't feeling safe anymore. I knew my husband would never harm me in any way, but that wasn't my husband. Things got worse. He did hurt me, but nothing permanent or even requiring emergency care. I also know that if he was in his right mind, he never would have done anything like this. I called my and his parents, and I'm now staying with my mom. He did seem to calm down a bit when his parents arrived. I haven't seen or spoken to him since then. His mother, she's an angel, is keeping me posted about everything. We all agree something is very off about him, and we don't know what it is, but he hasn't agreed to get himself checked out in any way. I don't know how they'll go about it, but they say, and I painfully have to agree, that it's best to keep my distance for a bit as most of it is aimed at me. I'm safe and so is he. I miss him so much and just want an answer as to why he's being like this. I keep trying to figure out if there were signs before or what I did wrong. Thank you all for the replies, that they were a great help. It's so kind of you to care to ask if I'm safe. About another week after the second post, OP gave us yet another update. I don't know if anyone will see this here, but you've all been so kind to keep asking whether or not we're okay. I hope I'll reach you like this. I'm going to keep this short. My husband has a brain tumor. A lot of people commented on this, and I feel an immense amount of guilt that I hadn't considered it until then. All the headaches and other symptoms, in hindsight, we had previously dismissed because of his stressful work situation and so on. I am beating myself up for not having seen it before. A wonderful team of neurosurgeons, oncologists, and other physicians is figuring out the best approach here, if there is one. We'll hear more in the next few days. I've spent more time with my husband. Some moments he's his amazing self, other times he's filled with anger. It's difficult, but we're managing. I wouldn't have been able to do it without the support of our friends and family. I love my husband. This situation is terrifying. In moments of clarity, he's trying to make me laugh so I don't worry. That's who he is. Thank you everyone for pushing me to get him checked out. User Chainlink Fence said, I hope that you guys can make it through this. Don't beat yourself up about it. Although it is common on Reddit to classify every psychotic break as a brain tumor, none of us expect it to actually happen to people in our lives. Take care of yourself. This will be tough, but it's good you found some answers. You're in my thoughts. User DoxinMom5 said, I am so sorry for you both. Don't beat yourself up. Some things just aren't clear symptoms until after the diagnosis, especially things like headaches. A headache is so common and can be caused by so many things. Hopefully, good treatment makes all the difference. I will caution you to have someone stay with you whenever he's initially discharged. Since you were the target of so much of his upset, you need to be careful. My family has been through brain tumors, and sometimes surgery and treatment are a miracle. Sometimes the tumor has done damage that can't be reversed with surgery and chemo. For his and your own safety, just be careful until everyone is sure what was temporary versus what is permanent. I'm sure his care team will give you way more specific to him information. That's just my word of caution. User RedsRach said, I'm so sorry, lovely. Please don't be hard on yourself. We all chalk these changes up to stress, etc. I see so many posts on here with changes like this, and people suggest brain tumors, and of course, it isn't because they are rare. I'm only saying that to illustrate that most of the time, symptoms like this are correctly ascribed to stress. You must be feeling a complex mix of emotions right now. I hope your husband will be okay, and I wish you courage and strength on this journey together. User ElectroLightBuzz said, I followed your first posts. Thank you for the update. I truly hope the great staff assisting him will make him go through this, and who knows, maybe one day you will be able to laugh about the days when he was convinced of having a non-existent baby on their way. And don't beat yourself up. The symptoms could also be something else. And if we jump to being convinced of a tumor for any symptom, we'd all die from anxiety. You process things in the most natural way. Good luck to you all. I really hope to read another update from you with great news. This story was created in the Entitled People subreddit by a throwaway account. The post was made in 2021 and is titled, Deadbeat Brother Crashed My Crown Victoria. He gets a night in jail he won't forget. I, a 21-year-old male, have an older brother, Dave, who has always been a jerk to me. There's only a 1-year gap between us, but he liked to beat me up when we were kids, and he always acted like anything that was mine was also his. He was also somewhat the golden child, which made me miserable, so no surprise, I moved out at 18. My uncle is a now retired police officer, and he took me in after I left home. He even hooked me up with a decommissioned Crown Vic. I absolutely love that car. I don't know why, but Dave hated the fact that I had that car. He drove 3 beater cars into the ground while my Crown Vic kept chugging along. Well, after his 3rd beater finally died when he drove it into a pole, he asked to borrow my car. I had a bad feeling and said I wasn't going to do that. He called me entitled and said he needed a car to get to work. I told him to take the bus because I know how he drives and my Crown Vic was off limits. My parents called me after that and told me to just lend him my car. I said I wouldn't, no matter what they said. I rely on the car and need it as well since it's my personal transportation. Dave wasn't the only one in the world with a job he needed to get to. My uncle congratulated me for standing up to them and gave me a high five. A few days later, when I got off work, the car wasn't where I parked it. I called my brother's cell, but he didn't pick up. Then I called my parents and asked them if he took my car. They denied it, so I said I was going to call the cops, and then they admitted he'd borrowed it because he needed it. I told them he better bring it back right now, or I'll have the police looking for him. They called me a jerk and then phoned Dave to bring my car back. He showed up in the parking lot in my car 20 minutes later. I demanded to know how he stole my car, and he held up a set of police Crown Vic keys he'd bought online. Some were made universal. I told him if he ever stole my car again, I'd have him arrested. Then he had the audacity to ask for a ride home. I told him he made me wait in the December cold after stealing my car so he could walk. He called me a jackass before I drove away. After that, my uncle installed a tracking device in the car. When Christmas Day came, I was celebrating with family like every year. The roads were cold and icy, so I had to be very careful while driving. By now, you're probably clued in on the title. Yeah, Dave borrowed my car again during the Christmas party. Apparently, he decided he was going to go pick up a friend and figured I wouldn't notice. But I did when I looked out the front window and saw my car was missing. I pulled up the tracking app and saw he was a few miles away, then called his cell to yell at him. Everyone at the party saw this and asked what was going on. I said Dave stole my car again, and my uncle confirmed it wasn't the first time. Dave told me over the phone to screw off and he'd be back soon. I said he better not have been drinking, but he just hung up on me. Well, while I was watching the tracker app, the dot stopped and didn't move for a while. Soon, we got a panicked call from Dave asking for help. He'd crashed the car because he couldn't handle the icy roads and he wasn't used to a rear-wheel drive vehicle. So we piled into my parents' minivan and followed the tracker. We found Dave by the road and my Crown Vic nose deep in a snow-filled ditch. My uncle was furious as it was formerly a car of his department, and I was mad as hell at Dave for stealing my car again. My parents wanted me to let it go, but I said enough was enough and was going to call the police. Dave begged me not to because he really had been drinking before he set off and would get a DUI. I said he was going to pay me back for my damn car then, or I'd sue him. Well, as luck would have it, the police were already aware of the accident and were driving in to check on the scene. Someone else had called them, I guess. My parents tried to say that I was the one driving the car and they were just there to help me. I said that wasn't true and my uncle backed me up. In fact, one of the cops that was there recognized my uncle and they had a chat. Then they went to Dave and asked to see his license, which I then found out was suspended after he'd crashed his previous car. Then they breath tested him. He wound up with cuffs slapped on his wrists while my mother was crying and begging the police not to take him away. But the officer just said that she and my dad could get arrested too for lying to the police. That shut my parents up, and we got back in the minivan. The Christmas party ended early, and my parents drove me and my uncle home since he rode with me. They didn't say much to either of us the whole drive and just sped away as soon as we were out of their van. They nearly slipped off the road themselves doing that. My brother was let out of jail the next day and he looked so scared that he was practically crying. The cops there had roughed him up a bit while talking about prison and the things they'd seen go on there. Dave had actually pissed himself during that and they let him take a shower. That's when my uncle started cracking up and revealed to us that his friends in the department never filed the DUI, just the charge for the suspended license, which was about a $600 fine. My uncle said he just wanted to teach Dave a lesson and this would be the one and only time he'd ever get his help. Dave then apologized to me and said he'd pay to have my Crown Vic fixed and would never touch it again. When it got pulled out of the ditch, the front end damage was actually minor. It needs a new front bumper, a headlight, and a grille. The damage was just superficial, thankfully. My parents have pretty much glossed over the whole incident and act like it didn't happen. Dave gave me the extra Crown Vic keys he'd bought online and said this has taught him a lesson he won't soon forget. Edit. Okay guys, I'm kind of tired of so many griping about how my uncle broke the law by keeping my brother's DUI from ever being filed. I did not consent to that. I did not want him to do it. But by the time I found out, it was already done. My uncle isn't a bad person. He was actually a great cop who believed in people getting second chances, and he was thanked for that many times. Last year, I saw a random man recognize my uncle and thank him for putting him on the straight and narrow some years ago. My uncle also detests racism, as do I. I won't deny the cover-up of the DUI by the department was wrong, and I have no idea how they did it. But it's already done. I no longer care about that. My brother willingly paid in full for the repairs to my car, and he's keeping out of trouble. I know he could have hurt or killed someone, that much is obvious, but he didn't. My parents should have been arrested for lying to the police too, but they weren't. However, my father was arrested later anyway because he attacked a man after being called out as a narcissist, and now that situation is what is currently going on. What happened with my brother is basically done now. My father trying to cave a man's face in, I'd say, is far more important at the moment than something that happened weeks ago. I have already heard it all in the comments about police corruption, needing to get my car rekeyed or have the locks changed, or several other measures. I plan to have the locks changed or rekeyed when I can afford it, but I currently can't afford it. So in the meantime, I'm getting a kill switch and a steering wheel club. User Lithius said, "Your parents are enabling and your brother is the golden child that can't possibly do anything wrong. I'm glad he got a reality check, but your parents are a lost cause by now. Uncle sounds great." Under this comment, OP said, "Yeah, I'm already low contact with my parents. I'm sure their enabling will rebound on them one day, but for now, I've made it clear I will not lie for them." User Jeepers06. TJ said, "Sounds like you have a lot more stories to tell about your brother and your parents. They were infuriating just from the story alone. I can't imagine growing up with these people. I'm glad you have your uncle though." To this, OP said, "Yeah, I've got a lot more stories, but they are mostly just the stereotypes. My parents are the type who played favorites and then denied playing favorites to your face before being called out on it. That would make them put up an act for a while and treat me and my brother more equally, but they always went back to their old selves. When I moved out, they stopped bothering to even pretend anymore. so I stopped bothering to treat them like parents. I know their favoritism runs deep, and likely they'll give my brother everything alive or dead. My uncle is pretty much my hero though. He's made it clear I'm like the son he never had, and I intend to help take care of him into his old age. User A Little Peace and Quiet said, your uncle and his friends and you might save your brother's life, despite y'all's parents. I don't know if he's made statements like that before, but it sounds like the talk he got in jail hit him pretty hard. Hopefully he realizes his parents can't protect him from everything and shapes up moving forward. User Wafer 2016 said, hopefully his night in jail scared him straight. I used to help run a children's group through my church for ages 3 to 12. One day the kids were invited to visit our local RCMP detachment and take a tour. The little ones, ages 3 to 8, got to meet one of the kitty cops and did all of the kitty cop stuff for little kids. They tried on his hat, toured the station, met some of the other constables, and got a brief talk on what to do if they were approached by strangers, etc. The older kids, ages 9 to 12, went as a group on a different day. It was a far different visit. They were given a tour, yes, but they were also taken down to the cells. They were all empty at the time. They were shown the handcuffs and other stuff. Then the constable ushered them into a cell to look around. While they were in there, he closed the door. He warned them first to give them a chance to come out if they wanted, because the doors at our station are solid steel with a tiny window about eye level to a cop. He left them in there for 15 minutes. After he opened the door, he pointed to the cement bench inside and the cuffs and manacles nearby and said, now, that was only 15 minutes and I let you out. I want you to know that if you break the law, we will arrest you and put you inside with the door locked. Their eyes were huge. But, you know, this was over 20 years ago. Most are married with kids of their own, and none of them has ever gone on the wrong side of that door. A stern lesson maybe, but one that just may have saved a life. A few days later, OP gave us an update. The update is titled, Parents were sour at me for making my brother pay me back for damaging my car. Now my father is in jail. Well, this is an update to my previous post, and this all went down yesterday. My brother promised he'd pay for the damage to my car, and he kept that promise. The body shop guy cut me a deal at a fair price for replacing the damaged front end parts on my Crown Vic. He just asked if I cared whether or not they were OEM. I told him I didn't care if they were OEM, as the car is far from new and I didn't need the bill to get too high. I'd thought that the damage was only cosmetic, but there was some minor damage the body shop will need to pull out. However, it's not frame damage and is an easy job to straighten out, they told me. There was some minor damage to the fender panels, but they said they're easy to fix, especially since I don't care that they aren't perfect. The new parts will be painted in a matching color, so that's good. My brother willingly paid cash in advance to the body shop after getting the quote from them. He seemed all too eager to hand the money over and politely bid me goodbye. I won't say how much it was, but it definitely hurt his savings, especially after the fine he had to pay for driving without a license. He wanted to get a replacement car, but he won't have one until his license suspension is over anyway. I don't know when that'll be, but I think it's going to be a good while. Anyway, my parents had given my brother a ride to the body shop, and as soon as he was out the door, they stayed and admonished me for making him spend all his money fixing my car. I imagine they were about to say something about how I should have just lent my car to him to begin with and how this all would have been prevented if I had. But something in me snapped and I cut them off. That's when it spilled out. I called them out on everything that came to mind. All of the favoritism, how they act like my brother has always been more important, how I had to move in with my uncle just to escape their unfair treatment, how they let my brother steal my car and then tried to lie to me until I threatened police, how they themselves tried to lie to police by saying I was the one driving when my brother crashed my Crown Vic, and so much more. I ended it all by saying how stupid it was that they were mad at me for making my brother pay for the damage he caused by stealing my car on Christmas Day and driving it without a license while intoxicated. By the time I finally stopped, I was nearly out of breath. My mother was crying. My father was red in the face and looked like he was about to explode. Then he just took my mother by the hand and started to walk out. But some guy I don't know who was sitting near the door blurted out, "You guys are narcissists." Well, that was enough to set my father over the edge as he started attacking the guy. My father is not a small man and he knows how to throw a punch, so he started beating the crap out of the poor guy like a mad gorilla. I yelled for the clerk to call the cops and they did. My father heard that and bolted out the door and drove off. He actually left my mother behind crying in the lobby. Police had to pick him up at home, and he surprisingly cooperated when he was arrested, but he's looking at charges for assault. The guy he beat up suffered a very swollen black eye, a possible broken nose, and concussion. I was there when they were loading him into the ambulance to get him to the hospital. My mother has called me, crying and blaming herself. My uncle is saying it was about time my dad tasted some karma, and my brother is doing everything he can to stay out of it. This is not how I thought this was all going to go down. Edit holy cow. I was gone for a day and came back to over 130 messages in my inbox. Thank you all for so much support. It's just too many comments for me to reply to them all, but I am reading them. I'm glad so many understand how crappy my parents are. User Laughing's Better said, but will your dad learn? Why is your mother pestering you about blaming herself? I am sorry you went through that. Under this comment, OP said, my father was arrested before in his youth, but he's always had a temper, and I've seen him get into fistfights a few times as a kid. Somehow, nothing ever came of it. But he's really done it now. I have no idea how hard this will come down to him. As for my mother, I don't know if she's truly sorry or if she's just looking for validation through tears. The only one that seems to be true to himself in this matter is my brother, because he wants nothing to do with this new drama. My uncle tells me not to worry and to just let the chips fall where they will, whatever that means. User Nick is 84 said, well, that was unexpected turn. Your uncle is right. Let the chips fall where they may. At the very least, your father needs anger management to pay a fine and the other guy's medical bills. Whether there are further consequences is up to the courts. But your brother is getting a look into what his life can turn into if he's willing to change it now, so maybe some good will come from this mess. To this, OP said, paying for the medical bills of the guy he hurt is the least of his worries. The beating he gave that poor guy has a chance of putting him in jail for years. Plus, he's likely to get sued now, and if all that happens, I just know someone will blame me for it. Thankfully though, no one else in the family seems to be siding with my parents. The incident at Christmas when Dave took my car opened their eyes a bit, so now they're keeping their distance from my parents and brother. User Dramatic Potato 92 said, well, this might make me sound like a really petty and cruel person, but if I'd been you and had been called up by mum, who was crying, saying everything was her fault. Hopefully, your brother learns from all of this. Good on you for standing up for yourself and calling them out on everything they've done, letting them know that you won't let it slide. Glad your car is getting fixed too. After another couple of days, we got a third post from OP. Well, my father is out of jail now and I'm told he looks like crap. My mother paid his bail and he came out looking nearly as beat up as the guy he attacked. Apparently, he picked a fight while in jail over the weekend and got swarmed by other people there. My uncle went with my mother when my father was let out and described to me what he looked like. He said he's got 2 black eyes, dark bruises everywhere, a fat lip, and he's missing a tooth. My uncle said he didn't try to blame anything on me. In fact, he barely talked, just got in the minivan with my mother and went home. I did manage to get in contact with the guy my father beat up. A friend of a friend knows him. I'll call him Dan for the sake of telling this. My father beat Dan up pretty badly. He's got a concussion from his head hitting the wall after taking several punches. His nose was indeed broken, he's in a neck brace, and he spent 2 days in the hospital. When I asked him what his plans were, he confirmed he is indeed going to be suing my father and has already spoken to a lawyer. I told him to do what he has to do. Beyond that, I have no details on the case. My friends and I put together a gift basket for Dan, and we each put some money into it since he's not going to be able to go to work for a while. My uncle even contributed even though he didn't have to. Dan was very thankful when we presented it to him. My mother hasn't tried to call or text me since my father was released, but my brother has told me through text that she's still been crying a bit. My father has remained pretty much silent since he got home and hardly leaves the couch. The last time my father was like this, he didn't speak to anyone for at least a week. But this situation is way worse than what made him go silent last time. User Mysterious Wish 8398 said, I've read all 3 of your posts and I'm sorry you had to go through this, and Dan too. Maybe there is a slim hope they will learn a lesson from this. I hope so, but I wouldn't put myself out there if I were you either. Your dad may have been due a lesson, but I am never glad someone gets beaten up. I hope he recovers as well. Keep your head up and remember, none of this is your fault. Not Dan's injuries, not your father's, not your mom's sadness. A good person sees the suffering of others and wonders if they could have done something else. No, you reacted like a normal person to unbelievable treatment from your parents. Everything that has happened is on them. Don't let anything put any responsibility on you. If you are talking to your brother, you might also mention to him that he was a jerk and he was responsible for your car, but none of your parents' issues are his fault either. Good luck. I have a feeling you'll need it in the future for some time with those two. Under this comment, OP said, "Slim is better than none, but I'm not gonna hold out hope. My father needs anger management, and they all need counseling. I wasn't glad to hear the news about it either, but what I felt was more like indifference, especially after what he did to Dan. Thanks. Yeah, my brother has always been a dick, but I actually don't dislike him as much as I do my parents because they're the ones who made him that way." User Desert Dame said, "Litigation is a long, drawn-out process. It's criminal, so Dad's insurance company won't be involved due to the stressful nature of these things. I would suggest that you find a safe place to live in a place he doesn't know. A guy with a hair-trigger temper is capable of almost anything. I hate to give you this warning, but you never know. He will vilify you and blame you for all of this because he won't take responsibility for any of it. I would suggest counseling for you so that you can learn to deal with the aftermath of all this in a healthy, safe way. There are going to be guilt trips galore. Don't ride that train. I wish you all the best in this." User The One Fearless Falcon said, "I stumbled across this story tonight, and my god, man, this whole thing has been a roller coaster ride of awful. Something tells me that a bit of your dad's soul died off in jail from the way he's acting, and I think the fact that he actively left your mom at the repair shop to get away may have shown her how little he cares about anyone but himself. Seriously though, who hides at home? Your best move here is to make sure they have zero way of getting at you, and maybe inform your brother of this as well. They may try to leech money in order to pay the fine they are about to get hit with. I only say that because for a while growing up, I let my parents, both wonderful people, have access to my bank accounts to help me learn how to budget, which could very easily turn on me. I truly hope your dad learned his lesson, but the real question is how he's going to take his incoming punishment. My heart hurts for everyone involved here, honestly, as no one is likely walking away from this in a better state than they entered in. Be careful not to get caught in the crossfire, and maybe see if you can get the keys on your Crown Vic altered so no one can pull what your brother did again." Under this comment, OP said the following, "Yeah, what my father did then didn't make any sense. It was kind of stupid to hide at home. But then again, if he had gone on the run, things would have only been worse for him. I wouldn't doubt it if he lost a piece of himself in this whole situation. I exposed him publicly, then he showed his true nature, and I'm guessing he tried to play the tough guy in jail and got whooped. Someone like him would definitely have severely wounded pride from all of that. If they do ask, I'll make it clear I'm not giving them any money. My mother might try, but I doubt my father will. He's always had pride issues, and I doubt he'd want to ask me since he probably sees me as the reason for the trouble he's going through. My uncle has made it clear that my father and brother are not to go anywhere near his home, where I also live, so I'd say I'm well defended. Only time will tell if my parents change from this. I'm hoping the court insists on counseling and anger management. It costs a lot of money to have a car rekeyed, so I'm going to get a steering wheel club lock and a hidden kill switch in the meantime. The final post was made about 4 months later. I know it's been months, but I finally have an update for everyone. The guy my father beat up is doing fine now. Other than needing to have his nose fixed, the rest of his wounds healed well. He filed a lawsuit against my parents, and my father was initially as stubborn as an ox about it and was dead set on fighting it. However, he ended up changing his mind. Why? Well, for multiple reasons. The first one being that someone broke several of the windows on my parents' minivan in the middle of the night. My uncle says that the police were pretty sure it was done with a BB gun. I guess that makes sense, but no culprit was found. My father replaced the windows on the van himself, as he's done it before, and no one has vandalized the vehicle since. But I think whoever did it may be friends or family with the guy my father beat up. The next thing was that my father was told by a lawyer that he had no chance of winning in court. There was CCTV footage, multiple witnesses, including myself, and no judge in their right mind would want to listen to my father. The last thing that made him change his mind was my mother threatening to divorce him. I guess that was enough for him to finally surrender in mediation before the lawsuit went to full court. He settled with the guy he beat up in the mechanic shop for an amount that I haven't been able to find out, as my mother won't tell me, but I'm guessing it was a lot. My father also has been forced to go to anger management as part of the agreement. I've only seen him a few times over the past few months, and it's pretty obvious he's still mad at me because he avoids looking at me and constantly looks angry. But after everything that's happened, he no longer has a way to justify his anger, not even to himself. So he just sits quietly and fumes. He's also apparently cut back on drinking a lot, probably because that's one less expense he and my mother would have to deal with. Now, on to my brother. You may all be pleased to hear that he's been working hard to mend things with me. He's moved out of our parents' house and in with a friend. He's got his license back but no car as he can't afford one yet. Instead, he's been riding a bike to get to work. His relationship with our parents is more strained now though. After a while, our father started turning his ire on my brother. He finally started blaming him for all of the trouble that happened over the holidays, and our mother had to make him calm down. He's a lot calmer now since he started going to anger management, but it's obvious he still hates me. It's not like my parents are offering to do family therapy or couples therapy with each other, and I suspect the reason why is because my father doesn't want more people telling him he's wrong. My mother, brother, and uncle all agree with that too. My father is still employed. His clientele dropped for a while, but he's back on his feet now. My mother says he wants to get a denture made at the dentist for his missing teeth. Yeah, it turns out he lost more than one tooth after getting out of jail. It was just one initially, but several of his upper teeth were already in bad shape, and he had to have several of them pulled. So he's missing 6 teeth on the upper left side of his mouth now. A lot of people in my early posts chastised my uncle for keeping my brother's DUI from getting filed, and I was on the fence about that myself. My uncle read a lot of the comments and finally, after a few months, said that he'll never do something like that again, no matter who it is. I agreed with him, and my brother knows too, so no one is ever going to expect my uncle to just fix something if they get arrested. So that's my final update, everyone. See you all later. P.S. Yes, my car is doing fine. It has a tracker and a kill switch now, and there have been no mechanical issues with it since it was repaired. This next post was made in the Entitled Parents subreddit by a user named Stuck in Your Room. The post is titled, "Been saying to my parents for years that my sister is very entitled and they've ignored it until now. My sister, 15F, has always been selfish, ever since she was a child. She would never share or do anything for anyone else, but would expect everyone to do everything for her. Obviously, as a small child, that's understandable, but she's never grown out of it. My parents have always dismissed this as just her personality. My sister has always been rude to me specifically. She demands I do things for her, make her food, pay for her things, and do this, that, and the other. But if I ask the same, she shouts at me. I don't remember the last time she's done anything for anyone out of the kindness of her heart. She just shouts. There have been times when I've been violently ill and bedridden due to a chronic illness, and I asked her if she could get me water, and she shouted at me even though I make her food and drinks multiple times a day because if I don't, she just won't eat. She's also rude about everything. Anytime someone talks to her, she has a tone or shouts. She's so difficult to have a conversation with. I say nice things and she's just rude to me, screams, and is awful. My parents say nothing, but if I dare talk half as badly as she does, I get told off. I've mentioned countless times the favoritism and how they see her as a perfect little angel. They coddle her, rarely tell her off, and have never given her discipline, yet they have always disciplined me. They've acted like I was crazy. She's so manipulative, she always plays the victim and turns my parents against me when she is in the wrong. I told my parents that one day people are going to have enough of her in the real world, and I'm going to have to cut contact if her behavior continues. And again, they didn't want to listen. They just thought it's because of sisterly love and it's normal sister behavior, not concerning behavior. Until this week, I went to a family reunion and my cousins 23M and 12M humbled her. She was displaying her normal toxic behavior. She was talking to them rudely and rolling her eyes at them as she does every day to people, and my 23-year-old cousin wasn't having it. He was like, listen, if you keep acting like this in the real world, you are going to get slapped, and she needs to cut her attitude. My sister would just act rude and play stupid. My 12-year-old cousin added that he always feels like she judges him because she always glares at him. Obviously, my parents couldn't deny this, and it was actually a really big wake-up call. They realized her behavior isn't just towards immediate family and isn't normal to outsiders. She would display this same behavior to people she isn't as close with, not just her parents and sister. Now my parents are telling me that I can't get her food and water, and she needs to do some things for herself. They are forcing her to be independent, and they've been actually disciplining her when she's toxic. She is not taking it well. She's been screaming at me even though it's not my fault and I haven't done anything. It's a bit late, but I'm glad they are finally putting their foot down and no longer looking at her as a perfect little angel who can do no wrong. I just hope they actually stick to it. User Rasmosis said, so that's the same story with my big sister. She's been awful towards me ever since I was a toddler. As a teenager, it got even worse. She behaved in such an entitled manner, always keeping score and raising hell if the gifts given to her for Christmas cost less than my gifts. Lying and manipulating were second nature to her, and it didn't bother her at all. She was great at making first impressions, but she couldn't hide the true nature of her personality, and people would eventually get tired of her eternal drama and accusations. Her 20s came and went, and then her 30s. She works as a nurse and has never been able to stay in the same place for a prolonged period, so she often works as a temp nurse. Now, she's in her late 40s. I have hardly spoken with her for the last 20 years. Both our parents are now deceased, and I have no reason to stay in touch with her anymore. She's pretty upset about that. I suspect what she really wants is contact with our kids, as she has none, and the chances are slim that she will have any. My wife works in the mental health sector, and she says my sister likely could get a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder if she ever sought out a mental health professional to help her, but those with NPD rarely do. So your sister may have a similar personality, and if she does, I can offer some advice if you wish. It's never getting better, and the best way to keep sane is to go low, no contact as soon as you are able to. User glumsyrup5520 said, it's better late than never. My sister was raised very similarly, except my parents never had a wake-up call and continued to let my sister reign terror. When our dad died, she used it as an excuse to be an even worse person. It got to the point where my sister verbally abused me every day, constantly calling me a loser, worthless, etc. My mom was depressed and did nothing. I was always very jealous and resentful of the way my sister was favored. My mom said it was because she was so hard to deal with and I was just easier. Eventually, I moved out and didn't keep in contact much with her, but I do talk to my mom multiple times a week and I get updates. My 20-year-old sister has just barely started working and hasn't been able to keep a job for more than a few months. She can't cook anything except ramen and she doesn't clean. She has almost no friends and the friends she does have are similar to her. My mom has finally started bringing down the hammer, which has led to literal mental breakdowns and screaming matches. I feel so sad and sorry for my mom, but that is what happens when you drop the ball. Tell your parents, no matter how hard it gets, don't give up on trying to make her a better person. User KKMia55 said, here's the thing. It is the parents' job to instill manners and civility in their child, no matter their personality. Basically, you are helping your child to be likable. They failed big time. When someone is rude or blunt, people say they are just direct or what you see is what you get. Nope, that doesn't work in the real world any more than entitlement or selfishness does. Your sister needs to learn really fast that she is basically unlikable and insufferable. Believe me, you not getting her food or water isn't going to harm her. And if they stick to it, is really good insight because that will be really hard. I wish you the best. This story was created in the relationship advice subreddit in 2022 by a deleted user. The post is titled, I, 28F, cheated because I thought my husband, 33M, cheated. He has left the house and has not said a single word to me. Hi, I will try to keep this as short as I can. I apologize in advance for any misspellings and bad grammar. I am not originally from an English-speaking country, I am from Europe. I have been together with my husband for over 6 years. We have been married for 4 years and have a 20-month-old son together. We met at a friend's home party and connected almost immediately. He started talking to me first. Even the first time meeting him, he was incredibly handsome, very confident, and charming. I know several of the girls, including some of my friends, wanted to talk to him when we were there, but within the first 10 minutes of arriving at the party, he came over to me. I really don't know any perfect word to describe how I felt at that moment, but if I had to pick, I felt almost chosen by him. We started dating a few days later, and the more time we spent together, the more I started to fall for him. I have always had the feeling of him being completely out of my league, but he never really made me feel unsure that he wanted to be with me. I knew beforehand he had been with plenty of women, but it didn't really bother me because he never spoke of it or mentioned it. The few times I asked him if he really wanted a relationship or if he was sure about us, he always told me he loved me and that he does not care about other women. After 2 years, we ended up getting married. We tried having a child and got a beautiful son. He always wished to have a son and a daughter, and we were planning on having another child. I have always loved my husband more than anyone can imagine, but after giving birth, I gained a bit of weight. He always told me he didn't care and that he loved me no matter what. He suggested I could start training with him. He goes to the gym at least 4-5 times a week, and that we could start this as an activity together. I always said yes, but we never ended up going together for several different reasons. He never got out of shape and regularly went to the gym without trying to invite me there. As time moved on and the baby was taking most of our time, our sex life decreased, but he always assured me that he was still attracted to me. Most of the time, he would try to initiate sex, but I would turn it down, mostly because of myself and because I was insecure about my body and myself around him. This is still a huge regret for me. He even told me we could leave the baby with our parents, his or mine, to get alone time, but for some reason I kept neglecting him. My self-esteem kept becoming worse and worse, and he was trying to cheer me up and encourage me. When we would go out somewhere, I could see other women looking at him or trying to make eye contact with him, and it would bother me. I would tell him about it and he would assure me he only loved me. One day, as he came home from work, long work hours at the hospital, he went straight to bed, telling me he was exhausted. I started looking into his phone and checking his Instagram and Messenger messages, and I could see several chats with different women, some of whom I know are his ex-girlfriends. He had been asked to go meet for coffee or if they would want to meet up somewhere just as friends, but he always turned them down. I even saw archived messages from an ex who had messaged him out of the blue and asked if he wanted to meet up for good times, which is referring to sex. He had responded with, "I have a wife," and blocked her. I really don't know why, but in my head, I started making up that he must have been cheating on me with at least one of these girls. I ended up contacting an ex-boyfriend who I hadn't talked to for years. One thing led to another, and we met up at a hotel close by. At first, I just wanted some sort of payback, but as we ended up having sex, I was filled with incredible regret. This all happened during the day while my husband was at work and had no idea and never had a suspicion. It took me 3 days, and as he came home one day and we were in front of the television, I started crying and told him everything. He just kept looking at me but didn't say a single word, went upstairs and locked the door to our bedroom. I followed him and was crying at the door, but he didn't say a single word to me. It took him a long time, but he finally came out, immediately left the house, and I haven't heard a single word from him. He didn't even say anything to me when leaving and was not even looking at me. I have tried to call him at least hundreds of times, but he still hasn't responded and I have no idea where he has gone. This all happened yesterday and I haven't heard a word from him. I am scared to contact his or my own family because I am scared for them to find out. Please, I really don't know what to do and just want to save my marriage. I have an incredible feeling of disgust and regret, and I don't even know why I didn't trust him. I know most of this roots down in my own insecurities, but I just want my husband back. He has left me alone with our baby. How can I get in contact with him? What can I do to save my marriage? I apologize once again for the bad grammar. My native language is not English, and I'm crying as I write this. I have zero pity for OP. I don't want to give her too much shit, but this is so childish. OP's husband clearly loved her and was doing everything he could to make her feel loved, all while not knowing why OP was being so neglectful. Putting it bluntly, OP is a dumbass. I hope he divorces OP. If you make a stupid choice that negatively affects someone else, then you deserve to face the consequences. It's as simple as that. User Crazy Perception 713 said, "You were too tired to have sex with your husband, but immediately went and had sex with your ex. None of your story makes sense. If I had to guess, the truth probably is that you weren't having sex with your husband because you were having sex with someone else, and he found out." User Back to Yak said, "Good on him. You broke his trust and ruined your own marriage. Your poor child will have to deal with this decision of yours for a long time, all because that your insecurities got the best of you. Good luck picking up the shattered remains of your marriage." User Glintstone Jedi said, "Two wrongs don't make a right, but one wrong probably makes for a divorce. You probably just blew up your entire life and it's probably not recoverable. Given what you said and the 'I got it in my head, he cheated and I wanted payback' when you literally saw he did not cheat. I got nothing for you. You're probably headed for divorce and you 100% deserve it. I hope his next wife doesn't break his heart too." A deleted user said, "I'm sorry, but you overreacted and became jealous. Even though he rejected people's advances, you sought out sex from someone else. You betrayed him and your marriage. You don't have the right to demand he speak to you. give him time and space. If he decides to reconcile, well, that's up to him. Infidelity is such a deep wound. Most relationships don't survive. How could they? Trust is obliterated. User wishy-washy with you said, so basically you were married to the perfect guy and couldn't believe it and thought it was too good to be true, so you blew it all up to prove it. Honestly, if he's as confident as you say, he's gone for good and there's no saving it. If you do your best to continue to take the blame, he will likely do the right thing and not fight you on child support, etc. You should probably be in therapy to find out why you did this. That's the best advice you're going to get. I'm not saying that it wasn't all your fault, but I'm sorry this happened to you. I'm sure it sucks, even knowing that you were in the wrong. User Web822 said, you tried to talk about psychological problems, but that is the true nature of your personality. You didn't sleep with your husband, and in a few days, you went to the hotel with your ex. You must have been dreaming of this man for years. Anyway, the good news is that your husband is a decent man. I think he's done with you and can be with any woman he wants. You just slept with your ex. He must be waiting to hear from you. Tell him you can always be with him now and live happily together. User Sad Cry 981 said, first and foremost, your marriage is over. Just accept that. From what you described, your husband was a loving, loyal, and respectful. You let your insecurities get to your head based on the weight you gained. P.S. him not inviting you to the gym might be a good thing because some might see that as disrespectful if he constantly invited you and created a narrative where he must be unfaithful. Unfortunately, you have ruined this marriage based on your insecurities and self-esteem. This next post was made a day ago in the relationship advice subreddit by a user named Igloo2018. The post is titled 6 months PPD, I am 27F and my fiance 26M loves me less. How to navigate emotionally as a single parent. As the title says, I'm 27F, 6 months postpartum with my beautiful son, my first and only. I've been with my fiance, 26M, for almost 6 years and I'm shattered. When I was pregnant, I started to notice my fiance withdrawing from me emotionally and physically. For my birthday, 1 week before our son was born, he got me a Starbucks gift card, $25. That was the gift. For Mother's Day, he handed me a dead bouquet of flowers he left in the garage overnight without water and a card that should have been made out to his own mother, not the mother of his child. We've had a dead bedroom since my pregnancy. I've communicated to him many times that I'd like for us to work on that. Of course, parents of newborns sometimes go through a roommate phase. I would communicate with him that I'm ready to get back to it. To no avail, he continues to lie in bed watching TikTok while I get our son down for bed, and that's that. Last night, I finally pushed for more direct communication about this feeling. Why is he no longer interested in intimacy? After he skirted around some excuses, he finally told me, I think you love me more than I love you. He explained that there are levels to love and that maybe we are just on different levels. I asked, has it always been that way? To which he replied, I guess I just love you less now. To say I'm shattered is an understatement. If we're being honest, I saw it coming. I could feel it. I've spent my pregnancy and the last 6 months being the sole provider, especially financially, for our child. I juggle our baby while working from home. I do it all while my fiance is out of town for work most of the time. He says infidelity isn't a part of this, but who knows? Our relationship was never like this before our son. Even though it's not necessarily my fault, I feel like I already failed as a mother and wonder what my son will think as he gets older. My fiance stated he's hopeful we work through this, but I said I'm sorry, I can't just make you love me more. What's been said can't be unsaid, you know? 6 months postpartum and I'm about to be a single mom at 27. TLDR, my fiance, 26M, fell out of love with me, 27F, now that we're parents. User Blue True Dude said, I feel like I already failed as a mother. The only way you would have failed as a mother in this case is if you didn't try to address the problem with the child's father. You aren't responsible for what other people do or say. You're only responsible for what you do. Here's some questions you could ask him. How does he plan to work this out? I mean, I'm not even in your situation, and I could name a few things off the top of my head. Spending more alone time together, have somebody babysit, by going on dates, being more involved in listening to you talk about life besides mother talk, talking to a therapist, etc. If he did want to work things out, then how come he made no action/effort and remained passive until you brought it up? I mean, I can't say I want to be a professional sports player and then expect any good results while not practicing. Under this comment, OP said, hey, thanks for your reply. I do make an effort to plan a date night here and there. Thankfully, my mom gladly watches our son so we can do. but it's not really quality time. He's always on his phone, taking calls for work, and his dad, whom he works with. I think he was fine with complacency. He lives with me rent-free. I'm financially supporting our son, mostly by myself. I never expected this to be the dynamic. He just doesn't step up. He owns his own business but puts all the money back into it, always complains about being broke, etc. He's basically getting a free ride, so I imagine he wouldn't want to bring it up. User MuckDuck30 said, "He is not a good person. You are a good mother. You have your own income and you're not married, so no financial obligation to this man. Kick him out and you will notice that your life won't get harder because he already contributes nothing. You can get child support though if he's on the birth certificate, but no alimony since you're not married. Are you sure he wasn't cheating while out of town? Either way, I hope you're safe and can cut ties. He is not a dad and he is not reliable." User Real Original said, "I hope you can at least understand that he's the one who failed. It's ingrained in us as women to take on all the burden of holding our relationships together and supporting our men no matter what. But the truth is that relationships only work if both people put in the effort, and he has failed to do that on so many levels. Unfortunately, there seems to be an epidemic of men who impregnate women, even intentionally, without truly having any idea what the implications of parenthood are, without being ready or willing to toil the entire day to keep everything functioning. Without being willing or even aware, they'll have to prioritize another being over themselves. Men are often not raised to take any responsibility for their own lives, and that leaves them woefully underprepared to even conceptualize what parenthood really means, much less step up to that plate. I'm sorry, the man you love seems to be one of those who are rejecting you as well as the lifestyle the new little one brings. Please know that whatever excuses he throws at you, baby weight or another surface level barb, his own inadequacy is what's driving his behavior. That's pretty clear from the TikTok scrolling. That's not what present adults who have young children do. You did nothing to trigger this, and there was likely nothing you could have done to prevent this. And you are not a failure as a mother. Success as a mother will mean teaching your child to be and seek better than what you've experienced. And 27 is young. You've got your whole life ahead of you. And the best part, when you're ready, you'll have more tools to help you find a man who fully shows up for you and your family." Bandy909 said, "Men are so stupid. They think with their little brain. I am so proud to be a father, but I expect that having a child won't change their life at all. I went through this with my ex after a 12-year marriage. He came to me 5 months after the baby was born and told me he didn't love me and wanted a divorce. It was very traumatic. My family was supportive and I moved out. Ultimately, I was the one who filed for a divorce and I got full legal and physical custody of our child because he didn't want anything to do with us. My life got a lot better. I married a good man who was a wonderful husband and father. My ex came crawling back saying he made a mistake. Karma is sweet. Contact friends and family. Get some support. See a lawyer. Get custody and child support set up. Please know he will regret this until the day he dies, once he wakes up to the fact that he is a soulless a-hole and abandoned his child for no real reason." User Clight3279 said, "You'll find that once he's gone, it'll actually be easier. No more wondering if he's finally going to do something or give you attention or connect with the baby. And once you're no longer wondering about if he'll do things, you'll no longer be anxious about it. It'll be one less person to take after, less laundry, less food to make, less messy, etc. You're a very strong woman, and losing this financially inept project of a man would probably be in your best interest and in your son's. At least now he's a baby. You don't want him to be a young child and asking, 'Mom, where's Dad? Why doesn't Dad spend time with me?' It's actually really heartbreaking. The worst is when they just expect it already. I hope you free yourself of him soon and get some therapy for yourself to work out your feelings." A big hug from one mama to another. Shortly later, OP provided an update. First, I want to thank everyone who commented on my original post. I mostly posted to vent, and I'm really glad I did. Now for the update, I decided to rip the band-aid off and end things. Engagement is ended. Relationship is ended. All of it. After dinner, our son was taking a nap, and I asked my fiance, 26M, when he planned on moving out. Long story short, I had him pack a bag and stay elsewhere tonight. He will start packing his belongings tomorrow. I realized that I can't do this. I can't forgive being told he loves me less. That's not the example or standard I want to set for my child as he grows. Love isn't something you need to beg for, work for, or pretend. To make it worse, I asked my fiancé if he felt this way when he got engaged last August, to which he said, yes, I've just been lying to myself. This man had a baby with me and knew, possibly beforehand, that his heart wasn't in it but didn't have the guts to tell me. So here we are, 6 years down the drain. I'm not sure if the reality of a child hit him, if infidelity is involved on his part, or if he lost attraction to me in the process of being pregnant. Could be all of the above, but I'll never know, and that's okay. I'm the primary provider for our son, and that won't change. Our son, who is 6 months old, will remain living with me full time, and my fiancé is welcome to visit him. We will work out an agreement to ensure he fulfills his financial obligation to our child, and I'm not afraid to pursue the legal route if needed. I'm 6 months postpartum. This is my first. And wow, it's been hard, but now I'm officially doing it solo and with the help of my mom. I'm doing the damn thing, and I'm gonna do my best. Wish me luck. Thank you everyone for the words of encouragement. User Lost in Metaphor said, you are amazing. Go the legal route. Your sperm donor is an asshole and will abuse the agreement, be late, if not skip months, and you'll have to deal with it every time. Like you said, he literally made a whole baby with you rather than be alone. Report him to the state. This man is never gonna fight for 50-50 custody, and if he decides to do that 10 years from now because his balls finally dropped, he would have cheated you out of so much child support, meaning both financial and child care. Get his paycheck garnished for the correct amount your child is entitled to. Put it all in a college fund if you want, but get what your child needs with as little contact with this guy as possible. If it's a personal agreement you have to keep hounding him about, he's also going to try to work back into your life. He's going to date a lot of people and learn he likes the unbalanced love being in his favor, and he is going to try to hook up with you every 2 years. Watch. User Gintress said, you've done the right thing. I was 17 years, 15 years married, and 4 kids into my relationship when my husband admitted that he never wanted to get married, even though he proposed, and didn't want as many kids as we had, despite it taking 18 months of trying to get our 4th. Some people just go along with whatever is easiest. Because I loved him, he just went along with whatever I wanted because it was easier than actually making any decisions. So he wasted 17 years of my life because it was easier for him than actually making any decisions himself. Now I'm 39 and have to start my search for my person again. He already has a person, which is what finally made him admit that I wasn't it. User O Gnome said, you absolutely are doing the right thing. I grew up knowing instinctively that my dad was just going through the motions out of obligation. He'd either be indifferent or snapping at my mom and me, so I spent my life navigating around him anxiously. I married someone who also ended up withdrawing from me. I spent years trying to fix something that could never be fixed. Now I'm with someone who adores me and vice versa, and I could never ever go back to walking on eggshells again. Relationships are hard enough when both people are giving it their all. It is far better to be in no relationship than to be alone within a relationship. I'm proud of you for not trying to figure out what's going on in his head because it's an absolute waste of energy. I wasted so much time asking, begging, investigating. It's honestly embarrassing to think about. Better to let go and focus on yourself and your little one. Best of luck to you. ETA, I found my current partner in my 30s and we're coming up on 10 years together. You have plenty of life left to make new memories. This story was created in the non-monogamy subreddit by a user named I Can't Touch the Ground. The post is titled, Fiancé announces she is bisexual after a solo trip to a wedding. Betty, 27F, and I, 30M, got engaged in January after dating for a couple of years. Our plan was to get married next year when we had saved enough money for the wedding. Shortly after getting engaged, we moved in together at the end of January. In May, Betty was a bridesmaid for one of her friends. I was unable to attend due to my job and the fact that it was a 5-day trip. Betty had a great time reconnecting with some of her old friends, but a couple of weeks after she got back, she became moody and withdrawn. I was relieved when she made an appointment with a therapist since she hadn't opened up to me about what was troubling her. After about 5 or 6 sessions, she sat me down one Saturday morning so we could talk. Betty had been raised in a very conservative household and had to suppress her desires until she moved out to go to college. Even then, certain ideas she denied and refused to embrace. At the wedding, she was introduced to the wife of one of her girlfriends from college, and it triggered a lot of repressed desires over the days they all hung out before the wedding. She told me she felt romantic and attraction to women as well as men and realized that she was bisexual. I told her I was happy she finally felt safe sharing this with me, and it didn't change how I felt about her. It was a very emotional moment. She asked me how I felt about her exploring her sexuality now that it was out in the open. I said I was open to exploring it with her and possibly having a threesome with another woman to let her have that experience. She wanted a one-on-one experience with another woman and felt she couldn't do that with me present. I told her that sounded more like an affair and something I wasn't comfortable with. I asked her if she wanted to cancel the wedding and maybe separate while she figured out what she wanted to do. She was adamant that was not what she wanted, and she was still very much in love with me and still wanted to get married, but she felt like she had to explore these feelings she was embracing before we settled down together. I asked her if she had done anything inappropriate at the wedding and cheated on me. I asked if she had someone in mind or had been talking to someone since she came back. She admitted to dancing with a girl at the reception and they kissed at the end of the night, but nothing else happened. She denied talking to anyone or pre-planning anything. She knew this was a lot to throw on my plate all at once, and she didn't expect an answer right away. She just asked that I keep an open mind and keep talking about it. I couldn't promise anything, but I agreed to do some research and talk to a workmate who has an open marriage to see how they cope. I warned her that if I found out she lied or was doing anything behind my back, there would be no second chances and I would leave. My workmate has been super helpful and open about their relationship. My brother got me into a support group that has helped me come to terms with our relationship changes. I'm burning my way through my second book and sat Betty down Thursday night to check in and talk about moving forward. I found us a couples therapist, gave her the book I had finished, and told her we should postpone the wedding for 6 months and then decide if that's the path we are still on. I was on a roll when she stopped me and asked me if I was planning on dating other people, like it never occurred to her that I would be dating as well. She kind of shut down after that, barely giving one-word answers when I would ask her something. I think the longest sentence I got was, "I just don't know." She has been like that for 24 hours now, like she is lost in a fog. I'm just bracing myself for the inevitable flood of emotions. I would have thought she would be happy that I was considering opening our relationship. Add on, my brother came out as gay when I was 16 and my parents were very supportive, so I grew up in a very different household than my girlfriend. Apology. The second half of my post was written much later than the first half, and after a few drinks. Rereading it made it clear I should have waited until this morning before posting it. Sorry. Update, Saturday night, her fog lifted and things got pretty heated. She said that the open relationship was my way of punishing her and being vindictive by dating other women. She was just asking for some grace to explore her feelings. I replied that she showed almost no remorse for cheating on me and instead expected an open-ended hall pass to do so again. I told her our friends had told me she asked them not to say anything about what happened at the wedding, so I would probably never know the full truth and I just had to accept it was worse than she admitted to. I asked if she thought it was fair to go have sex with other people while I waited by the door like some lovesick puppy who was expected just to wag his tail when she decided to come home and show me some attention. It devolved after that and some hurtful things were said by us both. I finally gave her 3 options if she wanted to move forward. Monogamy. Postpone the wedding and go to couples counseling. No experimenting. When we get to a good place, then go ahead with the wedding with a prenup to protect me if she changes her mind and or cheats again. Open relationship. We can both date who we want and she can figure out her sexuality on her own terms. In a year or so, we can see if marriage still seems like a good option if we are still together. Full separation. She moves out and we can each be free to live our lives as we see fit. If or when she decides she wants monogamy with me, if I haven't moved on, then we can try option 1. But it would be a new beginning, not just picking up where we left off. She decided she needed some space to think things out and was going to stay with friends for a couple of days. I told her before she left that if she accidentally cheated while she was gone, to not come back except to pick up the rest of her things. This morning I got a text from her, "I'm so sorry." She didn't answer when I asked her what she meant and my call went to voicemail. I'm not going to reach out to her again, and I will wait to let her contact me when she is ready. Overall, I think OP handled this pretty well. I don't like making exceptions, so I'm going to just say it. His partner cheated on him, which is betrayal, and he should separate. Sure, I'm sorry that this woman couldn't explore her sexuality in her past years, but surely you should have known better than to pursue a marriage with someone if you had suppressed feelings. I'm sure someone is going to use the trauma excuse and say that she had a circle that didn't support her, but that's all that is. An excuse. Another thing that I really didn't like is that it seemed like OP's fiance wanted to go out and date women without any repercussions in the relationship. She expects OP to be right there waiting for her while she goes out to have fun. I don't support that at all. If the couple wanted to do that together with another woman, then I think that's a bit more reasonable if all sides are consenting. I just feel like this has the potential to blow up in OP's face at some point if mishandled. And of course, seeking some additional guidance would be helpful as well. User Omni Owl said, "This sounds like a classic case of I didn't think this through on her part. You responded in a very mature way. You did research and tried to understand the hows, whens, and whys. What she likely wanted was just a experience with a woman, a one-night stand. However, she seems to have failed to consider how that might emotionally destabilize the relationship and give her the chance to be true to herself without you being able to do the same, should you wish to. It often happens that people new to this kind of situation want rules for others but not for themselves to protect themselves and the relationship. But that's just not how it works. What if she catches feelings for her fling? What if she wants to have sex multiple times with women and you don't get to explore or follow your desires in the meantime? It's unbalanced and selfish. I think you are doing the right thing and you just need to be steadfast here. I feel that no matter what, the wedding needs to be postponed indefinitely until you figure this out. If she pulls back now, she'll likely grow resentful or depressed and you'll have to deal with that later. Don't get married based on that foundation." User GLBDS said, "Looks like your partner has been a bit self-centered about this. It's a good idea to take your time regarding your engagement. The death of exclusivity, even as a hypothetical, can be a pretty destabilizing thing for an established mono relationship. Keep talking, you seem to be handling this very well, somewhat better than her, I think." Under this comment, OP said, "I tried to handle this respectfully, but it seemed fair to her. It is an open pass for her, but not for me. I'm expected to support her while she has sex and possibly develops feelings for someone else and just smile and nod. And then she got upset when I had to remind her she was the one that cheated. I just finished printing out cards to send to everyone. We sent the save the date notices to advising them we are canceling the wedding. Not sure how I'm going to respond when they start asking why. The cards I'm sending out just have due to new circumstances on them." User Doomed Redshirt said, "You have the right not to have non-monogamy forced on you. You have established terms under which you are comfortable with her being with women. She can decide if those terms work for her or not. If they do, then maybe great. I say maybe because there is still a lot of stuff to work through for everything to function well if you are doing threesomes. If they don't, then either you end the relationship or one of you has to be unhappy. Either you for letting her have solo relationships or her for never being with another woman sexually. Please note that being bisexual does not automatically mean I must have sexual partners of both genders. Plenty of bi people stay monogamous because that's the nature of the relationship they are in." User Polly and RA said, "In this sub, we often encounter people in monogamous relationships whose partner comes out as polyamorous and occasionally acts entitled, suggesting that their partner is obligated to change their relationship rules to accommodate polyamory. That's nonsense. A monogamous partner is under no obligation whatsoever to accept changed relationship rules because their partner is polyamorous. The same principle applies here. Your partner came out as bi, not as poly, but the result is similar in that what she actually wants to do is change the rules of your relationship so she can have sexual relationships with women. To add insult to injury, she apparently imagines that you'd be having a one-sided open relationship where her identity as bi gives her a freedom, the freedom to have sex with others, that she's not imagining you'd also have. That's not reasonable either. Even if you were a person who is ambiamorous and perfectly comfortable with an open relationship of some sort, there'd still be no valid justification for having asymmetrical rules. I recommend that if your preference is monogamy, you tell your partner that. Yes, that might mean you're incompatible. If she's unwilling to accept monogamy and you're unwilling to accept non-monogamy, then your wishes are mutually exclusive and you're probably better off breaking up. If you do think an open relationship sounds like something you could enjoy, then by all means go for it. But in that case, your relationship rules, whatever they are, should be the same for both of you and should also be gender neutral." User Prophetic Kesha said, "From personal experience, it's a bad idea to try to open up a marriage to explore your bisexuality, because wanting to have sex with other women is different from wanting to and having the ability to practice healthy ethical non-monogamy. If you did actually go through with it, it would be even more unhealthy for you to require that she only have sex with women with you or while you sit in the room and observe. First of all, almost no women you try to find would be interested in that situation unless you hired a sex worker. Second, it doesn't actually help her figure out what she needs to understand about herself, which is who she is outside the context and gaze of male sexuality. But that's the third thing. Doing this is how I found out I'm a lesbian, not bi, haha. So you're balanced on the edge of a knife right now, and you just have to try to move as wisely and ethically as you can, but take the advice you get seriously. Your relationship as you know it could be over either way, but you can choose how much you hurt each other and yourselves in the process. User what's the answer dude said, "Ho, maybe I'm missing something, so let's confirm the timeline here. Your partner was kind of iffy/despondent for a bit after a friend's wedding, then went to 5 or 6 therapy sessions and only then tells you she's interested in girls. And only then does she mention she made out with someone at the wedding. Maybe I'm missing something here, but whether she was honest or not, she cheated on you, dude. I don't care if there's no activity involved. I'd be livid if I was told by the person I'm about to marry that they made out with someone not long before our future wedding. And no, just because it was a girl she made out with doesn't mean it doesn't count as cheating. I'd be highly hesitant to believe that giving her free reign just once won't mean she'll find a way to accidentally create more problems or break more rules. The fact that it took her that long and after that many things already to tell you what actually possibly happened at the wedding is a huge red flag. Personally, I think you need to separate and consider if this is the right long-term thing for both of you or not. If that happened, I wouldn't expect her to, and honestly, I'd likely walk away from this. The only time I'd ever still have some level of respect for someone who cheated like this is if they told me ASAP afterward, or like the next day, or within days. She didn't, and she hid it for a long time, neither of which is good or something you want from a long-term partner. She seems to be leaving out the E part of ENM quite a bit and seems selfish. About a week later, OP gave us an update. On Wednesday, Betty went to her previously scheduled appointment with her therapist and told her what happened between us. I'm not sure what all was said, but she called me on the way to her friend's house, apologizing for some of the things she said and wanting to come home and talk things out. I told her to stay at her friend's house that night and think about what she wanted, and she could come home Thursday so we could sit down and work things out. On Thursday, we met at the house and talked over dinner. We both apologized for getting heated and saying some unfair things to each other. After talking to her therapist and having several conversations with her best friend over the last few days, she decided not to explore her bisexual urges. The idea of a truly open relationship where I was free to sleep with other people terrified her, and getting married was more important than chasing the rainbow. Her original idea had been just a free pass to see if she was missing something in her life and how important it was to her. I asked if she was asking for a one-night stand, just dating a woman, or having a full relationship. She couldn't tell me exactly what she wanted. I said that didn't sound very monogamous or fair to me. She agreed, and that was why she was giving up on exploring those feelings. Next, she brought up the notes I sent out canceling our save the date notices for our wedding day. She said she was getting all kinds of calls about what happened and was caught unaware about what they were even talking about at first. She was upset I did that without talking to her first. I reminded her that she lobbed 2 grenades in my lap, coming out as bisexual and the fact that she cheated on me, then left and wouldn't talk with me except for a cryptic "I'm so sorry" text followed by silence. While I never said anything other than we were having issues and had to postpone the wedding, evidently there was speculation that she had cheated on me. She switched gears and said we could still get back on track and get married next spring. No, because now, when one of us is out of town, my mind will be thinking about you cheating again, especially after coming out and wanting to have an affair to explore your sexuality. I said maybe after couples therapy, we could get back to a good place again, but not by the end of the year, and it would be foolish to start planning and making financial commitments before we even knew if therapy was going to work. Plus, I wanted a prenup to protect everything I brought into the marriage as well as my future retirement savings. Plus, she would forfeit any equity if we bought a house. When she protested, I said if you plan to be faithful and not change your mind later, then it would never be a thing. Just something to give me some peace of mind. It's been an ongoing conversation for the last few days. Betty wants to sweep the incident at the wedding under the rug and move forward with our wedding. Exploring her sexuality is not worth sacrificing our relationship, in her opinion. For now, we are back together and planning on counseling soon. In a moment of clarity, I realize I rushed to embrace the idea of an open relationship to allow Betty the freedom to explore her new feelings. And I'm not as willing now to consider that option. I think separation is the better option, breaking up if you will, until we both decide what direction our future lies and if it is with each other. It's not what I want, but I also don't want to spend the next 3 to 5 years together only for her to change her mind or cheat on me one day. I'm glad that OP's partner realized that her proposal wasn't fair, but I can't help but feel that this isn't a case of her truly moving past her feelings and truly understanding her decision. To me, this sounds more like an unwilling compromise. Nevertheless, as of now, it seems that the ship is headed back in the right direction, which is great. Just need to pile on more therapy and be willing to share each other's feelings. User Apocalypse Confetti said, counseling makes sense, delaying the wedding makes sense, and a prenup if you do get married makes sense. However, asking her to forfeit equity in a house you buy as a couple is not in any way acceptable. If you feel like you need that kind of leverage to move forward, just end your relationship and move on. That's a horrible thing to do to another human. There are worse things than cheating that a person can do in a relationship, and that would be one in my book. User Highlight Limelight said, don't break up with the potential of getting back together on the table. That's a break. Breaks typically leave one person with some false hope that you all will eventually and possibly get back together, sometimes with the prerequisite if XYZ changes are made. The other person gets a head start on dating. It's not like inherently wrong to do it, but it can lead to a lot of heartbreak and drama, which your friends may very well get pulled into too. Instead, break up, get all the logistics of moving out together, go NC for at least 6 months. User Spectrum LSN Kink said, after reading both the original post and this update, I completely agree with your approach. Personally, I wouldn't move forward with the wedding. However, in the event that you do, then you have to protect yourself financially through a watertight prenup. It's time for you to also have consultations with a lawyer on your own in case that is the path you take. User Dynamic Hunter said, good on you for postponing the wedding. She is trying to act like her cheating didn't affect both of you and is trying to move on. You need to fully resolve this situation and your feelings and go to couples counseling before you think of getting married again. Also, smart of you to get a prenup. Remember to have her sign that months before the wedding and have separate lawyers for each of you to look at it, otherwise it can be thrown out. Do not move forward with the wedding for at least another year or two until you work this out and have moved on from the resentment. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a user named Desperate Reveal 421. The post is titled, Struggling. Husband dating 2 hot dancers and fell in love with one of them. I'm 35F, feeling incredibly insecure at the moment. I'm new to polyamory, only 4 months in after a 10-year relationship, 5 years married, and we have 1 son. I was the one to initiate this. I used to be in the kink scene and wanted to explore it again. My husband and I have had a largely sexless marriage even in the early days. I have a higher sex drive than him. There have been repeated instances where I would try to initiate and be rejected. My husband, 35M, has been away for 5 weeks for work with his sister. During this time, I've been looking after my son with help from my family. I have limited free time juggling work, childcare, and exercise. I'm trying to lose weight. During this time, I had a relationship breakdown at the start of these 5 weeks, where the partner didn't respect my boundaries, including using a condom, and have been on 1 date. Lovely guy, just no attraction. My husband, on the other hand, has been seeing 2 gorgeous American dancers. Let's call them Sally and Lucy. Previously, he's told me he only has a high sex drive during the day. Well, apparently not. He's seen both women on the same day, including overnight stays with Lucy. He's told me he has fallen in love with Lucy. They've hung out socially with his sister and friends and gone for meals multiple times, in addition to having sex. I had talked with my husband about how after he's had sex with a partner, I find reassurance helpful. That didn't happen immediately after he had a threesome with Lucy and Sally. He had checked with me before about the threesome and I had said go for it. This was really triggering for me. I think I could have communicated it in a better way. I said, I would have appreciated reassurance in addition to you telling me what happened. I chatted with a therapist who said it would have been better to approach it with, I'm glad you had a great time. Previously, we spoke about you giving me reassurance after a date. Is everything okay? So going for more of a discussion instead of a telling off. He did immediately apologize and said he'd messed up. Both Sally and Lucy are going back to America. My husband has said he's still thinking about whether he wants to keep in contact with Lucy after returning from holiday. He is saying a lot of, I love you, you're my true love, I can't wait to come home, etc. But I'm finding it hard to believe it. My gut instinct is to push him away as a defense mechanism. I think it comes from a place of fear of losing him and fear of being unattractive to him. TLDR, feeling insecure about husband falling in love and having lots of sex with beautiful dancers. Any advice is welcome. User SA Rart said, I'm sorry to hear that. Sending big hugs. I hear that you're experiencing a lot of anxiety and you're feeling a need to push your husband away because you're afraid you're going to lose him anyway, and so you're avoiding extending trust to make sure you don't feel vulnerable. Totally understandable. Unfortunately, it sounds like the result is that you're refusing the reassurance that you yourself have requested. Anxiety is sometimes helpful, but often it results in preemptively taking away the thing that we most want. What reasonable thing could your husband do right now to make you feel better? It could be that there's nothing he can do, and you just need to be angry for a little while. If so, let him know you're going to feel angry for a little while, apologize, and let him know when you're ready for reassurance. Ask him if he's planning to leave you. Believe his answer if you think he's been trustworthy in the past. Then sit with the feelings and talk them through with your networks. See if the feelings get bigger or smaller. Try to figure out specific triggers. These relationships and others will come and go. Far more important is the underlying self-knowledge to ascertain your needs and the ability to communicate your needs so that your partner can meet them. If you can do so with kindness and patience towards yourself and towards your partner, I think that good things will grow. User You Make It Weird said, I think the sexless marriage is kind of the problem. More precisely, have you guys ever spoken while this is the case? I mean, having a different time rhythm is fine, but apparently this results in no sex at all. You should first work out the reasons in an honest conversation. Then lay out some new soft and hard rules. I am just guessing given the information, but if both have a more fulfilling sex life at home, then poly becomes a lot easier. It will also help with the insecurities you will most definitely develop over time. User Al3CH316 said, you can't fix a dead marriage by opening it up, OP. If he has a huge drive for his other lovers and comparatively little for you, that's evidence of a much deeper problem. Instead of working on things, you both outsourced intimacy to others and are now in a really bad place. Other people will say, trust the process or love is infinite, but those are meaningless platitudes in your scenario. One of the most reliable ways an open marriage falls apart is a substantial mismatch of libidos between spouses. If he's having sex with you twice a year and with his partners every day, I don't see how you couldn't interpret that as serious trouble. I have no idea what you do from here. It's unlikely your husband will agree to close the marriage. If he does, great. Work on your issues and refuse to tolerate a marriage that leaves you sexually unfulfilled. If not, you both are in trouble. This story was created in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, Married Coworker F34 Wanted Me M26 to sleep with her. She's already kissed me at work. Is it best to quit? Tell the husband, why me? Let me start by saying, yes, I'm an idiot and yes, I'm dense. But I really need some advice. I moved to a new location at work a few years ago. I had just broken up with my fiance because she cheated after 4 years and married the guy a few months after we broke up. So I was in a pretty bad headspace. I made a connection with one of the women on the sales team and I was one of her primary service people. Whatever customers she sold to or did business with, I handled her installs and repairs. We gelled pretty well and got along. She was a nice woman with a husband and some kids. We had already built some rapport talking about issues with work, her boss, and the customers. She told me about some of her issues with her husband, their families, and some personal issues she was having. I figured she just wanted someone to talk to, so I listened. Then she started making comments that I should do my end-of-day paperwork near her so I didn't have to be alone and we could talk. A few times she would ask me compatibility questions and then compare me to her husband. One night I was working alone in the upstairs office after my first day back from vacation. She came running up all giddy about something. She told me about some things that happened and asked about my vacation. She said she would like to stay in touch away from work because we were friends. I initially didn't see an issue, so we traded numbers. Then she lurched up and kissed me. She left blushing like a teenager and I was stunned. Now things have gotten out of hand. I thought if I just let things go and didn't acknowledge it, she'd take the hint. I know I should have said something. She's been a little obsessive since then. She greets me at the door when I come in. She has made a big deal about me not answering her texts, insisting I have nothing going on. She's tried to leave when I do to walk out into the parking lot together. She made up an emergency that required me to come over to her house on our day off to help with something in my skill set. I didn't pick up on it. I thought she needed help, so I go over and I'm trying to fix what she's talking about. And she comes back out in just her bra and panties and said her husband and kids aren't home. Then, saved by the bell, the garage door started opening and she darted away. Her husband comes in, asks about what the issue is, and she comes back out in her normal clothes and acts like nothing just happened. I said I needed a part and it's easy. I wrote it down and said he can just plug and play with the part. I was just a deer in the headlights and I didn't know what to do or say otherwise, so I left. What do I do? Also, I'm just curious if this can be answered. Does she want an affair in general or just an affair with me? By the way, my coworker knew I had recently been cheated on and was struggling, so I'm kind of shocked she did this. Personally, I say drop it and tell her that you're uncomfortable. If she creates a larger problem about it, then tell HR if that's a thing at OP's workplace. Or if you're a diabolical horn dog, sleep with her. But that's just asking to invite a ton of unnecessary drama into your life, and it would turn you into a scumbag. Luckily, it seems that OP is a decent human being and is not considering that. Foundationally, this is sexual harassment and it definitely should be reported. A little over 1 week later, OP provided an update. My previous post has more details about what happened if you need to read it. It's my only other post. I had a conversation with my coworker after an awkward visit to her house where she appeared in her bra and panties and told me her family wasn't home. This was a few weeks after she kissed me at work. I told her I didn't want to wreck her marriage. I was recently cheated on and this is just triggering all the hard feelings about that, and I didn't want to be like my ex. She said her marriage was basically for show and for the kids, which is odd to me since they literally go to events together. She admitted that she married him because she got pregnant. They wound up having 2 more kids, but she's miserable. Her husband's family hates her and her stepdaughter despises her. I guess there was a dark time when her husband was a raging alcoholic before they had another kid. This is very consistent with what my buddy and colleague told me. He said he's known her for 8 years. She has never talked about her husband, only her kids. He suspected they stayed together because she got pregnant. He mentioned she began talking about me more than her kids or her husband, and she was getting agitated if I didn't answer her or didn't spend a lot of time near her. She had already tried to do our compatibility and compare me to her husband. She also brought up that I listen and understand her better before she pursued a physical affair. But it's becoming out of control. She kissed me at work, always tries to catch me in the parking lot or get us alone, and is getting jealous if I'm talking to other females, clients, or co-workers. My female friends have noticed and made comments that she is possessive and jealous, and they are getting funky vibes from her without knowing what's going on. A few clients gave funny looks when she reacted to seeing me coming in for the day. I stopped in to grab something before a few days off, and I was trying to be quick, and she texted me, "Were you here and didn't come say hi to me?" I didn't know how to process all the information she gave me and what I received. This is overwhelming to me. I'm still hurt from my last relationship, and it's just setting off so many things in my brain, and I can't make sense of anything. I saw her today. She literally went running from where she was and skidded to a halt in front of me, smiling super silly and just amped. She was so excited to talk to me. It had only been 2 days since we addressed what happened at her house, and I said I needed a few days to process the information. Now what? Edit, I didn't sleep with her at any point. User IC218 said, echoing others, you need to stay away as remotely as possible. Your career and reputation are gravely at stake, as is, obviously, your peace of mind and well-being. She is a walking time bomb. If coworkers and clients are noticing, it's already being discussed in the office. You need to nip it in the bud ASAP and get ahead of it. Need to inform your manager and HR. Don't hesitate. She has nothing to lose in bringing you down with her. Do not destroy your career and life for just a piece of you-know-what. Be glad you didn't go all the way with her, especially one giving major weird and red flag vibes. I beg you to stop engaging, distance yourself, and get ahead of this by going to the sources within your company that can protect you from future allegations or conflicts with this woman. Under this comment, OP said, I tried to address it. I tried to shut it down. She hit me with all this extra information and it was overwhelming. I already have tried to set those boundaries, but she's acting like the conversation never happened. A user named Jackie Land said, that comment really missed the mark. OP is not destroying his career for sex. OP is being sexually harassed. OP does not want the sex. This is speculation from me, but it seems to me like OP doesn't get that he gets to just say no without needing to rely on the boss's marriage or being hurt in his last relationship. Not that that would stop the harassment, but the fact that the no wouldn't be respected would hopefully make it clear to OP that he is being harassed. The fact that OP says he can't process everything suggests that he is in a pretty bad spot, and I hope he gets the help he needs in terms of that in addition to not being harassed. User Major Octopus said, "It's pretty obvious OOP never had any romantic interest in her at any point, but he is too afraid to just say so. He keeps making excuses like, 'I don't want to wreck your marriage,' or 'this is triggering due to my ex.' But men should be allowed to say no just as much as women do. I really hope he realizes he's being harassed and reports it to HR before she does." User Sufficient Dig 9548 said, "I went through something eerily similar at one job many years ago. A female coworker who was married to another coworker. They were in different departments and I had little to no contact with either at work. It was a huge company, so it was normal not to know coworkers. I met her at a company social outing. She was fun and we had a good conversation. I took a group selfie and she asked me to send it to her. Then she asked me to email it as well, telling me not to use the company email for the picture. She started being flirtatious, suddenly cornered me, then kissed and groped me. At that point, I didn't know she was married, much less married to a coworker. But she had all my contact information now. Over the next few weeks, I was bombarded with texts and emails. One text really sent me reeling. 'I want you to get me pregnant. I've already told my husband about us.' All I could think about was getting away from this crazy person that I've never willingly touched. After a couple of weeks of dodging her attempts to do a work collaboration on anything she could find, I went to my boss. He saw the texts and emails and said we definitely needed to go to HR, especially since her husband worked there too. The lovely women at HR determined I needed to avoid contact with both of them. Then they sent me to harassment training so I could learn how to better conduct myself in a workplace. They didn't send her to any type of course and did absolutely nothing aside from a quick chat. Apparently, being basically assaulted and stalked was all my fault. I refused to attend the courses. My boss, having seen the text, backed me up. After a couple of months, it was made a requirement for my employment, so I did what any reasonable person would do. I refused. I was fired, actually had my contract voided for refusing to attend harassment training. Don't feel too bad for me. I got legal representation, then a settlement from the company, along with an offer of employment. The woman who harassed me was fired. Her husband quit shortly after she told him about us. The head of HR was terminated and the remaining HR team was reprimanded severely. I requested that they be sent to sexual harassment training so they would understand what they should look for, but that was rejected. I then rejected their offer of employment conditional on HR going to the same courses. I ended up working for their competition, document everything. If HR turns this on you and you have a company phone and PC, you could lose access to all the messages, etc. If I hadn't kept copies of the text, it would have been my word versus hers. This next story was made in the Reddit on Wiki subreddit 10 months ago by a user named Fleur2802. The post is titled, "I cut off contact with my father after he took me to court over the child support he was paying me. My 22F parents, 56F and 51M, got divorced 5 years ago. The reason they got divorced is that my father was cheating on my mom with his best friend's wife. I'm not entirely sure when the cheating started, but I believe it had been going on for about a year before the divorce. I've never really had a particularly close relationship with my father, as he always worked a lot when I was a kid. My mom also worked, but she had 2 half days during the week, meaning she was home in the afternoon, and she would always spend time with me and my older sister, 27F, on weekends, while my father mostly spent time with his own friends rather than with us. I did see my father a few times after the divorce. I didn't feel the need to spend a lot of time with him as that was something we'd never really done, and he always acted as though he'd done nothing wrong and that things like that just happen in life. He would continuously text me or leave messages on my voicemail saying he wanted to spend more time with me and that he was sad we weren't close. These messages were often passive-aggressive and along the lines of, "I wish you'd pick up the phone once in a while," and things like that. At a certain point, I think it was about a year or 2 after the divorce, I wrote him a really long text explaining why I didn't feel the need for much contact. The gist of it was that I explained we never really had a close relationship, and since we have practically nothing in common, I didn't feel like we had a lot to talk about, and I found it hard to think of things we could discuss. He disagreed and said that there were plenty of things to talk about, such as the fact that I bought a car for myself and whether or not I was in a relationship. Personally, I don't really see those as things to talk about as they're pretty shallow conversation topics, especially since I was not in a relationship, and to me, a car is just a car. In February 2020, I decided to drop out of college. I was majoring in English teaching, and after a year, I felt like it was the wrong decision for me, so I dropped out. I let my father know I dropped out. Not because he was particularly interested, he wasn't, but because I felt he needed to know since he is my father and he would also be paying me child support until I was 21. I was 19 at the time. I also told him that I planned on majoring in computer science, but that I would be taking a gap year before that to work full-time. I work at a restaurant, and I had decided I would pick up more longer shifts to make extra money. He thanked me for letting him know and said he supported my decision. Then, of course, came the pandemic. Pretty much everything was closed during lockdown, including restaurants, so my plan of working full-time for a year kind of fell through. I did work a lot during the summer since restrictions were lifted during that time, but then in October, we went into lockdown again. Around that time, I also got an email from my father asking if I could send him my payslip. The explanation he gave for this was that I had dropped out of college and was now working more and had fewer expenses, so he thought he should pay me less child support. His assumption wasn't entirely true though, since I'd barely gotten to work more at all because of the pandemic, and I didn't have any monthly expenses related to college, so my expenses were still pretty much the same. I thought his request was ridiculous, so I decided to ignore it, and I thought that was the end of it. Then a few weeks later, sometime in November, I got an email from his lawyer. My father had decided to take the whole child support issue to court. My mom called the lawyer who'd helped her with the divorce, and he agreed to help me pro bono. The court date was set for April 6th. About a week before that, my father's lawyer sent over a settlement offer which boiled down to the following. My father would pay me €250 each month up until September, which was when I'd start college, and then pay me €500 until I turned 21, which would be up to and including the next February. Each month, my college would have to send him an email stating that I was still enrolled and actively attending class. This was completely ridiculous and unwarranted in my opinion because I've never been one to ditch school. I would have to pay back the undue child support, which came to a little less than €2,000. I was originally planning on going to court, but I didn't want all the hassle, and my mental health had suffered quite a bit during the pandemic, so I ended up taking the settlement, which then became the official ruling. A day after the ruling, which came in early May, my father texted me saying that he was glad I didn't let it become a court issue. Guess we're ignoring the fact that he was the one who started the whole thing in the first place, and that he hoped we could forget the whole thing and move forward. That pissed me off. It was the last straw, and I decided then to cut off contact. The last text he'd sent me before I blocked him completely was that he was sad that I didn't seem to want to be in contact anymore and that he didn't understand it because in his eyes he'd done nothing wrong. Fast forward to last week when I got a text from my father's wife, let's call her M. She said that my father was sad that my sister and I, weren't in touch anymore and that he didn't understand why. M proceeded to say that sometimes marriages don't work out and that she had nothing to do with my parents' marriage failing. The explanation M gave for that was that if my parents' marriage had been fine, my father wouldn't have fallen for someone else. M also said that my father had always worked hard to provide for us, which she phrased the following way. Your father has always worked really hard to provide for you and give you everything you wanted, not saying that your mother didn't, of course. That phrasing pissed me off a little bit because M implied my mom didn't work hard at all, even though she did and still does. The last thing M said was that we should talk it out with my father, that we were always welcome there, and that she could make some snacks for us. She can't cook as far as I'm aware, which isn't really relevant, but still. I decided to block M's number and delete the text, and I haven't seen or heard from either of them since. A few important notes. My sister and I explained to my father that we didn't want a lot of contact and why, while the divorce was going on, this was early to mid-December 2018. He responded by saying what he wanted, completely ignoring what we wanted, and that he was happy with M and that we should just get over it. My mom, sister, and I were living with my grandma at the time since we had to sell the house, and the new house wouldn't be ready to be moved into until March/April, ended up being June. When we did go to see my father, he would mostly talk about himself. He showed little interest in me and almost no interest in my sister. He also kept forgetting where I worked, despite the fact that I've been working in the same restaurant since before the divorce. That is, he had no reason not to know that. My father continuously harassed my mom. He blamed her for pretty much everything and even accused her of being a gold digger. At one point, he was also convinced that the reason my sister and I didn't respond to his texts was because my mom was keeping us from doing so. According to him, she kept our phones. The reality is that my mom never had a problem with me and my sister being in contact with my father. She even offered to drive us to his place and pick us up again if we wanted to go. She's always left the choice up to us. More recently, my father contacted my mom about the alimony he's paying her. He sent her an email and a letter, yes, an actual physical letter, saying that since she now had a boyfriend and a new job, he wanted to rediscuss the terms of the alimony agreement. My mom's boyfriend doesn't live with us, nor do we live with him. They don't have a joint account, and they don't share expenses. There is absolutely no reason, legally or otherwise, why my father should need to know about my mom's boyfriend. The letter and email also included her boyfriend's full name and where he lived, so it very much seems like he's been stalking her. User Silent Joe 1986 said, "Your dad only cares about himself, and his new wife sounds the same. Of course, she doesn't see anything wrong with his actions. She did the exact same thing he did, and to admit he's a scum-sucking bag of shit would be admitting she is one too." She's not exactly unbiased in her assessment of the situation. I bet your dad would have had more time to spend with his kids if he wasn't off his best friend's wife. His not having a relationship with his kids is because he prioritized getting his wet over building a relationship. Sorry, you're also a member of the Bad Dad Club. Best of luck in your studies. A deleted user said, "Your dad is a spoiled person who truly only cares about himself. He sounds like my mother. Nothing is ever his fault, and he's always the victim, even when he's causing chaos and disrupting everyone's lives. The best way to deal with him is with coldness, a complete lack of emotion. I'm sad. Well, that sucks for you. Respond to him as if you're a customer service representative who's off the clock and just ran into their worst regular in public. Be completely cold, dismissive, and uninterested. It shouldn't be hard since evidently his whole life is boring and revolves around his ego and paycheck." User dgracie01 said, "Don't want to deal with your father? Fine by me. But you have no issues accepting his money and get upset when he asks for what, according to the court, is legally his. Go to court, request that your child support payments be suspended, and you will not have to deal with your parent ever again. If you block his phone, then block his wallet as well." Edit, how old are you? 22 years old. My mom had me at 20. You are a grown woman. What in the name of all that is holy are you going on about child support? Your father may be the monster you say he is, but I have an issue with you and all those who called him names. You need to stop relying on your dad's wallet and be accountable for your own life. Your dad called your mom a gold digger? If your personality resembles your mom's, I would agree with your dad. I'm guessing here, but if it were up to you, your dad would be paying child support until the day you retire. Enough already. As you all know, I don't with cheating, but from everything that OP shared, it sounded like the guy was taking responsibility. Sure, he's a sack of shit for cheating, but that's not the point of the post. OP's parents separated and the man paid child support up to around age 19 to 20 for OP. I had to look over the post a second time and I'm not sure if I missed something, but I'm kind of in agreement with that last comment I mentioned. OP dropped out of college and was in their late teens by that time. I'm not sure what the law is in OP's country, but where I live, 18 years is when child support is cut off. Now, you can make the argument that wanting the 2,000 euros back because OP left college is scummy, and I'd probably lean towards agreeing with you. But some of the comments were absolutely destroying this man, and the reasoning behind the comments seemed strange. Again, I think cheating is terrible, but I can't help but feel I greatly misinterpreted something in the story. This story was created in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "I am 33F and my husband, 36M, may have cheated on me with my dead best friend and had an affair, baby. I don't even know where to start. The past 6 months have been an absolute clusterfuck, and it only seems to be getting worse. My best friend since elementary school, who I'll call Alice, passed away in February from cancer. She had a 2-year-old daughter who went into the custody of her mom after she passed away, who I'll call Alexis. Last month, Alexis showed up on our doorstep unannounced, telling my husband he needs to take responsibility for his child and either take custody or start finally paying child support. She says that Alice had told her when her daughter was born who the father was but didn't want anything to do with him. To answer the inevitable, Alice was a traveling nurse and made a lot of money, which is the only reason I can think of for why she didn't go for child support. During this conversation, my husband had the worst panic attack he's ever had, so we had to end the conversation before I could get more details. My husband's story is, I don't even know. He said that Alice's daughter is probably his, but that it isn't what I think. Almost 3 years ago, we threw a large housewarming party as we just moved into our dream home after I finally finished residency and was set to make real money for once. Alice was in town and set to be at the party, but I was called into work before she got there. I didn't get back until after 3 a.m., the party was winding down, my husband was passed out upstairs, and Alice had already left the party, which at the time I did find strange as we hadn't seen each other in months. My husband claims he woke up in the middle of the night to Alice on top of him, but he passed out again before he could say anything. He claims he never told me because he was worried I wouldn't believe him, which I don't know if I do. He showed me some texts he sent his best friend the next day asking for his advice about him thinking someone raped him, but if he cheated, he could have had that conversation as evidence, especially since he never said Alice specifically. Ever since the party, he has been very distant with Alice, and after she had her daughter, he would even find excuses not to be around the house when she would visit at all. I don't know if that's because he cheated or if Alice did actually him and this was his trauma response. Honestly, Reddit, I don't know what to do. I've known Alice since we were children and she had never come across as that kind of person. But I've also known my husband for over a decade and he's not once ever given the inclination of a cheater. He's an attractive guy and I've seen the looks he gets at the gym and he's never even given more than a glance. What the hell should I do? How do I figure out what the truth is here when Alice isn't even around to defend herself? She never even implied she liked my husband, let alone wanted to sleep with him. I told my husband he needs to get a DNA test before anything is decided on the child's part, but in the meantime, he needs to move out while I think about what I'm going to do here. TLDR, husband maybe has an affair baby, he claims he was raped by my dead best friend. Edit. After talking with you, I've come to the realization that my husband is being truthful. My best friend raped him. Several people pointed out that with Alice not liking my husband, if it was an affair, she would have told me when she was dying, if only to separate us. You're absolutely right. I was there in the room while she passed. I held her hands for days. We talked about so much. If it was just an affair, she would have told me. But if she raped my husband, she wouldn't have said a word. That's the type of thing horrible people take to the grave. I've also come to the realization that I made a terrible mistake asking my husband to leave for a few days while I gather my thoughts. Not to make excuses, but losing my best friend to cancer, a long cancer fight at that, was brutal. To say that I was devastated wouldn't do it justice. That it happened only 6 months ago, I'm still feeling it every day. So to have this thrown on me, it's like I'm losing her all over again. Either she betrayed me and f***ed my husband, or she betrayed me and raped my husband. Not only have I lost her, but now I've lost the good memories, an entire lifetime's worth. It was impossible for me to look at him and not also see her and be struck with the horror and realization of that loss all over again. I felt I needed to be able to break down, grieve, and think without the fresh wave of loss I got every time I saw him. It was wrong of me to ask him to leave. You're right though, and as of a few minutes ago, I've righted this wrong. I called my husband, I apologized, told him I believe him, and begged him to come home. He'll be here in half an hour at most, and I'm going to support my husband the way I know he would have supported me. I've been an off and on Reddit user for several years, and sometimes the advice given on subreddits like these can be a bit hit or miss. But today, you guys did good. You've helped me realize not only that I was wrong and being stupid at that, but that I was hurting the person that needed me the most. I was selfish. I have no idea what we're gonna do as far as the potential daughter is concerned, but I can assure you we'll deal with it together. It's going to take a lot of time and probably a lot of therapy to grieve this new loss. I feel numb now, as though I'll never cry again. My best friend my husband, which means she was no friend of mine. She flaunted it, coming to my house, sitting with me and gabbing. She brought her child here, trying to rub it in his face right in front of me. She tortured the man I loved and I was an unknowing party to it. I feel sick to my stomach over how many times she came over just to hold it over him. I'm honestly at a loss on how to make that up to him. If you all have any ideas, please feel free to give them to me. I think I'll need all the help I can get. Tomorrow I'm going to take a leave of absence from work just until we can figure out our next steps and we can get our heads on straight. Thank you, everyone. This is definitely a very weird situation. Obviously, if OP's husband was really then I don't think he necessarily needs to step up, in my opinion at least. But on the other hand, it is entirely possible that this is all just a fabricated story, one that can't even be verified by the other side, although I do have some faith that this was the former. As OP said, her husband has never shown any sign that he would be unfaithful. The idea about OP's friend not revealing that this was rape on her deathbed is a good point. The entire situation is a total mess, and to start, that DNA test needs to be done. User Arcades said, there are a lot of comments suggesting a DNA test, but I think you and your husband should consider talking to a family law lawyer first to determine what may happen if the DNA establishes paternity. In all likelihood, his name would not be on the birth certificate if Alice had hidden this encounter. I also don't know how your jurisdiction handles parental obligations in situations of rape. Your husband does not seem to be fighting the possibility, so a DNA test won't necessarily solve your marital issues, and it may expose him to responsibility, financial and otherwise, that he clearly has not wanted for the last 2 years. User Dominant Genes said, his reaction screams trauma response to me. Not being believed is a victim's worst nightmare. It's hard to be rational with these types of events, but could she have slipped him something? Did she have a history of one-night stands? Could they have been extra chummy because you weren't there and they were drinking? I find it odd she specifically asked about him the first time the baby was over and that she didn't approve of him. On what basis? Edit, lawyer up and then paternity test. Can you have a calm and collected conversation with your spouse, explaining that you want to believe him, but you're also a mess emotionally and that you need a mediator together, but mostly lawyer up now. I'm so sorry you're dealing with this. User Cassowary32 said, that sounds more like a baby than an affair baby. Your best friend took advantage of your husband. You say she never showed any interest in your husband as proof that he wasn't taken advantage of, yet you think an affair is more likely. That makes no sense. User JazzLikeOcelot419 said, how did his friend respond to your husband's text? And how did your husband react to Alice's death initially? Did his response seem normal or like what you would have expected? Honestly, I'd be inclined to believe your husband. Sending the text preemptively to cover his cheating seems like a stretch, and it makes more sense that they are genuine. I feel like faking everything else just implies an excessive level of manipulation, and it sounds like you don't have a reason to believe he'd do that. Also, him not telling you because he thought you wouldn't believe him sounds like it might not be an entirely incorrect judgment at this point. User Nobody Important said, ask yourself if you honestly believe he would send those messages as a possible future defense. Is he the type of man who would proactively build a defense just in case? Based on what you said here, I'm inclined to side with your husband. Men are never taken seriously when assaulted and marriages end for coming forward. The fact you kicked him out suggests you would have automatically believed your friend, and just doing that may doom the marriage. I could never forgive my wife for that if I were in his place. If he was assaulted and told you the next day, would you believe him and ever trust him again, or would you believe your friend? Her actions show she did something wrong, and his actions show he actively avoided her at all costs from that day forward. Under this comment, OP said the following: the type of work he does involved highly in-depth planning for contingencies. If he did cheat, I think he'd be smart enough to plan a defense even years back. I truthfully don't know if I would have believed him had he told me the next day. I think part of the reason I'm struggling right now is because I only have his side of the story. I spoke to a friend about it, and she suggested that maybe Alice coming over with her daughter was her attempt to get him to come clean so she wouldn't have to take the blame for their affair all herself. User Got Any Spare Change 33 said, dude, he literally told you why he didn't say anything about the assault because you don't believe him despite the text evidence and his clear avoidance of who he says raped him. He texted his best friend the next day about being assaulted and did everything he possibly could to stay away from Alice after he texted his friend about being raped. I feel bad for your husband. His fears were 100% valid and the proof is in the pudding. I hope he's receiving the proper support. User ChristyBug84 said, women go decades without admitting when they are raped because of the fear of people not believing them. I'm going to be honest, men will go twice as long and would preferably take it to the grave because they are almost always and automatically told it's not even possible for a man to be raped. I know you have to go on instinct, but his story makes sense with the text he sent his friend. He would also hope to never be around the woman he is sure him again, which is why he made himself scarce after the fact. If he's as smart as you claim, he would not have wanted you alone with Alice basically ever because she could reveal an affair. He would have tried to separate your bond. Instead, he hid because she couldn't really say she raped him. You say she wasn't a fan of his at all and thought you could do better. So why wouldn't she spin it as him coming on to her? It's because she was the one in the wrong. Under this, OP said, "Thank you. I don't know what it is about this part, but it just clicks with me. You're absolutely right." With her level of disdain, if it was an affair, she certainly would have told me, if only to separate us, especially on her deathbed. I was in the room with her, holding one of her hands. She obviously took this to her grave, and the only reason she would is if she raped him. Unfortunately, this post is pretty recent, being just under 3 weeks old, so for now, we don't have an update. This next post was made in the True Off My Chest subreddit by a user named PrizeDinner7418. The post is titled, "Abusive Ex Came Back Into My Life After 5 Years of Radio Silence and It's Triggering Me. I'm a little rattled by this whole situation as all this happened today, so I apologize if it's a little all over the place. TLDR, my abusive ex catfished me on Tinder and is now stalking me. Background to the story, 45M met Sarah, 47F, back in 2018. Because of many past traumas, I was not looking for any type of relationship, just a casual fling. She was okay with that, mentioning that she wasn't looking for anything serious either. We were both child-free. In early November, the condom broke. We both got tested and we were clean. To our shock, she was pregnant. We decided to keep it and become a couple. We started making plans to sell our condos and buy a bigger one together. In late January, the Friday before the first trimester echo, we went to a restaurant and had a nice meal. It was snowing/sleeting a little outside when we came out. She slipped on a patch of ice under a small snow pile and fell on her behind. I helped her up and asked her if she was okay. She laughed it off and said it hurt her ego more than anything. I said that with her being a geriatric pregnancy, we should go to the hospital to see if everything was alright. She didn't appreciate the geriatric I threw in there and became obstinate about not going to the hospital. I insisted a few times, but she said no and started getting a little pissy with me for insisting, so I dropped it. We went to her place and talked for a while before going to sleep. We were sleeping, I was the big spoon. At around 3 a.m., I woke up and thought she was sleeping, but then I felt her sobbing. I hugged her, and when I moved a little, I felt wetness in the crotch area. It all clicked into place for me right away, and I was wide awake now. I hugged her tighter and said it was going to be alright. She started full-on ugly crying, turned towards me, and buried her head on my shoulder. I held her for a few minutes. As a side note, it was the 4th pregnancy I was responsible for that ended in a miscarriage, though it was the first time I was actually there when it happened. The other 3 had started while the exes were working. In my head, the best thing for me to do was to keep my head level to help her through it. I figured she was allowed to freak out and I should take care of things. So after a few minutes, I told her that we should go to the hospital to get her checked out. She didn't say anything. She was basically catatonic in shock. I helped her up and took her to the bathroom. Our clothes, the bed sheets, and ourselves were pretty much covered in blood. I took her to the shower, cleaned her, dried her, and put on fresh clothes, including a pad. I dressed myself in the spare clothes I kept at her place, and we took a cab to the hospital even though it was only a 5-minute walk. The hospital couldn't do much but acknowledge what we knew, that she had miscarried. They would need to perform a D&C as she was 12 weeks pregnant, and they wanted to make sure that there wouldn't be any complications. She needed a blood transfusion as she was anemic from the blood loss. They did that. After the transfusion, she asked if they could give her something to help her sleep. They told her not yet, as they had to make sure she had no adverse reactions to the transfusion for the next hour. An hour later, they gave her an opioid to help her rest and sleep. They told me she should be out for a few hours, and I was welcome to stay in the room with her. I decided to go back to her condo to clean up the mess we left while she slept. I hand-washed the clothes and the bed sheets as much as I could and threw them in the washer. I cleaned the blood off the floor, the shower, the toilet, and the mattress. When the washer was done, I threw the stuff in the dryer. I placed new sheets on the bed, new towels in the bathroom, and went back to the hospital. She was still sound asleep when I got back. I sat down in the chair next to her gurney. When she woke up, we talked, and she felt somewhat better physically. She asked me if I had stayed in the room with her the whole time. I told her no and what I had done. Apparently, that was the wrong thing to do, and she started berating me for leaving. I told her that I thought I was doing a good thing, to make her return home more comfortable and less traumatic by not having those reminders there when she would get there. She said she didn't feel supported. This is the moment the cycle of verbal abuse began. She started berating me for leaving, for not catching her when she slipped, for making us go to the restaurant during her pregnancy, and for choosing that poor excuse of a restaurant that didn't salt their entrance to ensure the guests didn't slip. Since she had gone through the physical and psychological trauma of the miscarriage and I was only dealing with the sadness of it, I felt it was just a way for her to deal with her grief. So I decided to take it and not react too much. She accused me of being cold when it happened instead of being an emotional wreck like she was, because I was still able to function while she shut down. I told her that if I hadn't helped her, she could have bled out or been in worse shape by the time she got to the hospital. She told me I don't need a hero to save me, and that she's not a weak, defenseless woman. Basically, anything I said was the wrong thing to say. I thought it was just a phase that would blow over, and I let it slide and took it. I thought I was strong enough mentally to take it, but it got to me and I started falling into a depression. She would hurl all sorts of verbal abuse my way, and I would react less and less as I cared less and less. I think she was trying to get a reaction out of me to be able to play the victim if I reacted violently towards her. I thought about leaving, but in all honesty, I didn't want to be the asshole that breaks up with her soon after her miscarriage. When I stopped reacting altogether, that's when she started with the slaps and other forms of physical abuse. But I was so deep in my depression at that point that I didn't defend myself. I know I'm a weak ass for that, but what are you going to do? One thing I should note now is that I am a type 1 diabetic and take insulin every day to regulate my blood sugar and other medicine to help with other issues. As I was falling deeper and deeper into my depression, I stopped caring about my medication and my health. After 3 months of abuse and depression, my physical health was as bad, if not worse, than my mental health. At the beginning of May, I went to the ER as I was feeling very ill. Kidney pains, blurred vision, swollen legs, and a bad infection on my back, to name a few issues. When I checked into the ER, I turned my phone off and didn't tell anyone where I was. The doctors started treating me, and I also got to talk to a shrink when they asked me why I stopped taking my medication, and I said I just didn't feel like it. That was probably my godsend and helped me see the cycle of abuse and depression I had fallen into. After 48 hours in the ER, they finally found a bed for me and I was admitted. After another 3 days, I finally felt mentally better enough to open my phone. I had so many missed calls and messages from Sarah. I called my parents to tell them what happened and my mother answered the phone. She was worried about me because Sarah had told her I hadn't responded to her messages. I told her that I was incredibly sick and in the hospital right now. I told her which hospital and room number I was in and asked her not to give any information to Sarah, and that if she told our family to make sure that they don't give out any info to Sarah, that I would explain when or if she came to meet me. I sent Sarah a voice note. I am in the hospital because of your crazy ass and I don't ever want to see you again. When I get out of the hospital, I will pack your things at my condo and send them to you. Whatever clothes or other items of mine I may have at your place, you can throw away or burn if you want. I do not want or need them. She sent a few replies, but I never listened to them or replied. I didn't want to block her because I wanted the messages in case she decided to get nasty and I could go to the police to get a restraining order or something. I asked the nurses if there was a way to flag my file as to not give out any info on my room number or my status to anyone by phone or in person, as I was trying to get away from an abusive ex. They told me that it was possible and they added the flag to my file. She never came to visit me in the hospital, so I took it as a good sign. I got out of the hospital 6 weeks later. Thanks to a great group insurance package at work, I was on sick leave for 7 months at almost my full salary and was finally able to go back to work in December 2019. I packed her stuff and sent it to her, but never heard back from her until now. The situation, sorry for all that background info. I realize it's a lot, but I had to explain the situation for you to understand what happened and how I feel. After everything that happened, it just solidified my desire to remain single, preferring to focus on a simple life. I called it living just north of neutral. Small pleasures, a good meal, a good show movie, a good game, and if I felt sad, I would only be a little sad. I had a couple of FWB that helped satisfy my need for physical contact. In February 2024, both of my FWB had met a new guy, each had a new guy, they did not meet the same guy, and they wanted to make it work with them. I wished them the best of luck and we stopped our association. I joined Tinder at that time and went on a few dates. A week ago, I matched with a woman called Maria, 46. We started chatting and the vibe seemed really good. We had some interests in common and decided to meet for a coffee to see where it would lead. The date was set for today at around noon. At 12:10, she sent a message saying that she couldn't make it and we should try another time. As I left the cafe, I saw Sarah across the street looking straight at me. It didn't feel like a coincidence, and I'm convinced she had catfished me. I took off like a bat out of hell. I'm not in the greatest physical shape, but I was running for my life. I looked back and she was running after me. Thankfully, I know my city very well. I entered a shop that I knew fed to an underground network of tunnels that went off in multiple directions. I managed to lose her in there. Since I never moved from my old condo, I knew she knows where I live. I figured I would try to beat her there. I rushed home and she was not there. Less than 5 minutes later, my phone rings and it's the door intercom letting me know someone wants to come in. I answer, "Hello?" Sarah says, "I want to talk." I nope out of the call without unlocking the door. She calls back again and again and again. I don't answer. Normally, I would block the number, but I can't with this phone number as I need it for when I have visitors or deliveries. After maybe 12 calls, I finally answer again and tell her, "If you don't stop, I'll call the cops," and hung up. She stopped calling. Thankfully, the security system in our building, while not 100% foolproof, has enough safeguards in place to prevent people from just walking in and knocking on doors. Maria sent me a message on Tinder saying, "Please, I just want to talk," confirming my suspicion that my match was her. I unmatched and deleted Tinder. A few hours later, I had errands to run. I picked up my bags and left my apartment. I went down to the lobby of the building and I saw her sitting on the bench across the street from my building, and now I feel trapped in my building and I don't know what to do. I sent an email to the company that manages my condo building to ask if I have need of it, would they make the security camera footage available to me for my own protection. I'm waiting to hear on that. I also sent a text message to a couple of friends of mine that I might need them as backup if or when I decide to finally confront her. They're on standby. I went back to the lobby later and I didn't see her across the street anymore. I'm wondering if I should involve the police or not. Thankfully, I work from home 3 days a week and I don't need to go to the office until Tuesday. I will talk to my boss to see if I could change it as the situation evolves. Thanks for reading this far. It felt good to type it all out. I will update you when I can. User BTS Peep said, "My goodness, I can't believe all you have suffered through. I'm happy to see that you are not in a relationship with her anymore. What you both went through with the miscarriage is terribly saddening and I'm so sorry. Even so, it does not give her the right to treat you in such a horrible way. I think you handled everything right, or as well as anyone can in such situations. Give yourself credit for all that you have endured and survived. I'm so proud of you. I'm glad to see that you have friends on standby. If you haven't told your parents, it's best to do so because you don't want her going to your parents with some sob story to manipulate them, you, and the situation. I think it's time to involve the police. Even if they can't do much yet, at least it will document her stalking and begin a paper trail of her behavior. Remember to keep documenting everything, keep friends and family in the know, and talk to your employer about this as well. I am deeply sorry you are going through this." OP responded with, "I can't believe it myself. I really thought I was done with her BS. I was incredibly proud of the work I had done for myself in the last 5 years. I contacted my therapist to have an emergency session today if possible. Hopefully she'll be available. My parents and brother are aware of this and know not to talk with her. If she comes back again, I might just call the police without giving her a warning. We'll see what shakes out today." User LividBase1005 said, "Well, this sounds absolutely terrifying. I'm tempted to say go to the police and start the process of a restraining order, but after seeing what a friend went through to try and get one, I'm hesitant to tell you to put yourself through that. Just be as safe as possible and tell as many people about this as you can. Maybe you can stay with a family member while this dies down." OP said the following under this comment: "I'm trying to reach out to a lawyer friend who works in the Crown Attorney's office, our equivalent of the DA office, to see what I would need to get a restraining order. I have lost the whole message threads from 5 years ago, so that might work against me. I'll get the ball rolling on that today." 1 week later, OP provided us with an update. "It's been a week since my post and a lot has happened. I'm only posting today because I've been celebrating for the past 48 hours. If you haven't read the original post, the TLDR is that my abusive ex-girlfriend catfished me on Tinder 2 weeks ago. Her fake profile and I set a date at a coffee house on Sunday afternoon. The fake date sent me a message saying she couldn't make it. I walked out and there my ex was. My fight or flight reflex kicked in and I ran like a bat out of hell and made it to my home before her. She then stalked in front of my building for hours. She finally left in the early evening. On Monday, I worked from home to make sure I didn't have to go out and risk running into her. At around 2 p.m., there was a knock on my apartment door. I looked through the peephole and there she was. was. I don't know how, but she managed to bypass the building's security system and come to my floor without me ringing her up. I didn't answer the door. She kept knocking. At one point, she started fiddling with the door handle. After our relationship, I had changed the locks in case she had made a copy of my keys. I called the police to report someone attempting to break into my apartment and wanting her to get trespassed from the building. She heard me talking on the phone and banged on the door, yelling, "You f***ing idiot, why'd you call the police? I just want to talk." I didn't reply. She banged one last time and left. The police got there. I told them what happened, gave them her info, and told them about our condo board if they needed security footage. I asked if there was anything I could do to get a restraining order. They said that since all she did was knock on my door, there wasn't much they could do. I contacted my best friend, packed my clothes and electronics, and went to live at her place until this dies down. Before leaving, I made sure that my apartment's security system, including a video camera, was activated. I stayed there for the whole week. My phone rang from time to time with her trying to get me to open the door for her, but I never answered. This takes us to Thursday. I went to work in the office as my friend also works from home and didn't have space for both of us to work comfortably. I didn't want to impose any more than I should, so I went to the office. Around 1 p.m., I got a call from my alarm company saying that the alarm went off in my apartment and wanting to know if it was me. I said no, it's not me, and could they send the cops? I looked at the security footage and there she was with a baseball bat destroying my furniture, absolutely undeterred by the alarm blaring. I told my boss and showed him the footage. He told me to go handle my business and not worry about anything work-related for now. I love my boss so much. I walked back home. I worked 10 minutes from my apartment. While watching the phone, I saw the police get there and I saw her take a swing at the cops with the bat. They took her away. I got there as they were putting her in the squad car. I just smiled and waved at her. She tried to break free from the cops and rush me, but they were holding her tightly and she didn't go anywhere. They told her to stop or they'd add another count of resisting arrest to her growing list of charges. I went into the building and the cops wouldn't let me go up as there was a crime scene. I told them I'm the owner of the unit in question and they sent me up to talk to the cops that were on the scene. After showing my ID and proof of residence to the cop outside my door, he waved me in. I walked into a massacre. I was glad I had taken my important electronics because everything else was smashed and shattered. My glass table, my monitors, my TV, every fixture in the kitchen and bathroom. They had turned the water off to prevent further damage. Later on, I talked to a detective, gave them the security footage from the camera. She said it strengthened the case, but given that 4 cops had seen her destroying stuff and had had a bat swung at them, there wasn't much hope for her. My ex is going away for a long time, it looks like, and I couldn't be happier. I'm also talking to a lawyer as I want to sue her for all damages and punitive damages for everything she put me through. Hopefully, this concludes this episode. I have a lot of things to repair and new stuff to buy. I also have to find the perfect gift for my best friend to thank her for helping me out with everything and being such a rock star. User Candid Quail 9927 said, "Your ex is certifiable and you did the right thing for taking the precautions that you did. Although she destroyed your property, in the end she did you a favor by showing her crazy in a most public way. Think of this as a great fresh restart as you replace everything. You did have a lot to celebrate." Under this comment, OP said, "Yep, and now with the swing she took at the cops, her parents and friends who had contacted me have stopped, because even if I said I would drop the charge, which I wouldn't do, the charges of resisting arrest and assault on a police officer don't depend on me, so it's limited my exposure to her family's craziness too." User Muted Piccolo 278 said, "Unfortunately, if you're in the US, she may not go away for long and just get probation. It depends on her criminal history, so prepare everything you can against her to show she is a danger. At the very least, you have earned a restraining order. Sorry you went through this. That's the behavior of a young, immature person or a very unhinged one." Needless to say, OP's ex is a total psychopath. I'm just glad that OP was able to escape her, but someone like this will somehow find a way to wriggle themselves into someone else's life. This kind of person can legitimately kill you. This story was created in the Am I the Asshole subreddit a couple of weeks ago by a throwaway account. The post is titled AITA for sending a recording of my ex asking to open our relationship to her parents. I am 26, broke up with my girlfriend of 4 years, Mary, F27, about a month ago because she asked me to open our relationship. It is, was, and always will be a major line in the sand for me, something that I have opened up to her about in the past. We've had a great relationship, and the only thing that stands out, and the only reason it stands out now is because of this situation, is that she progressively started making a lot more jokes about some of our shared friends over the last few months. Some involved her being with them, and others were about threesomes, etc. I won't lie, I played along a little, but I consistently made some joking response along the lines of, "You're more than enough for me," and or "I don't like sharing." I never took any of it seriously, because why would I? Until she asked and I found out, I realized that she was probably trying to gauge my response and see how open I was. Mary asked when we were getting ready for bed about a month ago, kind of bluntly. I was scrolling on my phone and she was getting changed and goes, "If I asked you to open the relationship, would you?" This might sound super corny, but it was like I had an out-of-body experience, and all of the above hit me at once. All the jokes and comments so far made sense in a she's trying to butter me up to the idea kind of way, and I went really numb for a second. To her credit, she must have seen how freaked out I was and asked if I was okay. I pretended I didn't hear her and asked her to repeat herself, and she was really hesitant to, kept saying she didn't say anything, and only repeated it when I insisted. Then I went to voice notes, set it to record, and put my phone down to talk to her. I don't remember much of it, just that I tried to stay calm and keep her talking, but the note is just over an hour and a half long, and it feels like I'm listening into a conversation that happened between two strangers. She trickle-truthed all the way through it and ultimately stuck to the idea that she hadn't been cheating, she didn't have any one person in mind, but had been fantasizing about mutual friends and people at work, and seemed to get the idea that they'd be open to something if she asked. A lot of it is her being defensive and me trying to needle information out of her without it escalating into an argument. A lot of me placating her and trying to make her feel comfortable enough to keep talking. The apartment is mine, and I suggested we take a break a few nights later, so she went to stay with a friend for the weekend. By the next Monday, I'd spoken to some of my friends and my sisters separately, and come to the conclusion that we were done and suggested she start looking for somewhere else to stay. She was upset but didn't really argue and had the vast majority of her stuff out and at her parents' house by the end of the week. So coming to 2 days ago, her mom reached out over WhatsApp to say she was disappointed in how I'd handled everything. The message wasn't really framed in a way that she was reprimanding me, more that she wished we could have worked it out. She then added me to a group chat with her husband, ex's stepdad, and they both kind of tag teamed me saying that we could work it out, I was making a mistake, and that I shouldn't overthink things. I eventually got it out of them that my ex had fed them a very vague story that we had broken up because she'd wanted to take the next step in our relationship, and that I'd freaked out, we'd argued, and she'd been effectively kicked out. Her stepdad was leaning on the fact that he thought I was more mature than this, and her mom just kept repeating how disappointing this whole situation was. So I was pissed. In the heat of the moment, I told them I had the recording of our conversation that I could send that would explain what she actually meant about taking the next step. I initially tried to email it to them, but it was being a balosh, so I eventually shared it via Drive. In the meantime, I took a few screenshots of my ex and my messages, ones where she had made jokes and comments about sex with our friends and a lady from her office, and sent them along to that shared chat group. I haven't heard back since, again it's been 2 days, and I don't feel as vindicated anymore. A good few of my ex's comments were about other women, and I'm freaking out because I don't know how, if at all open, she's been about her sexuality with them. I also think I shouldn't have engaged at all, and I shouldn't have felt the need to prove my innocence to either of them. I've checked in with friends and over social media, and it doesn't look like there has been any fallout. Also, my ex blocked me a week ago before I spoke to her parents, so I can't really contact her without going in person, and at this point, is it too late to even give her a heads up or check in? Edit TW for SA to address a few points I have seen in multiple comments. We don't live in the US, and we have no laws on recording private conversations on the books. I am not proud of doing it, but it wasn't illegal. Mary and I had several mature, calm conversations about what we both wanted out of this relationship. Mary wasn't sure if she wanted to stay and kind of admitted to self-sabotaging by asking about opening the relationship. Mary and I have been friends since we were 11. Her mom was my coach when I swam competitively, and our friend group and families are very close and intermingled. So she was wary about what would happen if we went on a break or fully broke up. I was not trying to punish her for being open to polyamory. TW below, Mary and I are both bi, and when I was in my last year of high school, I was involved in an inappropriate relationship with a teaching assistant. He was arrested and registered as a sex offender, but during the time we were involved, he convinced me to be with other people as well. He effectively pimped me out for a year and physically assaulted me when I eventually said no and tried to cut him off. Mary knew all of the above as she helped me through it at the time, and I was very clear that I couldn't do something like that again. I know that what I went through wasn't an actual open relationship, but it was very much framed as one, and that has stuck with me. I would never put down other people for doing it, but I made this all very clear to Mary and the other serious relationship I was in before her. I've carried a lot of issues from then into future relationships, and I am in therapy and have worked with Mary to not punish her for what other people have done to me. But as great and supportive as Mary was, she did have an issue with trying to gaslight me. She would say one thing and then, typically during an argument, would vehemently argue otherwise and genuinely make me question myself. It took her coming to therapy with me and me sometimes showing her texts for her to realize this was a problem, and we had been working on it together. Me recording her was still not right, but it wasn't an attempt to gather something incriminating. It was just a response. It was a poor response that I shouldn't have done, but it wasn't malicious, nor did I intend to send it to anyone at the time. Also, since making this post and reading your replies, I have gone back to her parents to apologize. I did initially try to tell them that she wasn't being honest and that I wanted to keep things private, but they kept going on about me being immature and that this was disappointing. I'll be honest, I got a bit angry again rereading some of their messages, but it really didn't warrant me outing Mary the way I did. I appreciate everyone's judgment. User Key Hovercraft 2637 said, "It sucks, but they really piled on. I would have just said she wanted an open relationship and then, if they didn't believe you, offered the evidence. But I totally get being accused of something you didn't do with the additional pile on. I would have sent it. Just block all of them and find someone who loves you or enjoys being single for a while." Sorry, I know it hurts right now. User ML1190 said, "NTA. Leave her to clean up her own mess. No one forced her to lie about the reason for the breakup. I hate people like this. Why do people who mess up their relationships always feel the need to make up a reason for the breakup that blames the innocent partner? How hard is it to just say you grew apart or want different things if you're not willing to tell the truth? You owe her nothing." User Outside Practice 658 said, "It's very weird to me that you recorded the conversation to begin with and weird that you felt the need to tell her parents. You don't need to justify why you ended the relationship, but it's strange to share intimate sexual information with her parents without her knowledge or consent. She's not the asshole for asking you for an open relationship either. What you described sounds like she had a need in the relationship and tried to raise it with you in a way that honored her needs and was considerate of your feelings. You were dishonest about your needs and tried to get her to keep talking, which sounds like a setup. You should both leave each other alone." User Molasses Inevitable 53 said, "Why would you record that? Let alone want to send it to her parents. That is such bizarre behavior. When her parents contacted you with the version that she wanted to take the next step, you should have told them that either they misunderstood what she was hinting at or that she misinformed them. You tell people, especially her parents, that the reason you broke up is personal and private between you and your ex. If you want to confide in a discreet friend, fine, but you don't discuss this sort of thing with your ex's parents. Have some dignity. If you tell the parents, YTA. In fact, YTA for recording the conversation." 2 days later, OP provided an update. "I want to preface this with a genuine thank you. I came to this sub because my mind was all over the place yesterday, and you all helped me clear it up a little, even those who clearly weren't trying to be helpful. As a result, upon reflection, I'm not sorry for recording her. I understand that people don't like the idea of being recorded by an intimate partner, especially during an intimate conversation, and you naturally support Mary on that front out of solidarity, but all I can say is you do not know what Mary is like or what our relationship was like either. A little before she came to therapy with me and the incident that pushed me to try and get her to come with me, Mary texted me to pick her up a Smarties McFlurry on the way home from work. When I brought it home and gave it to her, she told me she asked for a Dairy Milk one they don't even make here anymore, and rolled her eyes at me for not listening to her again. Trying to show her what she had sent led to a 15-minute shouting match, which resulted in her throwing her ice cream at the wall and shattering my phone screen. That's one incident of many. She once told me I was flirting for holding the door open for a group because there were girls you were clearly trying to impress with them, and went on such a long tirade about how my male chivalry was just a selfish way to gain attention from women beyond her. I'm not apologizing anymore for recording her. I wouldn't have had such a visceral need to defend myself if I wasn't with someone who kept hurting me. I made that recording because I knew she would lie, and she did. But I thought she would lie to me, not to other people, and I wanted it strictly, so I had her words there on my phone should she start claiming she said anything else. At the end of the day though, we didn't end up having any of that, and we parted maturely. I understand that a lot of you won't believe that was my intention, and I'll just have to live with that. Beyond all that, I am still sorry for sending it to her parents as a way to get back at her. Her parents have always been very pro-LGBTQ, so although it wasn't right to out her, I was massively overthinking them harming her or kicking her out. At most, exposing her interest in polyamory would have embarrassed her, but nothing I shared would have put her in any danger. That being said, I saw red during that exchange and saw this as a way to finally show people I wasn't misremembering things. It was spiteful and vindictive, and I can see so many different ways I could have dealt with the situation more calmly, but I was angry and I didn't do any of them, and for that, I am still sorry. Like I said in the edit to my previous post, I apologized to her parents. I apologized for getting angry, cussing them out, and for sharing private information about their daughter with them. I fully acknowledged that I was being spiteful and that it was a harsh escalation of a response. Anne and Paul, what I'll call them for this post, accepted it at face value, but asked if I could come over for lunch this afternoon so we could have an actual conversation. It was nice, but really awkward too. Mary wasn't there. I apologized again, and Paul and Anne said they were sorry for interfering and not giving me a chance to tell my side. We both agreed we'd acted inappropriately and that going forward, we wouldn't involve ourselves in this topic. We left things on relatively better terms, but I'm not going to talk to them for a while. Above everything, they are Mary's parents, and they will always be in her corner, as parents should be. So keeping my distance is in everyone's best interests. As for Mary, she unblocked me late last night and let loose a tirade of angry messages. They mostly, of course, consisted of how creepy and disgusting I was for recording her. Again, I recorded her because I knew she'd lie, and all she did was prove my point, to which, despite still cussing me out, she had no real response. I got from her, Anne, and Paul that things are understandably awkward after what I'd shared, but she's still staying with them for the time being. They've not discussed it with her beyond letting her know they'd heard the recording and now knew she'd lied, but there has been no indication of negative consequences, and that's it. I'm reeling from 4 years of a relationship being over, of my girlfriend and best friend using my own trauma as a way to make me break up with her and then pretending everything was okay just to lie about me behind my back. But what is hurting me more is how I only now understand from reading replies to my post and talking to my friends that I was with yet another abuser, and I am nowhere near as strong or as over what happened to me as I thought. Thanks for your help. User Foxy Sly Old Stody Fox said, a gaslighting ex-girlfriend. Memories. You're right, not all women are like this, but it hurts when you sink several years of your life into someone who is. User Polygon Man said, I mean, the very fact that you knew she would start lying and recorded her to protect yourself from gaslighting shows that it was an abusive relationship. Emotional manipulation, including gaslighting, is a form of abuse. Also, throwing things against walls, breaking your phone, and all that other stuff. You've been abused for years. She wasn't your best friend, she was your abuser. What you need is to get away from her and her family completely. To completely separate for a nice long chunk of time so you can gain some perspective. Because the fact that you were with her for 4 years means that you have some things to work out. No one, literally not one human being on the planet, should accept being with someone like her. Additionally, in the comments OP said this. In addition to my post, I want to make something crystal clear. The people still going through the comments claiming that Mary asking for an open relationship is some indicator of modern women, or her, being inherently promiscuous, or using it to push some narrative were weird and annoying. In addition, the people who deliberately skewed the order of events and or try to patronizingly psychoanalyze me to try and frame me as worse than I actually am were especially unhelpful. I understand that what I did struck a nerve with a lot of people, and I wholeheartedly recognize that I did not do what a lot of people would have preferred in that situation, but I came to this sub for advice and judgment. So please judge me for what I did, not what you think I did. User Surround Miserable 262 said NTA, say, I think if there have been indications where you have been told one thing and then gaslighted into being in the wrong and not listening, then you are understandably going to be wary. That's a form of abuse. Then pointing out that the item supposedly requested doesn't exist anymore and that you have physical evidence you gave what she requested, and her screaming at you and smashing your phone is again abusive. People in abusive relationships are actively told to record incidents so they have evidence of what was actually said. Because he said, she said is very difficult to prove as evidence of abuse. Also, repeatedly being gaslighted by someone and told that's not what was said grates on you, wears you down, and can mess with you psychologically. Having a recording or record of what was said can help stop the gaslighting because you can see the lies and disprove them. I don't think you are the jerk for recording the conversation. Now, your ex's parents forced themselves into the situation and were having a go at you for listening to her side of the story. They shouldn't have involved themselves. However, you corrected them. I think it was wrong to send them the recording in the first instance. I would have gone along the lines of saying, what she said is incorrect. This is my version of events. If they called you out for lying, you then would have been within your rights to send the recording and say, well, you listened to the conversation and decide whose version you want to believe. At the end of the day, this wasn't a healthy relationship. It's over now. You need to block the ex. You need to not see her parents anymore, and you need time to process and heal. This next story was posted in the same subreddit by a user named ArtisticMinute4365. The post is titled AITAH for losing it and calling my father a weak, pathetic man in front of his family. My father has always been against any confrontation or arguments. He is extremely passive, refuses to stand up for himself, and avoids any conflict. If someone isn't paying attention while walking and bumps into him, he insists it's his own fault. If his employer messes up his salary, he won't bother fixing it. If a mechanic doesn't properly repair his car, he just accepts it as is. This, unfortunately, resulted in a tumultuous childhood with my insanely narcissistic mother. She controlled his every move. She got him to quit his job and be a stay-at-home dad. She had him do every chore, insulted him at every step, cheated on him relentlessly, and even brought her affair partners into our home. She enjoyed making his life miserable every day, and he never questioned it. My extended family, God bless them, were there for me as much as they could be. They tried for years to make my father leave, but he never budged. When she directed her anger at me in the form of screaming, insulting, or general demeaning, my father never once found the guts to stand up for me or support me. When I was a kid, if I cried to dad about something mom did or said to me, he would sweep it under the rug or just insist I forget about it. He would even try to justify it. As I grew older, it really set in for me how messed up this was. My mother gladly kicked me out of the house when I was 18, and my father just sat there and looked sullen. Didn't say a damn thing. I joined the Air Force almost immediately and got stationed on the other side of the country. The dynamic was awful, and I could have easily gone down the incel route if not for therapy and the amazing people I met along the way. It took years for me to get into a better mental space. I was filled with hatred. My mother left my father 2 years after I got stationed and utterly destroyed him in the divorce. She was killed a year later in a DUI with one of her affair partners. I took a lot of joy in hearing that it took her hours to die, and that's when I really knew I needed help to process things. I'm almost 30 now, have a girlfriend who is perhaps the best thing to ever happen in my life, and fully understands the situation with my family. I have learned not to allow myself to be consumed with anger and resentment by my past, or so I thought, you'll see, and instead put that energy into my future. I have been extraordinarily low contact / near no contact with my father since I left. As much as I try, I cannot make that connection with him. I recently went to a family reunion and brought my girlfriend with me. My father was there as it was his side of the family. They have many issues with him, but he is family, so whatever, I guess. I made sure to avoid him. I was chatting with my uncles when I heard my father talk in the background. He was discussing how a co-worker of his was going through a divorce after discovering his wife was having an affair and was positioned to have a very favorable divorce on his side. My father remarked how his co-worker should work instead to forgive his wife and, by his own words, set a good example for unity and forgiveness, and how he believed he set a great example for me in that respect. I swear it was like a switch went off in my head, and I was mentally back to being the rage-filled 18-year-old. All these years and he never learned a damn thing. I turned to him and asked if he was serious. He looked at me and started to stutter. I know the next minute was pure word vomit and I can't relay it perfectly, but to sum it up, I shouted how he was a pathetic father, a pathetic man. His family all know he's a disgrace of a human being who would rather his son be treated like shit than defend him because he's a coward. No one would ever see him as an example to live by. His wife would rather half the neighborhood than even touch him, and he should never ever believe anyone respects him. I began to derail and ramble between my shouting, and my girlfriend quickly took me out and drove me home. It was insane just how quickly being away from him made me feel better. She just held me when we got back and told me it's okay. Again, best thing to ever happen to me. I was ashamed of how I lost it, and am now going to resume my therapy. That's a given. However, I'm glad I finally unloaded what always needed to be said onto him. Extended family is pretty mixed with reactions. His brothers / my uncles said it was time for him to hear it from me. My grandparents are pissed I did that in front of the entire extended family, with some saying I should have done that behind closed doors instead of in front of everyone. User Mesmerizing Taylor said, "It sounds like you finally got to express the pent-up feelings you've carried for so long. While the outburst wasn't ideal, it seems like it was a necessary step towards healing. It's good you're resuming therapy to process this further." Under this comment, OP said, "Yeah, afterward it hit me that although it was very cathartic, it definitely wasn't the most appropriate way to handle it." User Kingdo7 said, "So the family isn't mixed about the fact that you trash talk your father, but that you should have done it privately. Damn, he truly isn't respected at all. Tell the family that wanted to do it privately that you got triggered by what he said and just snap. You can't really control when you snap." User Lena Wang 101 said NTA. "We all have our breaking points, and sometimes years of unaddressed pain come out in less than ideal circumstances. What you've described isn't just a mishandling of a situation, it's the culmination of a childhood filled with neglect and hurt. Your father's inaction and rationalization of abuse made him complicit. It's unfortunate that this had to happen at a family gathering, but your emotions are valid and don't always emerge according to plan. I hope this moment can be a catalyst for you to find further healing and for your father to finally understand the gravity of his failings. Your next steps in therapy are crucial. Continue to work through your pain without shame. You're reclaiming your voice and your right to emotional safety." User Apprehensive Fox 3187 said NTA. "Behind closed doors, you didn't even want to talk to him in any way to begin with. You got triggered after he blatantly lied about how good his marriage was when he knew what she did was not only abnormal but abusive. He allowed his child, you OP, to be abused for years and be kicked out while he sat there and did nothing. And he had the nerve to suggest his co-worker do the same thing he did and continue the same horrible cycle in the co-worker's family. So no, your family who are mad need to realize they should stop enabling him, especially if he's trying to get other people to do the same thing he did, which could traumatize more people, especially children. So no, I do not think you're the asshole, and honestly, from the way he behaves and said that it was something that needed to be said." A couple of days later, OP provided an update. "Thanks for the advice and recommendations, even among some of the YTA comments. However, some of them needed to be addressed because they were either hilarious or cringeworthy. Some of them were very angry and they kind of confused me at first until I saw their comments further down or checked their profiles and saw rants about double standards or complete non sequitur ramblings about women. So yeah, not helpful advice, but they were great dark reflections about how I could have turned out if not for the support in my life. Some attempted to portray my dad as a humble, kind, caring, sensitive old man whom I'm just being a big bully to. This was a very good insight into how enablers of abuse get away with so much in today's world because so many people forget how they are part of the abuse themselves. Some were attempting to mentally dissect me or have a gotcha moment with me to pull apart my story. That was generally asinine, and I had to step away from those before they asked for my cranial measurements or something. So it was pretty much immediately when I was up the next morning that I realized I needed to resolve the events of last night. I first spoke to my girlfriend and gave a sincere apology for having her see me like that. She reassured me that nothing was wrong, she'd known me for years and has always known me to be level-headed and understands why I kind of snapped. She herself has a history of dealing with narcissistic families, so she absolutely understands the dynamic. She only really told me that it would be best to work on spending time around my extended family since my father will always be there. I told her not to worry, I'm immediately going to talk to them afterward to figure that out. So that part's fine. I looked like kind of an ass in front of her, but I'm making sure that doesn't happen again. I also informed her of my intentions to resume more therapy just to keep myself steady, which she was happy to hear. I called my grandparents and sincerely apologized as well for putting such a sore dent into their family reunion. I acknowledged that it wasn't appropriate, and while I still feel it felt good to say that to him, it should have been done privately and not in front of everyone. I also told them that going forward, as much as I love spending time with them, since the family always hangs out in one group that my father will always be in, for now, until I can handle being around him, I need to distance myself occasionally until I feel comfortable interacting. I told them that I am not, nor would I ever be, establishing an ultimatum or demands of them, and that either way I need to step back. I guess during my apology and explanation, I was kind of just going on a tangent because my grandfather interrupted me to calm down. He told me that after I left, people kind of separated or slowly started leaving, and they eventually were able to talk to my father one-on-one. I guess seeing me have such a freakout resulted in my grandmother having a mini freakout of her own when she started talking to my father, resulting in her kicking him out. While I have a great relationship with both, my grandmother has always been extra protective of me, so seeing me that way must have set off a fire in her. My grandfather then said that it has become a bit of an open family secret about my father's failings. His brothers taunt him about it and generally don't have a great relationship with him, and for my grandparents it's always just uneasy. But seeing me the other day and how it still affects me so much has really clicked in for a lot of people that it was really bad. They began to try and say sorry if they didn't do enough, which I very adamantly retorted that they did more than what anyone could have expected. It was very emotional for a minute, but culminated in them telling me that they have decided to distance themselves from my father for the time being and have given him the ultimatum that unless he has a deep introspection and regularly goes to therapy, that distance may become permanent. My extended family, I've been told, are going to try and reach out or call or whatever, but I asked them if they could relay to them that it's not necessary and that I'm fine, and am sorry to them as well for ruining the day, which again, they told me I shouldn't apologize for being hurt. Since then, extended family have sent some messages with the general consensus that it's okay, with some older members complaining about my lack of respect towards my father. And finally, I texted my father hoping to meet at a local coffee shop and have a final talk. I met him and he didn't look good. I think his parents tearing into him finally got the message through. I had so many things I could have said, but I instead asked him first thing if the coworker he gave the advice to took it well. He just said that neither he nor several coworkers interact with him anymore. I asked him if he truly 100% believes that every single thing he did for me as a child was for my benefit. He didn't really say anything. I then finally asked if he has any regrets for how I was treated as a child and if he thinks he ever did anything wrong. He looked utterly defeated and just mumbled that he could have done more. I could have poked and prodded and could have gone on another rant, but instead I told him this should be goodbye and I hope he gets the help he needs. I think finally unloading my frustrations was what I needed to finally be able to move on and find peace. I absolutely need to keep on track with therapy and admit that a public outburst isn't okay, but I should be fine. User, I want to be an anemone said, "Congratulations sincerely on owning your actions. No matter how justified, you acknowledged your outburst was uncomfortable for others and likely not appropriate in that setting. It takes incredible strength of character to admit your failings even if you have no idea how else you could have reacted in that moment. That you immediately communicated that to your loved ones is a huge sign of how respectable and genuine you are as a person. I really hope you keep moving forward from this situation with the same mindset. Good luck." User Gullible Coconut 70 said, "You're still the jerk because you did exactly what the person you hate would do, but now it's all going to be swept under the rug, and the person who probably suffered the most is going to be closed out by the family that was already joking behind his back. Now, those same people get to get on their high horse and look down on him like they haven't been bystanders too. You took away the last bit of dignity in front of everyone. Who will be there for him? How does he even change when he has no one now? You are justified for feeling the way you do. It seems you kick someone so far down in life that there's no way to get back up. Under this comment, user Blazy Wolf said, I disagree with this. Someone dealing with trauma isn't perfect. Sometimes things are too real, and in complex situations, you aren't, or shouldn't be, expected to be perfect. I agree that blowing up in public wasn't the best thing, and OP recognizes that, but you also can't have a perfectionist view on how a person will react when confronting the immense weight of their worst burdens. His father has been an abused man, and this is a fantastic example of how the cycle of abuse continues. If I had to guess, he was likely abused long before he met his wife. If I had to guess, he was likely ground down into a pitiable man since birth. His family dynamic seems off, where they'd rather look down at him and mock him rather than care about his circumstances or how broken down he's been. It's reasonable to feel bad for the father too, and recognize the need to check oneself. OP recognized the importance of maintaining oneself even in the face of such burdens, so I'm sure OP understands the dangerous slope of allowing one's traumas to make decisions for them. Taking responsibility and making it a priority to address oneself is also the healthy and responsible thing to do. Another comment made in this thread said, I'm glad I'm not the only one who sees it that way. OP's a victim, but his dad is one too. I hope he's okay. He seems passive in nature, and he was probably that way before the marriage. I wouldn't be surprised if he were abused for years before seeing how easy it was for his entire family to toss him to the side, talk bad about him behind his back, and clearly not care that he was in an abusive relationship for years. It seems like his trauma response was simply to surrender. Then he was forced into that trauma response for most of his life, so he tried to make it better in his mind. This story was created in the relationship advice subreddit by a user named StupidWife2018. The post is titled, I married and slept with another man and regretted it immediately. Husband found out. I am not sure if he wants to leave me or not, but I am willing to do anything to fix it. Need advice. I need some advice on how to keep my family together. I have made some mistakes and the affair is going to break my family, if it hasn't already. TLDR, married, slept with another man and regretted it immediately. Husband found out. I'm not sure if he wants to leave me or not, but I am willing to do anything to fix it. Need advice. My husband and I have been married for 12 years, together for almost 16. We are both 34 years old. We have 2 beautiful children, a 10-year-old son and a 9-year-old daughter. My husband is a wonderful man, a very good provider, although we both work, and a wonderful father. My parents love my husband more than they love my brother or myself for that matter. All my female friends gush over how lucky I am to have locked him down. Yet, with all the above, I had an affair. I met this other man at work. He works in the same building as me, but in a different office and on a different floor. He was taller than my husband, spends more time in the gym than my husband, he has no family of his own, has a perfectly chiseled chin, and is handsome like a model. The other man started giving me attention, and slowly I gave in. I decided that Mr. Mom at home was not enough for me. I convinced myself that my husband was not giving me enough attention. After 2 months of courting, the other man took me to a hotel room after work and we slept together. It was the worst experience of my life. It was all exciting until we started having sex, and it all felt wrong. There was an immense amount of guilt and shame that took control of me. I realized it was not what I wanted and that I was making a huge mistake. I went home. At home, my husband was entertaining the kids. They were in front of the TV and my husband was doing theatrics for the kids, pretending to have an imaginary sword fight with an enemy, and the kids were all laughter and giggles. He was telling them a story or something. I stood there and watched them for a few minutes, then went and took a shower, and no amount of water could wash away the shame I felt. So I started doing what I could to repent. I had no intention of confessing to my husband, but decided I would become the best version of myself for him. So we started having sex every day. If not possible, I made sure he would at least get a BJ. I started cooking more at home and having date nights again because my parents were more than happy to babysit at the end of a simple phone call. I can say that our relationship was better than ever. 6 weeks later, the other man approached me at work and told me he wanted to repeat our session. I told him no, that it was a mistake and to leave me alone. He insisted, and I told him I love my husband and that the other man is not half the man my husband is. Later that day, I went back home, kissed my husband hello, had small talk with him, and took a shower before we went out for a movie. I came out of the shower and I could just tell something was wrong. My husband was looking at his phone and he was sobbing. I asked him what was wrong and he handed me his phone. The other man had sent him a few messages detailing how we spent time together, how we planned it, screenshots of messages, the hotel receipt, some pictures, etc. My husband asked me if it was true, and I was truthful about everything. He asked me if I had ever intended to confess, and I told him I would have taken this to the grave with me. I tried to explain it was all a mistake, that I regret it more than anything, that I will do anything to repent, and pleaded with him not to leave. Well, he left for 2 days, did not answer my calls, and did not answer my texts. I tried to get a hold of him at his work, but was told he took a few days off. Then he came home, spent some time with the kids, and started packing a bag for himself. He told me we were done, that if I think I can do anything I want and suffer no consequences, he can do whatever he wants and damn the consequences. He then told me how much he sacrificed for us, our relationship, and our marriage. He never finished school because our son came along and we needed money more than he needed to finish school. He abandoned friends because I was not comfortable with them. He put me ahead of his own needs and desires. He spends more time with the kids than I do, and while he loves the kids to death, he never has time for himself. I, however, go out with friends after work, and with all this, with everything he does for me, I have the gall to cheat on him. He loved me unconditionally through all my faults and issues, and I entertained an affair. He doesn't see how he can spend his life with someone who has no respect for him. He should have known that all the attention I've given him lately was just guilt and not genuine, that it is time he concentrates on himself for once. And he moved out, we have individual finances, he earns almost 3 times my pay, we have a joint account where we both deposit money for bills, groceries, etc. We have another account where we deposit for the kids, and another account where we deposit for emergencies, savings, etc. He received his salary last week and promptly deposited his usual amounts into our joint accounts. So that was a relief. It lets me think he is not completely checked out of this mess I created. We are supposed to meet tomorrow and discuss where we are and what the future will be. I want to absolutely make it clear to him I have made a horrible mistake, and I will do anything he wants of me. I will take more responsibilities around the house, cut down on my time with friends, and focus more on the kids. I want him to go back and finish school if he wants that. I am so desperate, I am willing to allow him to go and sleep with other women if that's what he wants. I just am not sure how to talk with him without sounding manipulative. He never mentioned a divorce through all this and hasn't told anyone as far as I know. I have told my mother asking for advice and she was very disappointed in me. I asked her not to tell anyone else and to my knowledge, she has not. Him not bringing divorce into the mix gives me some hope, but I am scared of what tomorrow will mean and what he might tell me. Maybe tomorrow he asks me for a divorce. I just need some advice. My affair was a wake-up call. I don't want to lose the best thing in my life. Any advice will be appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, typically an affair is a mistake worth ending a relationship. You fucked up. You got a husband that is loving, works hard, and your own parents love him. But for whatever reason, that wasn't enough and you went out and cheated. Based on what was shared here, I would not even bat an eye at leaving OP. This was completely out of lust. She wasn't happy enough with her own life that was going so well, and she even said it herself. If you feel that your partner isn't giving you enough attention, you tell them that. You don't go and fuck someone else over it. I don't believe in get out of jail free cards, which is basically what OP is asking for. But at the end of the day, it's up to OP's husband with what he wants to do. User Jeff Smisek said, you want to fix things after you've already cheated? If you were so unsatisfied, why not try and fix things before you destroy someone's life? You don't really deserve a second chance, and if he decides to continue the relationship, I guarantee it will always be at the back of his mind. Yes, people make mistakes, but yours was not a mistake. You spent 2 months building an emotional relationship with this man before you decided to get physical. You're actually terrible, and I hope you learn your lesson and treat those you love better in the future. User Braves1029 said, my wife and I were together for 13 years and married for 4. We have a 4-year-old son together. I'm in the same boat as your husband, meaning I spent way more time with our son than she did. She went out with friends while I was more than happy taking care of our son. She did the exact same thing to me, met a coworker, had an affair multiple times, and lied about where she was. I couldn't forgive her and didn't want to forgive her. I filed for divorce and demanded majority custody. The state I live in rarely grants full custody. custody. Knowing our son spent the majority of the time with me anyway, she complied. So in November of this past year, I went from husband and family man to a part-time dad and sometimes single man. It's been a tough transition at times, but it was the best thing I ever did. She knowingly and willingly destroyed a 13-year relationship for selfish reasons. I'm sure your husband has had multiple opportunities to have an affair, but out of love and respect for you and himself, he refrained. Maybe in your next relationship, you can learn from this. A deleted user said, "Whoa, you really messed up. Give him time to think. That's the only thing you can do in my opinion. Whatever he wishes to do after having thought properly about it is his choice. If he wants to have another go at it, be the best version of yourself you can be, but the trust will never be the same. He may only stay for the kids. If he leaves, that's understandable. It seems like he's a great catch and you messed it all up, so yeah. If he decides to divorce and such, respect his wishes." User Tay Oz said, "There's no coming back from this for your husband. How can he stay married to you and function? You're just gonna have to step back and let the situation play itself out. He's going to have to forgive you to be able to recover from this, so I guess regretting having cheated on him is one step. Just have to wait and hope for the best." User Optigital said, "I know that you are feeling much guilt and grief. I'm not trying to add to that, but a mistake is something not thought about and not planned. You had plenty of time to get out of this, but you jumped in with both feet, so don't call this a mistake. That said, the decision to divorce is up to your husband. If he doesn't want to divorce, then you can worry about fixing this mess. I ask you one thing, would you forgive your husband if he had done this? How would he another woman feel to you? Again, would you forgive him?" Under this comment, OP said, "Since he moved out, I have struggled with this question myself, and I will be honest, it is a mixed bag of feelings. Because I'm in this situation, my immediate reaction is to say, yes, I would. But in my sleepless nights, the more I think about this, the more I lean towards no. If I were in his shoes, I would not stick around. This is a very scary thought, and I am not in a good place because of it. And I do feel like a hypocrite calling it a mistake, but I don't want to give it more power than it already has. It's like a bad mantra. I will try not to use the word mistake around my husband for what it will be worth. Thank you." In OP's first update, she said, "I guess I will find out what happens sooner than I thought. He asked me to take the kids to my parents for the rest of the day and meet him in a few hours. The good thing is he wants to meet at a place where we used to go when we were younger. The bad thing is all the preparations I was putting together, writing the letter as some posters have recommended, will have to be put aside." The next update, OP said, "He is giving me another chance. He moved back home last night. I had the most difficult talk with my husband last night and had to answer a few very hard questions. For those interested and those who messaged me and asked for an update, please allow me a few days. I have shared this post with my husband and he read through it all. Any update I will post has his consent. Thank you to those who provided valuable advice." Then in the final update, OP said the following, "I apologize for the length of this post. I would like to thank those of you who helped me with valuable content. My husband is aware of everything I will be writing below. As I mentioned last time, my husband called me and asked me to leave the kids with my parents. Then he asked me to meet him a few hours later. We were to meet at a nice little restaurant we used to frequent when we were younger, where he took me on our first date. Initially, I thought of it as a positive sign that he wanted to meet me somewhere familiar, where we have history. But as the hours went by, I was sure this was just poetic justice, that the place where we had our first date would be the place where he ends it all. Like a cycle, it ends where it started. I suppose the mind can mess with you like that, turning a positive into a negative in a snap. Even though I've seen him almost daily for the past 6 weeks, he was avoiding me, and I never had a proper look at him. He lost weight, got a new haircut, and was dressed very nicely, like it was for an occasion. Dumping my sorry ass and getting along with his life would have been it, I suppose. I wanted to hug him, but he cut me short. I will never forget the words he spoke to me. "Have a seat, let me speak. I want my wife back. Something happened to her, and I don't know where she is. You know my wife better than I do. So I want to ask you if you have any idea what has happened to her. Can you tell me why she found it so easy to betray both myself and our children?" I started crying, and he told me he didn't invite me there to make me cry. He told me he had a few things to tell me and that they would be painful to hear, and to let him know if I am strong enough to listen to him or if I want some space first. I nodded no, and he started. He told me that the first 2 weeks after he found out, he wanted nothing but to hurt me. He loathed having to come and pick up the kids for practice because I would be there. He wanted to go to my work and let everyone know I am a whore. He wanted to call my parents and siblings and let them know. to tell his parents and brother, to tell everyone we know. He wanted to divorce me, taking the kids away from me. His mind was all over the place, but all these feelings were forced. He was hurt. He still is hurt. But he had plenty of time to think. He knows what he wants to do, but before he tells me, he wants me to answer a question. Why? And I answered as sincerely as I could. Because I could. I didn't need to. I didn't have to, but I could. He nodded, then asked me if I regret it. I said I do. He said he believes me. He then asked me if I am sorry for being exposed. I told him no. My actions have consequences and I will live with them. But I hope that whatever shape those consequences take, losing him will not be it. He nodded. He asked me if I ever thought about the kids and how their lives might change because of my actions. Some people recommended I be brutally honest when answering his questions, people who went through my situation. So I told my husband that when I was in bed with the other man, I immediately felt guilt, and the kids were my first thought, and what a big mistake I was making. But before it was all about myself. No kids, no husband, no family, just myself. He asked me if we used a condom and I told him we did, but the other man never finished because my guilt was too much, and I left a few minutes after we started. He nodded, but he was swallowing hard, and it was clear he had a hard time asking me about this. He asked me if I would have it within me to forgive him if the roles were reversed. And I told him that I struggled with this same question, and while being in this situation, I want to immediately say, yes, of course I would forgive you. The truth is, I don't think I could forgive him. He nodded again. I told him I realize how selfish I am to ask him to come back, but I am willing to fight for him and do anything he asks of me. He asked me if I wanted him back at home. I said yes. Then he asked me if I understood what I was asking him to do. I was asking him to come back home, swallow his pride. No, kill his pride. Kill any traces of ego he might still have. He asked me if I could imagine what this whole situation was doing to his self-worth and esteem. It was painful to listen to him. I felt sick with myself, and to be honest, I felt like we were not husband and wife anymore. I felt this meeting was more for closure than anything, and I started to get used to the idea. Many people in the previous thread said as much, that he would not want anything to do with me, and this was more of a this is how we split meeting. The fact that he next told me he spoke with a lawyer cemented this idea. He told me he had a few appointments with a lawyer. Papers were made. Silence. None of us spoke for a few minutes. My mind started going to the kids, trying to figure out how to plead with my husband not to go for full custody, how to explain my actions to my parents and his parents, and so on. He then told me that the kids should remain with my parents until they start school, or maybe longer after that. My parents live close to their school, so it would be easy for the kids. I asked him why, and he said if we are to work on ourselves, we need some time alone, that we should both take a few days off and leave the city. I asked him if this meant he would move back in. He said yes. I asked him if this meant he was giving me a second chance. He said yes, but he told me this was the hardest thing he has ever had to do. That a week ago, he was ready to serve me with divorce papers. He told me he doesn't hate me. He had time to think, to calm down, and to think some more. I betrayed his trust. He told me it would have been better if I had told him in the morning, I'm going to some other man and I'll be back home for dinner. At least that wouldn't have been behind his back. He is not sure how he can trust me again, but he will try. So I enumerated some things from the previous thread. Open phone policy and GPS tracking. He looked at me and told me he is not the police or a detective, that there is no way for him to rebuild his trust in me if he has to always check up on me. So I asked him if he wanted me to leave my job. He told me that would be a mistake. We don't need the money my salary brings in, but it is not for him to demand me to leave my job. He knows I love my work, and that would be selfish of him. He also told me, besides, the other man will no longer be an issue. I asked him what that meant, but he said nothing and changed the subject. I asked him to go to marriage counseling. He doesn't want to. He told me whatever issues he will have to work through, he will do so himself, and doesn't need someone else to tell him what to do. However, if I want to go to individual counseling, he is fine with that. He just doesn't see it working for himself. So we will start clean. He will not hold it over me, but that doesn't mean it is forgotten. We have a lot of rebuilding ahead, and while there will be no, at least I haven't f***ed another woman in our future talks, he will not be shy about the matter. He doesn't want us to tell anyone. For me, not for himself. If we start telling people, they might alienate me from their social groups, and he doesn't want the mother of his children to suffer. By proxy, the children will suffer. If I am shunned by the other mothers and friends, the kids will miss out on play dates and other group activities, and he doesn't want that. He made it clear he is not keeping this a secret for my benefit. but he hopes I understand I should suffer. At the least, I should be ashamed, which I am. We chatted some more, but the above were the most important points. Later that night, he was home. He settled in the guest room. We talked some more. It felt weird without the kids around, but he was there and it was nice. We sat on the couch and I told him I wanted to tell our parents about the affair. He said he didn't think it was a good idea. While my parents may be more lenient because I am their daughter, his parents will have no reason to handle the situation with gloves. But I insisted and I told him that my actions should have some consequences, and that so far it feels like he is allowing me to get away scot-free. So he agreed we could tell our parents. What happened next is a little embarrassing to write about. He asked me if I really feel like I should be punished for my actions. I told him that yes, there should be some punishment. He said, "All right then," and then he asked me to take off my pants. Then he asked me to bend over his knees, and he spanked my ass red. It was the most submissive I have ever been to anyone in my adult life. When he felt it was enough, he dropped my panties and me from behind, holding my hands behind my back. It was the most intense experience the two of us had, and the most satisfying for me. I surrendered completely to him, and it was the best experience of my life. He then carried me in his arms to my bed because I was exhausted and I would not have made it there myself. He slept in the guest room. We both went to work the next day, Monday. When we got back home, we left to visit the kids and spend time with them. When we came back home, we talked and talked and talked. I half expected him to spank me again, but nothing happened. We decided once a week we will have a status checkup, discussing what we liked or hated about each other the previous week. I decided I will go to individual therapy. He decided he wants a room for himself, a man cave. Wednesday, we had both our parents together and I came clean to them. My father took it the hardest and he was very upset when he figured out my mom already knew. My husband's parents were not pleased, to say the least, but they said they trust my husband's judgment. My husband was adamant they not speak a word of this to anyone. He told them we wanted them to know because we respect them, but that nobody else should find out, and this is his decision. My husband's parents dropped a bomb on us too. They reconciled as well. My mother-in-law had several affairs and they worked through it. This was before my husband was born, but after his brother was born. My husband joked and asked if he is a baby will fix this child. We both took a week off from work next week. We'll leave for a cabin in the mountains where we can have peace and quiet and can hike and be just the two of us. We haven't had a fight yet, and it's weird because I've read fights will be frequent after an affair, even during reconciliation. He hasn't asked me anything more about the affair aside from the details from our date last Sunday. We have some books we will take with us to read about affairs and rebuilding after them. That is all I have to say about it. I apologize for the length, but I felt the need to talk with someone before I start my therapy once we return. Thank you to those who gave me advice. TLDR, he's taking me back. Second and only chance. Don't be stupid, you will lose. I won't say if taking OP back was the right or wrong decision, mainly because I don't think it's as black and white as that. She's a piece of shit and I think we can all agree to that, but I do think that taking her back is a bad decision. Not necessarily wrong, but bad. Anyway, the ending part was fucking ridiculous, and honestly I was kind of believing the story up to that point, but when bro told OP to bend over, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Anyway, let me know what you guys think in the comments, I guess. User Kool-Aid Man 7980 said, "Your poor husband. He was raised by a cheater and scumbag only to turn around and marry the very same person. It's funny how what we experience as children is the very thing we seek out when we are grown. Your husband will wake up one day." User Wild Deep Max Sound said, "Well, I'd like to think this is fake, but I did a lot of this shit when I discovered my ex was nothing but a lie. My advice, watch him. Right about this time, I decided it was easier to kill myself." User Rippin' Peps said, "Not going to sit here and attack you, but I did want to point out that you probably shouldn't have said, 'because I could.' That is a shit reason and probably made him hurt twice as bad as before." User Macman Fan said, "Most likely you will fail. Most cheaters do. Every time you look at him, just remember he has no pride, self-esteem, or masculinity left. He did that for you and his children. If you waste it, you will be a truly horrible wretch. If you think you deserve all of that, then you are beyond help. If you were truly sorry, you would have left him so he could have a quality life." User Second Entity said, "You're a complete scumbag. I hope your husband realizes that he shouldn't give you another chance and divorces you. I do hope your kids will make it through this with no issues though. The fact that multiple parties are willing to give you a second chance is disgusting to me. I hope your husband realizes this before he accidentally creates a toxic living situation for your kids. User DNNCorny8 said, people make mistakes. Hopefully you learned from it, but only time will tell. I think it's beautiful that for the sake of your children and love, you two are going to put this much work into trying to fix things. I also think it's beautiful you both decided to tell your parents. You have more balls than me. I wish you both the best and hope you two can figure things out. Under this comment, OP said the following. Yes, it was not easy telling the parents. My father felt sick. He hasn't spoken to me since Wednesday, and my mom says to give him time. I am daddy's girl. His parents went through something similar, so they were not shaken to the core, but it was very embarrassing to face them. I would also point out that my actions were not a mistake, and this is something I need to clarify. It is easy to call it a whoops, didn't mean to, but you look back at it and it sucks. As others have pointed out, I was not forced to go to the hotel. I was not forced to entertain his advances for 2 months. I could have come clean immediately to my husband and faced the music. Thanks for the kind wishes. User MFN Human said, this gives me anxiety. I have been with my wife for 13 years, married for 10. I would not be able to have sex with her after she cheated. I hope that before it came to that, she would talk to me about a threesome or something first. I could be into that, but this is a nightmare. To this, OP said, I don't know how to answer this. I would be broken if my husband rejected me, but I would understand why. Make no mistake, things have changed between us. The power dynamic in our relationship is now definitely in his favor, whereas it used to be a 50-50 balance not so long ago. I'm not sure if you have read my original post, but he definitely rejected me. He left home and there was a period of uncertainty for me, not knowing what would happen. He has since told me the thoughts he had during that time, ranging from a desire for revenge to a desire to hurt me back to a lot of pain, which led back to wanting revenge. It was hard to listen to him. Overall, his desire to not have a broken family won. I am fully aware that he took me back because of the kids. He confessed that if it were not for the fact that the kids are still young, he would have definitely not taken me back. It was painful to hear that, but I can't blame him. One thing I know is that he will not leave me, even when the kids are older. He told me that if he is back, he is back. But if I ever give him reason to doubt me, we are done. And you know what? I am fine with that. I tasted the poisoned fruits, so to speak, and I never want another bite. I don't know what to tell you about your anxiety related to your wife. I can tell you my husband would have never found out about my affair had it not been for the revenge texts. Had my affair partner been silent, this would have gone to the grave with me. I told as much to my husband, but I am also relieved that he found out. It was a serious burden. I can also tell you that the way he is coping with my affair is unlike anything I was expecting. I have read books, I have read other people's stories here on Reddit, I have seen how others handle the situation and what therapists say. He is not showing any signs of that. He asked me very few questions about everything. He has never had a violent outburst or even an angry one, and he doesn't have problems sleeping. We had a fight last week about our oldest and a school issue, and he never tried to gain the upper hand by using my affair against me, like I read it would happen. He is more dominant in bed, but I am really comfortable with that. Our sex life is doing great at least 3 times a week. I don't know, I am very lucky, I guess. I have friends that cheated, both men and women, and their relationships ended or didn't work out. Some had kids, others didn't. I am in a unique situation. I am sorry, I am not even sure I addressed your reply. I guess I just felt the need to write a little. You shouldn't judge your wife by my actions. The majority of women will never cheat, even if there was no way for them to get caught. I am a unique type of scumbag. I cheated even though there was no motivation behind it, no excuse or reason. It just happened. This story was created in the AITAH subreddit 4 months ago by a user named MindlessReview2800. The post is titled AITAH for getting it elsewhere since my wife didn't want to have sex anymore. A few months ago, I posted for relationship advice on another sub. Basically, my wife has decided unilaterally that we are done having sex. She found out that she cannot have kids due to a choice she made before we met, and kids, apparently, are the only reason she was willing to have sex. I love my wife and I enjoy being intimate with her, but it was making our marriage untenable after 2 years of this. So I posted for advice. I got a lot of great support and suggestions about how to talk to my wife. I tried a lot of it. I started going to counseling for myself as well. But no matter how I approached her about our situation, she would not try to see it from my point of view. Every discussion would end with her crying and screaming in my face that I am trying to emotionally manipulate her. I then wrote her a letter outlining my feelings and asking her to come with me for counseling, to seek it for herself, or perhaps to go see a doctor. I was kind and loving in the letter. The last thing I wanted to do was set her off. I worked on the wording with my counselor to make sure I wasn't saying anything aggressive that could be misinterpreted. She read the letter, then she scrawled across it with her red Sharpie, "Go get it elsewhere because you are not getting it from me." Then she walked out. I sat there for about an hour doing nothing. Then I told myself that was what I was going to do. We are both fairly successful in our jobs. I'm not super attractive, but I'm fit and a good talker. It took a while, but I met someone. We started out as just friends, but it became physical. I made sure she knew I was married. She is not interested in a relationship, so I guess I am a safe option for her. My wife found out because I did not try to hide it. She was crying when I got home one night. When I came in, she asked if I was going to leave her. I said no. She asked if I was cheating on her, and I said I was getting sex elsewhere. She said that was cheating, and I did not disagree. I asked her what she wanted to do. She said I had to stop. I asked her if we were going to start having sex. She said I was an irrational asshole if I thought that she would have sex with me after I cheated. I went to my desk and pulled out a photocopy of the letter I wrote with her answer in it. I went to have a shower and then went to my room to sleep. When I woke up, she was sitting on the couch waiting to talk. She said that she reread the letter and realized that she had not before. She assumed it was just a letter begging for sex. She said she would go for counseling alone and with me. All I had to do was stop having sex elsewhere. I said I would be willing to pause my friendship until we saw a counselor and that if I saw progress in our relationship, I would break it off. She said she would not agree to counseling without me leaving the other woman. It almost turned into a fight, so I just went for my run. Before I left, I asked her what would compel her to go to counseling if I stopped having sex elsewhere. When I got back, she still did not have an answer. She couldn't even say that our relationship was worth saving. I don't want a divorce, but I am willing to leave over this. I am 28. I am not going the rest of my life without sex. She refuses to see my side. User J Little Bass said, "The fact that you made a photocopy of the letter tells me you already know this train is headed for Divorce Town." User No Personality 5421 said, "You two aren't compatible. Are you the type of person who wants to have sex with someone who doesn't want to have sex? I don't think there's therapy that will change her mind about what she doesn't enjoy doing. Just get a divorce. No matter who wins, one of you will resent the other. You keep getting it somewhere else. She sees it as cheating and gets mad. You stop seeing someone else, you no longer have sex and resent her. She caves, gives you sex, and just lays there while you do your thing. You're happy, but she isn't. There is no happy ending where you two are still together." User Careful Bumblebee 10 said, "There's no saving this. You two aren't compatible. This is going to be the rest of your life, you two hurting each other. She is hurting by not wanting sex, and you are hurting her by having sex with other people." User Cold Hammer Forged said her unilateral decision to stop having sex had consequences, and she didn't like that at all. So here is how I see this playing out. She demands you dump your side piece because that makes her feel inadequate. She will go to counseling and you guys will talk ad nauseum about your relationship, during which time she will demand that sex be off the table while you repair the relationship. I put that in quotes because she has no intent of repairing anything. She is stalling for time until she can figure out how to stay in a sexless relationship. If the counselor happens to suggest you try being intimate, she will lean on how hurt she was by your affair. Again, she doesn't care that you had an affair. She is only buying time. She will likely throw you a pity once a quarter until you give up and move on. Then she can tell everyone in her circle how hard she tried and that it's all your fault. If you bail now, she looks bad and she can't handle that. User Beneficial Site 3652 said, "She didn't even bother reading a letter you took time to write detailing your feelings and said you were being emotionally manipulative. You see this, right? She's definitely going through something and it sounds like you've begged her for help and she basically gave you the middle finger. Maybe a separation rather than the big D-talk, some space and some individual therapy for both of you to try to sort out what's next. I did become asexual after cancer. I was always on the demisexual end of things, but cancer was a hard thing to bounce back from. However, if I were in a relationship, I would never just put up a wall and not explain. I understand you love your wife, but she is not acting very loving towards you at all, which is really concerning. So I think it is a totally reasonable thing to divorce over an unhealthy sex life with your partner. If there is this tension, it will spill out toward other areas of your respective lives and you can become toxic to each other. However, I do not like that OP just went out and cheated on his partner. OP did share that the two talked about the situation, but it seems like his wife sort of caves in on herself and freaks out due to some sort of past trauma. I am not an unreasonable person, so I think it's fine for her to refuse to have sex. What this means is that the two are simply not compatible. OP should have just been blunt and said that if sex wasn't going to happen, then they would need to divorce. But instead, he goes and adds this extra layer of drama with the cheating, and one more thing that I'm not a fan of is this sort of feeling I'm getting that OP's wife is almost trapping him into this marriage. Just really strange behavior. A few months later, OP provided an update. I told my wife that I broke off my relationship with the woman I was having sex with. I did this because she said she would not agree to go to counseling unless I did so. She refused to go for counseling after I told her I broke off my relationship with my friend. She said I was her husband and that I didn't have the right to her body or to get sex elsewhere. Since I lied as a test, I guess you can guess I knew she was lying. We are getting divorced. She deserves to be happy with someone who is okay with no sex in the marriage, and I deserve a life. I have moved out and am moving forward with my life. Thanks for all your advice. User Gentle Bastard said, funny how you don't have the right to her body or to get sex elsewhere, but she somehow has the right to demand that you don't have sex anymore. Under this comment, user Alive Channel 8095 said, I so agree. I'm a very simple person and physical touch is my love language. I was in a marriage without sex and it was miserable. He would literally put a pillow over his face the once a year we did have sex and call me disgusting. I never cheated. When I had sex with other people, I realized I was attractive. Not a flex, but just a realization I had. He wanted to make me feel worthless, so I would never get the self-esteem to leave. It was very damaging, not just physically, but emotionally as well. Not being wanted really impacted my self-image. My self-worth is way better now, but I also learned that having a similar drive is important for compatibility, at least for me. It's definitely not the most important thing to me in a relationship, but it's up there. I also have a major issue with not having privacy where I'm at, so I just abstain out of cringe factor. Hopefully that changes very soon. I'm demisexual, so if I'm in love with someone, watch out. I learned from my ex that someone holding you hostage in celibacy when that's not your inclination is a form of manipulation that's truly destructive, and it doesn't make for a happy relationship, that's for sure in my experience. User Divine Tarot said, yes, the get somewhere else wife who threw a tantrum because you heeded her command. I still have no sympathy for her because while I get that it's her body, she ultimately refused any and all discussions on the matter and even here only dangled the prospect of an actual dialogue on the subject to get her way. Well, she played herself and still thought she could pull the "you married me and made vows, so you're stuck, and I don't have to do anything" card. Welcome to the age of no-fault divorces, sweet pea. User Shawnla said, I would like to point out to women that if you are only having sex for children and intend to stop or slow way down after having children, you should be honest with your potential husband up front. I suspect that many women lie just to have a family, lie as in not telling him he is being used only for his seed, knowing that he won't marry if there will be no sex after children. Sex is part of marriage. Women are not stupid. They know men expect that a healthy sex life is part of the marriage agreement. It is your duty as a wife and a husband to satisfy your spouse's needs. If you ask men if they would agree upfront to a sexless marriage, 99% or more would say, hell no. Unless it's a medical issue, there is no reason you can't give your spouse 15 minutes a couple of times a week so they can feel loved, wanted, and have their sexual needs met. Of course, I'll get attacked by feminists because the truth hurts. This next story was created in the same subreddit by a user named No-Maybe3163. The post is titled AITA for kicking my 72-year-old Mill out of the house at night because she threw away my things. I, 36F, live with my husband, 41M. I have a decent relationship with my MIL. Compared to a lot of the horror stories I hear from friends, she's quite sweet and warm. She is, however, a little over-controlling or overprotective. I'm not sure of the exact word, but she has very strong ideas about things and no sense of boundaries. For example, when she stays at our house, she takes over the kitchen completely and insists on cooking all our meals. She cooks wonderfully, but she won't let me help her at all and puts everything away in the wrong places, then insists that her way is more logical. She only really comes for holidays though, and I do like her a lot, so I don't mind putting up with these mild annoyances. I'm currently pregnant with our little girl who will be born in a few months. This is a miracle. I really didn't think it would happen, especially so late, but we got lucky. When my mill heard, she was super excited and said she would come over to help us get ready for the baby. She offered to stay for the next 6 months or so to help out because my husband and I both work long hours, and it will be hard to handle the baby on top of this. She is also pretty emotionally invested in this because she truly sees herself as part of our family. She arrived a few days ago, set herself up, and then started with the cleaning. I like collecting things from garage sales and such, things like little sculptures, books, and baskets, stuff a lot of people would consider utter junk. Our house is definitely overstuffed, but it's reasonably tidy and doesn't seem like a hoarder's house or anything. My Emile, on the other hand, likes everything surgically clean. Yesterday, I came home from work to find the house like a war zone. She went through my cabinets and cleared out everything she considered junk and had apparently made several trips to Goodwill before I got home. I was really angry and I asked her why she would ever do this. She said the house has to be tidy for the baby and that it would be dangerous for the baby to be in my cluttered house. Then she took the next huge bag of stuff and tried to walk out the door. I kinda lost it and I told her she could get out right now. She was shocked that I was serious and she said she doesn't have anywhere to go and it's so late. It was about 9:30. I booked her a hotel room and called a taxi. My husband came home an hour later and when I told him what happened, he was furious with me. He says I disrespected his mom and was ungrateful for everything she's trying to do for us. Am I the asshole? User, the Ranch Monster, said NTA, but you may want to consider why she did that. Your house may actually be cluttered with junk and she was trying to help. I, of course, don't have photos of your house in its previous state, but what she did was still a jerk move. Edit, I didn't expect upvotes for this LOL. I also see a lot of people commenting things I agree with, and I did make some responses, but I simply don't plan to sift through all of the comments. However, I did try to respond to, or at least upvote the ones that stuck out before opening them all, started making my Reddit app act weird. OP, if you also don't plan to sift through everything in the sub comments, basically go get your stuff from Goodwill ASAP before it's sorted and sold. Also, from one expectant mom to another, best wishes with your baby. You will always have people telling you what to do with your pregnancy, child, and life from here on out because they've done it already. Learn to be firm on boundaries and tell people you receive their parenting advice if they try giving it to you, regardless of whether you want to use it. Under this comment, user Dog Lover said, it doesn't make a difference. It's not her mill's problem to fix. There is nothing to fix. If she doesn't like the way the house is, then mother-in-law needs to stay out. The fact that you are insinuating that her house is messy or she's a hoarder is insane. It's her house. And when the baby comes, there's going to be even more messes, and again, it's not the mother-in-law's place to do or say anything about it. She is NTA. User BAMF1701 said NTA. What your mill did crossed every line for a guest in anyone's home, and in fact, you could make a very good case for theft of your belongings. If your mill truly wanted to help you, she would have asked before she touched a single thing and would have accepted it if you told her no for any action she wanted to do. Instead, she did everything while you were away when she knew you could not object or tell her no. You also have a husband problem. He made a vow to forsake all others until death do you part, and it looks like he is not doing that now. It looks like he is choosing his mother over you. He should have been enforcing the sanctity of your home against her overbearing ways all along. You need to get this worked out now before the baby comes, or your mill is going to be running your home, not you. User shoutout1234 said NTA, but your Emil wants to be a mom raising a baby again, your baby. If you allow her to stay, you will change the relationship with your child forever. She will never allow you to bond with your child, cook a meal, or whatever else. She is taking over your house and she will take over raising your baby. This isn't going to work. Throwing her out at 9:30 at night was not the best way to handle this, but her tearing your house apart as if she is in charge and it's her house is just as wrong. Just because you like or tolerate your chamomile in small doses doesn't mean it is healthy for you in large doses or permanently. She isn't coming for 6 months. She told you 6 months because by that time she will be embedded in your house and won't leave. You and your husband need to have a talk about all of this. You, your husband, and the little human you are growing. Your life will change with this baby. You are growing the little human for 40 weeks. You will have a bond with your baby. You won't want to leave your baby. You won't want to consistently work long hours because you will miss your baby and want to get home quickly to be with your baby. There are no words to adequately describe what you will feel physically, emotionally, and mentally once your baby is born. My husband and I had high-tech, high-energy careers. I traveled a lot for my job, totally type A, take no prisoners in my career. When I had our son, everything changed. I hated traveling all the time. I preferred to be home. I went from being in the office or on the road to working from home 3 days a week and having my Sil babysit the other 2 days. She would babysit more often when I had to travel. When our son got to be 3 and we wanted him in preschool, I changed positions to eliminate the travel to twice a year because my husband couldn't control his travel, but I could by changing positions, which involved a pay cut, but was tolerable because it was important to put the needs of our child first. You cannot be an effective parent to your child and develop a bond with your child if you have a MIL that wants to take over your house. It's not going to work. She will make you feel incompetent. She already does. She will take over everything, including your baby. I suspect that is not what you want. She can't help herself. It's who she is. She doesn't allow you in your own kitchen when she visits. Do you really think she will allow you around your own baby? If you want her raising your child, that's fine. That is what happens in some cultures. The parents work and the grandparents raise the children. So you don't get to raise your own child, but you will raise your grandchildren unless the now adult child moves out. If you want to raise your own child your way, your Emil cannot live with you. You need to figure out an alternative for childcare. OP is not the asshole here. Some of the older generation does have this blunt and abrasive personality that comes across as very rude, and given their age, these habits are pretty much unchangeable. I had older family members come to my house years ago, and I remember they would go through every single room without asking for permission. Then upstairs, we had one room that was locked and they just blurted out, "Hey, where's the key? We want to go inside." Just be blunt with these kinds of personalities. Tell them that you don't like what they're doing. Otherwise, if you try to dance around your feelings, they will just step all over you. Not long after, OP provided an update. "Thank you to everyone who replied to my post. I appreciate the advice and wishes for the baby. I talked to my husband after we both cooled down a bit, and I told him I felt let down that he didn't support me. He said it was just stuff and he didn't think I cared that much. I also asked him if he asked his mom to declutter and if he has a problem with my things. He said no. He literally has zero opinion about my decor or collections. I believe him because this is the guy who doesn't know the difference between blue and purple. So he said that's why he thought I overreacted, because in his mind it's just stuff and not nearly as important as a person whose feelings can be hurt. I said that my things matter to me because I've put effort into collecting and fixing them, and that some hold memories too. He said he understands and he apologized. We went and brought my Mill home from the hotel in the morning, and I said I was sorry for losing my temper and asked her if we could talk. She was still upset but agreed. I told her I should have said this a long time ago, but I don't like it when she takes over and doesn't treat my home like it's mine. She seemed offended, but she said okay. I told her I would be really grateful if she helps with the baby and I want her in my child's life. But she has to work with me and not just do everything herself. She said, "But you work." And I said that I know it's not what she did when she had a child, but I want to make this work. And I think I can have a job and also be in charge of my home. She was definitely annoyed, but she agreed to everything and didn't argue. So I think it will work out okay. Unfortunately, I couldn't get my stuff back, but I have plenty more rocks hidden away. This story was created in the Confessions subreddit by a user named MountainPear9899. The post is titled, "I'm going to leave my girlfriend tomorrow. My girlfriend and I are in our late 20s. We've been together for 2 years. During that time, we both made it clear we want something long-term, a family, and 2 to 3 kids. She was also open with me, or so I thought, that she had a tilted uterus and other hormone issues and may not be able to carry a child to full term, but she wants to try before we explore other options. This is how seriously we took our relationship. We wanted to be upfront and honest. In March, she gave me a pregnancy test and it was positive. I was surprised since she said she was taking birth control, and she told me some really explicit and flattering things about how I got her pregnant anyway. She called to set up an appointment to confirm the pregnancy and get an ultrasound. We don't live together, so I didn't witness this, but 2 weeks later, she called me crying, saying she miscarried. This was right before our appointment. I wanted to take her to the hospital to get confirmation, but she was against it. I thought about it, and I think I'm ready to be a father and a husband. I plan to propose to her this Thanksgiving when we go see my family and then break the news to her family over Christmas. We've talked about trying for another baby next year, so we have time to plan for it. She would get emotional and talk about baby fever every time we saw a diaper commercial, and I'd do dumb things like kiss her stomach and say hi to an imaginary baby in there. Over the summer, she talked about babies a lot more. She started asking me questions about whether I would leave her if she can't biologically carry children or if she keeps having miscarriages. I said of course I wouldn't leave, and if she wanted to try in the future, I was going to be supportive every step of the way. Things got weird last Thursday. My girlfriend's Instagram gets spammed with a bunch of bot accounts saying she's trans, her hair is fake, she's fake, all these things. I called her, she was still sleeping, and when I told her about it, she hung up on me. She made her profile private and removed me from following her. I asked her if she was okay, and she told me her sister was stalking and harassing her and does things like this sometimes. I never met this sister, but I offered to say something to her and tell her to leave my girlfriend alone. She said she's going to talk to her parents and asked that I stay out of it. Her sister messaged me later that day on Instagram. I don't know how she found me, but I'm sure because of how many posts I have of my girlfriend, it was easy. We ended up talking for hours, and she said terrible things that my girlfriend did to her when they were children, a lot of assault related things, taking naked photos of her, stuff like that. And that my girlfriend moved across the country so no one they grew up with would know and out her after she transitioned. She gave me my girlfriend's full birth name and a copy of where the name change was published. I looked up the birth name on Instant Check, and yeah, that name is there along with the names of her sisters, parents, and other extended family. I couldn't find it on Yellow Pages or White Pages, no record of that name anywhere else, but according to the paper, this name change happened almost a decade ago. The rest of the time, she just ranted about my girlfriend doing things I could never imagine her doing. She is the most caring and giving person I've ever met. She's a mind reader, she knows how I feel and what I need before I know it. One of the reasons I'd have her for the rest of my life and why she'd be a great mom. My girlfriend didn't answer my calls that night and she texted me that she needs some space. I said okay, told her I loved her and just want to talk. I woke up to a really long text from her where she said that she has complete PTSD-induced blackouts from her upbringing and transphobic father, and she has injuries to her head which gave her memory loss. She genuinely cannot remember her childhood, and she can't say she didn't or did do those things to her sister, but her sister is also a diagnosed schizophrenic with records of hospitalization and attempts at her own life. I didn't ask, but she shared plenty of stories of her childhood over the time we've been together. I'm not sure if they're real or made up stories now. She explained she just wants a normal life. She said that to explain the situation to her friends, she would say that her sister is crazy and having an episode because quite a few of her friends saw it. I promised not to say anything, which is why I'm here. I can't hold it in anymore, and I have no story to tell my family when I break up with her. She admitted the baby and miscarriage never existed, and her therapist advised against her doing what she did to me. She said she was insecure I'd leave her for being unable to carry a baby. I can't say how I would have acted back then, but she also never gave me that choice to decide for myself. I don't know who she is and what is real or not. The tears were so convincing. I held her, brought her painkillers, and warmed up her heating pads for her cramps after her miscarriage. I reassured her over and over whenever we saw baby things. She never said she couldn't have children. She always said due to hormonal issues and her uterus, she would have a hard time doing it. She isn't even from where she said she grew up. I don't know what about her was real. I decided I gave her 2 years of my life, and I don't know how much of those 2 years was her telling white lies to my face. Now, I'm going to be lying on her behalf, not just to our friends, but to my family, the people I love and have cared for me. I think that's the last I will ever do for her. She lied to me so convincingly, I never had a reason to question her. I've never thought she's cheating, hiding things, nothing. I even used to joke that she was a bad liar because she can't keep a straight face. I guess she can, and I can't get over how easy it was for her to lie to me. Tomorrow's Labor Day and she is finally ready to talk to me in person. I wrote up some stuff I want to say to her and I'll be packing up anything she's left in my apartment. I don't want to drag it out and I don't want to default to comforting her when she cries. I just want to be done with all this. I've asked myself if she told me that she couldn't have kids at all, if this would be different. I probably would have wanted us to try IVF and she would have still had to tell me that she can't. I've never dated someone who transitioned, so I also can't say how I would have reacted. But I don't look at her and see anyone but just her as she is. I can't get over the assault part though. She didn't deny it at all, but she didn't confirm it either. I didn't give the details, but the sister described it in graphic detail. She also said a lot of things that match up with how my girlfriend acts when she gets a little jealous or gets into a fight with other women, and how easy it was for her to lie to me. Please don't be transphobic or use my experience as a basis for transphobia. This is another reason why I wouldn't tell anyone I know in real life, because I don't know if they would do anything with this information. I just really wanted a place to get this off of my chest. Edit, thanks for listening and for the ideas. I'll be meeting her tomorrow and will ask for a public place instead of my apartment. We'll record it. I'm headed to bed and it was nice to get this out of my system. User Ragadas335 said, she lied to you from the beginning. She confessed the truth only after it has been revealed. She tried to convince you to believe in her but not anyone else, and to lie to your family. That's a bunch of red flags to anyone. Fly as far as you can and don't look back. I'm sorry that someone has done this to you. Not everyone is like that. User Princess Sugartits said, dude, are you okay? Do you have someone that you can properly talk through this with? Because the mindfuckery alone over the miscarriage issue is a grief that she put you through and is horrible. I would be saying leave, run until you need to be carried away from her. This is the real reason that you need to leave. It's the emotional manipulation. It's been compounded by many, many lies. But my guy, you need to have someone to talk with about it. Please leave and don't let the emotional manipulation continue. Under this comment, OP said, thanks for asking, I'm not okay. I'll get a therapist once everything is over and I have a chance to process, but there's no way I can tell any of my friends or family. I don't think this is something anyone will keep to themselves. User, I have red hair on my head, said, am I misunderstanding something? Your girlfriend is trans but thinks she has a uterus and can get pregnant? Just lying so you would stay with her? What the hell is going on? User, the Beady Bunch, said the following under this comment, no. The girlfriend knows she doesn't have a uterus. She knows she can't get pregnant. This is why she lied about how it would be very hard for her to get pregnant and came up with reasons for why. Tilted uterus, etc. User Karen H said, forget about transphobia here for a second. She lied to you multiple times. She experimented with your feelings with the pregnancy thing. And yes, of course, that's really up that she didn't tell you she was trans. I get not being upfront before things happen physically, but 2 years? That's insane. Dump her and don't look back. Make sure to tell her that this has nothing to do with her being trans and everything to do with her being a liar. User Enigmatic Owl said, I'm so sorry. Please protect yourself from this person by leaving and not allowing them back into your life in the future. It sounds like she has a personality disorder. Lying and manipulation come way too easily to her, and she conveniently discredits the allegations of everyone who knows her well, but also hides behind her alleged PTSD blackouts so that she doesn't ever have to confirm or deny abusing her sister. She sounds like she would be capable of turning on you at any moment. If she can lie convincingly about infertility, a pregnancy, a miscarriage, the harassment of her Instagram account, her relationship with her family, etc., just imagine what kind of lies she'll be able to make up about you whenever you do something that upsets her, or when you put your foot down and show her that you aren't accepting her manipulative behaviors. A habitual liar like her will have no trouble making up lies about you, telling your friends and family and maybe even the police that you've been abusive to her or assaulted her. I've seen this happen before to good people. Make peace with the fact that you've lost 2 years to this person and be glad that it isn't more. Don't try to fix this person or this relationship just because you've invested time and emotional intimacy with her. You'll only lose more and more. User NarrowShift4347 said, sorry for what I'm gonna say, but you don't want to experience transphobia and that's what will surround you in the near future. I think you should clear your mind as soon as possible. In fact, if you care at all about your family, you should clear it up for them as soon as possible because your life will be a nightmare for a few weeks. If a person can lie for weeks and even look you in the face without problems while you kiss their belly and talk to them about an imaginary baby, it's because you're talking to someone who is mentally unwell. Now, for the part that you'll probably take as transphobic, if you take into account that they have unresolved issues, did disgusting acts in their childhood, they lie, manipulate, and did many horrible things. Well, keep in mind that most likely when you leave them, they'll call you anything but nice. They'll accuse you of a lot of things and possibly even mess with your work. Please, please call someone, have witnesses, take care of yourself. Dealing with this type of people, whether trans or not, is very complicated, and it would be almost a miracle if you came out clean. Best of luck, and I repeat my advice. If you want to get out of this situation well, or at least not so badly, don't hide it. Don't hide it from your friends and family. If you are accused of something serious, you will be alone against the world. User Joe's Molick said, your girlfriend is a trans woman. She lied to you about that. Trans women can't get pregnant because they don't have a uterus. She lied to you about that. She was very evasive about her childhood and tried to lie to you about that. When confronted, she gaslighted you about that and blamed it on not remembering because of childhood trauma and alleged PTSD blackouts. She moved away from where she was raised, from family, friends, and people that knew her. At best, she's telling you half-truths and at worst, completely lying to you about everything. When she comes by to pick up her stuff, have somebody there with you. I would say 2 or 3 friends at most. Record everything. Do not be alone with this person. There is a good chance they are mentally unstable. I will say it again. When she comes to pick up her belongings, do not be alone with her. Cover your ass. I know you think that you're in love with this person, but you are in love with the idea of what could be and should be. Now is the time to protect yourself. You cannot trust this person. She has shown more red flags than a Communist Day parade, and you're doing nothing wrong by breaking up with her. This next story was made in the Raised by Narcissists subreddit by a user named Katie Wadey. The post is titled, "She broke into my house, destroyed my belongings, tried to burn my house down, and got caught red-handed on camera by the police. She insists that she only did it because she loves me. I'm 32. I ran away from mom when I was 14. I was sick of being manipulated, abused, beaten, having no privacy, and just generally thought of as less than a person. I wanted out and I took the first opportunity I could get. I got lucky. To this day, I don't know how, but I met some people on the streets who, looking back, were obviously Acons too and were trying to escape their parents. We looked out for each other. I'm not saying it was easy or even fun, but it was 10 steps up from living in that narcissistic shithole that mom called home. Mom couldn't find me. I have no doubt she tried for years. I have never uttered my real name since I left the shithole. There were only ever 2 people I told who I really was, and I never told one of them my name, but the other found out. By the time I was 15, I was 4 states away from mom, had a fake name and identity that I was proud of, and a group of people I could trust more than I could mom. CPS didn't even find me until I was almost 16. And that was only because I let my guard down due to pregnancy. When I was 7 months pregnant, 2 months before my 16th birthday, I ended up in the foster system. I'm not proud of what I did, but I am glad I did it. I told CPS that my parents had been homeless too, that I had been born on the streets, and that they were dead. CPS barely even looked into my story. They just stuck me in a foster home. It turned out to be an okay one. They had a couple of other kids and were in it for the money and didn't care what we did so long as it didn't affect them. Still better than living with mom. My older foster sister was there for my daughter's birth. She had been in a similar situation to me and was kind and supportive during the last months of my pregnancy. My daughter and I lived in that foster home for another year until that family's license got revoked. By that time, I was 17, had a job, almost finished high school, and was on track for college. I ended up living in an apartment with my older foster sister for another year and a bit by ourselves with our daughters. I got into college and got good scholarships due to grades plus circumstances. I could pick any college in the country, but decided to stay in the city I was comfortable with and near my foster sister. Everything was great until I was 21. My daughter was 5, starting school, my foster sister's daughter was 8, and my foster sister was 23. I'd known that my foster sister had depression. She'd been dealt a bad hand in life, much worse than mine, but I never knew how severe it was. One night I came home after collecting the girls from school and found my foster sister, my best friend, had killed herself. It was awful. The only good thing was that eventually I was allowed to keep her daughter. I wanted her, I fought for her, all the while dealing with the death of the only person who ever really knew me. But I wasn't going to let that sweet, wonderful little girl be raised in the foster system. My foster sister had obviously been planning her death for a while because she had written out a will and asked me to raise her daughter. Once I graduated college at 24, my daughters and I moved. I had been offered a job across the country, and my daughters and I decided it was time for a change. We wanted to road trip it, thought it would be fun. We planned a 10-day trip with me giving my original home state a wide berth. I didn't want anything to do with it. My daughters were 8 and 11. We chose together where we wanted to stop, what we wanted to see, and what we could miss. Neither of them thought it was particularly weird that I wanted to avoid a certain state. They knew I hadn't had a happy childhood and assumed it was memories from that. They weren't exactly wrong. So you can imagine my surprise when on day 7 of the road trip, at least 1,000 miles away from my original home state, in a fairly crowded city, I ran into mom and dad. I recognized her instantly, and I'm fairly sure she did the same to me. I managed to keep a lid on my emotions. I looked past her and pretended I didn't know her. She, however, started chasing me down the street, shouting my real name. I don't know how I did it, but I barely even flinched. All I wanted was to get away from the crazy woman and the memories that she was bringing up. Dad didn't recognize me at all. I'm fairly sure he thought she had finally lost it. By this time, I had grasped my daughter's hands and was trying to get them out of there as fast as possible. She kept chasing me, screaming my real name until my oldest daughter got annoyed and turned around to try to shut her up. If I had realized what she was doing before she did it, I wouldn't have let her. I knew engaging mom was way worse than ignoring her. My daughter shouted to her, "I don't know who you think she is, but my mom's name is Katie Wadey, not Elizabeth like you keep shouting. Why can't you go terrorize someone else?" I admit I was pissed at my daughter for letting mom know my new name. It took a lot to calm down after that and have a conversation with her about why you don't give strangers personal information and why engaging with crazy people isn't a good idea. But I managed it. To this day, it is something I am most proud of, that I managed to raise my daughters as real human beings and not things like mom and dad tried to do for me. My daughter was sorry, but ultimately it was my fault because I hadn't taught her that yet. We'd lived in a fairly small community before. Everyone knew everyone and it had never been an issue. I should have known that mom wasn't going to let this go, but I wasn't thinking that at the time. I just wanted to get the hell out of Dodge, so we did. My daughters didn't even put up a fight, which made me feel 10 times worse because we had plans in that city, stuff I'd wanted to do for ages, and my daughters were looking forward to it. I drove as far as I could for the next approximately 10 hours, just to put some distance between me and mom. I didn't hear from mom for about another 6 months. My guess is that that is how long it took her to track me down, with the name she now had for me. In that time, I'd got my life together really well. I'd bought and moved into a nice house with my daughters, was dating a nice guy, had a good job, and a substantial income. I was happy. Then she appeared. One morning there was a knock at the door fairly early. My daughters and I were only just getting up. I thought it might be the guy I was dating. He was always doing things like bringing me coffee early because he knew I didn't have much time in the morning with 2 girls and a fairly demanding job, but he usually didn't come that early. I didn't think much of it though because his job had weird hours. I opened the door to mom. I was shocked. "What the f*** are you doing here?" I bit out. It was all I could say. It was like 5:30 a.m. and I had just woken up. She just starts bawling her eyes out, kneeling on the doorstep and praying. "Thank you, Lord, for bringing her back to me. Thank you, Lord." Of course, she didn't do this quietly, so it brought the attention of not only my daughters, but my neighbors too, most of whom I was on fairly good terms with. My youngest daughter stayed out of sight the second she realized who it was at the door. After a minute of me looking completely repulsed at this, she held up my phone and mouthed 911 at me. I nodded and she went upstairs to make the call. I was trying to get mom off the doorstep and off my property and my oldest to get inside and stay there. Neither were listening. My neighbors were coming over to see what the f was going on. 2 of them told me they had called police and one asked if I needed that before they realized someone else had done that. I wasn't keeping quiet about how much I wanted her away from me. When the police showed up, my SO was also with them. He was a cop, and when he realized that this was happening at my house and my daughter had made the call, he asked to come along and see if I was okay. He was great, and when I told the cops I had no idea who this woman was, they carted her off with a citation for trespassing. Not much, but it was something. My SO stayed with me while I got the girls ready for the day. Eventually, I had to go and explain to the neighbors about what was going on. My SO came with me and he convinced me and a couple of the other neighbors to install security cameras around their homes. After about another year, mom had terrorized me so much I could get a restraining order. She had to stay away from me for at least a year, not that that stopped her. She'd somehow managed to buy a house in my neighborhood, so that was her address. Throughout all this, I never heard from or saw Dad. Life was a little better by that stage though. My SO and I got married, I had another baby. another little girl who is adored by all, especially her older sisters. Mom found out about this though, tried to crash my wedding, tried to come to the hospital for the birth, did everything she could to see the new baby. By this time, my family and I mostly took it for granted that we had a stalker. She was just there and we wanted nothing to do with her. I once ran into her by accident at the local supermarket. I would have let it go, but she ran up to me and tried to take my 4-month-old from my arms. She kept saying how I must need so much help without my mommy there to help me and the brats that I put up with to make things worse. I love my daughters, all of them, and I was really pissed off about that. Word of advice, never piss off someone who has recently had a baby and is a cop's wife. Not only did I call the police for her violating the restraining order, but I managed to get her up on attempted kidnapping charges for trying to take my baby daughter. At this stage, the restraining order became permanent. Through all this, my husband one day came home with the file on the person who was originally me. He said it might help me to know who mom thought I was. Husband said he and his colleagues had looked over my file and decided that running away might be the only reason she was alive. I'd told my husband long ago who I really was. He agreed that what I did wasn't right, but it may have been right for me. My family and I decided at this stage we had to move. My husband had a job offer for another town. My oldest daughter was just about to start high school, so if we were going to move, it was now or wait until middle daughter finished high school. It took 4 years for mom to find us again. To this day, I don't know how she did it. We told very few people where we were going and even fewer our actual new address. This time though, she didn't knock on the front door or try to engage me in any way. She tried to burn my house down with my husband and youngest daughter in it. I was at work, my 2 older girls at school. My husband had the day off and wanted to spend it with our youngest daughter. He was going to pick the older girls up from school and we were going to meet for dinner later that night. My husband and youngest daughter were upstairs when he heard someone come in the front door. The older girls hadn't been well in the last couple of weeks, so he thought it was one of them, wondering why they hadn't called for a ride home. He waited a few minutes for them to come upstairs like they normally would, or at least call out because they normally did, but they didn't. So husband went to check it out. Mom was in the living room going through everything, tearing stuff up left and right. She started throwing family photos and expensive gaming consoles, TVs, and anything she could get her hands on around. Once she had thoroughly destroyed the living room and kitchen, she went back out the front door and came back with a can of gasoline. By this time, my husband was back upstairs with our daughter and had called police. It was all caught on our home security cameras. Once my husband realized what she was trying to do, burning down my house, he managed to sneak downstairs and get our daughter out without mom knowing. The police showed up just before mom was going to light the match. They heard her yell upstairs, not knowing that my husband and daughter weren't up there anymore. This is how God punishes people who keep daughters from their mothers. She knew full well that they were in the house and that she had blocked the only stairway and thus the only way out of the house. I'd been called at work about it and my daughters and I raced home to see mom being taken away by the cops. She was brought up on attempted murder, attempted arson, and a whole slew of other charges, including stalking and later attempted kidnapping because they found her plan to kill my husband and 2 older daughters, taking me and the youngest and keeping us underneath her house a la Josef Fritzl so that we would always be with her. Later on, OP provided an update post. It's titled, "It's Official, Mom Pleaded Insanity and Got Life in a Psychiatric Facility." Honestly, I'm kinda glad it went that way. She isn't getting out anytime soon. And if she does by some horrible twist of justice, then she will be monitored well for the rest of her life. My family is safe. My daughters are safe. My husband is safe. I am safe. Now it's time to officially move on. A deleted user said, "To be absolutely fair, it seems like it's probably the best resolution to this. Your mom will finally get the help she needs and is locked away from society and you forever, where she can't hurt anyone again." User Bass the Gatekeeper said, "So just so you know, assuming you're US based, there are no sentences to a mental ward. If she was found not guilty by reason of insanity, she remains in the hospital until the hospital deems that she's no longer a danger. Then she's free to go. Sorry to be a buzzkill, I just don't want you getting a nasty shock in 4 years or whenever." This story was created in the Support for Wayward subreddit by a deleted user. The post is titled, "I cheated and emotionally abused my husband for years. We're now getting divorced. My D-Day was around 3 years ago. I confessed to it, but only after facing psychosis and a complete nervous breakdown. I feel the need to tell my story to someone unfiltered, and I plan to delete this after a few days. I hope that is accepted in this subreddit." I had been emotionally abusive towards my husband for years. I also had an affair going on and off, using his own trust against him, which I believe was yet another form of abuse. He was still incredibly loving towards me until there came a day that I simply went too far and said something so absolutely disgusting and vile that I wish I had choked on my own blood before saying it. For the first time, he lost his cool completely and retaliated, saying he would divorce me. He asked me to pack my bags, and I complied because I was scared of him. He made me sit in the car, then he drove me to my parents' home, left me at their doorstep, and left. I didn't know where to go and didn't have the courage to face my parents, so I booked a hotel room. I couldn't even comprehend what was happening to me. I had no knowledge of how to cope with this sudden change in my life. If I had known that I needed a therapist, none of this would have happened in the first place. So I did the only thing that I knew brings some temporary respite and numbness from the pain and that choking feeling in my throat. I self-harmed. It did not work as it always did. I hurt myself more and more until I ended up losing a finger. I passed out and woke up in a hospital cabin with my husband by my side. By the way he looked at me with pure disgust and hatred in his eyes, I knew he didn't want to be there. That was all it took to make me completely unravel. And I told him right then and there that I'd realized I'd been abusive towards him and that I'd do anything to make it right. I surprised myself when I said that. I still don't know how that works, but my previous therapist and I had a working theory that I was in denial that I could be an abuser, and so even though deep down I knew I was being abusive, I never dared to admit that to myself, even in my own thoughts. But the realization that my actions had made my husband hate me broke all those mental barriers I had set up, and I could finally see things with clarity. I also confessed to my affair right there. He only responded that he knew. I had left my PC at his house and he accessed my personal cloud drive, presumably to find evidence of my abusive actions to use against me in divorce, and ended up finding a lot more. He said there was no chance that we could be together ever again. While leaving, he said I should inform my parents and spend some time working on my unstable mental health. I did as he said. I spent 4 months in a psychiatric hospital under constant special supervision because I tended to hurt myself under isolation. I was diagnosed with rapid cycling bipolar disorder, dissociative identity disorder, and severe PTSD from unaddressed childhood trauma. It physically hurt to not be close to my husband. Like an organ or a part of my body was ripped out. I later learned it was unhealthy dependency and not love. Through years of trying to understand how I could have done everything I did, I arrived at the conclusion that I did love my husband at some point when we first met and married, but then my unresolved issues made me withdraw and turn me abusive. I hated him for absolutely no reason. I never believed he actually could love me as much as he professed. My affair was a way to self-sabotage. I had such low confidence and it was so unbelievable to me that someone could actually love me that much, that I assumed it was all a lie. And so I did everything to push him away. It's not that I fell out of love with him, I was simply incapable of loving anybody and anything, including myself because of my diseases. I was very close to insanity. It would take me more than a year of work on myself to finally gain a healthy understanding of love and re-educate myself in relationships. But I didn't have that knowledge back then and mistook my yearning for my husband as love. As soon as I was stable enough to leave my ward, I tried to find out how my husband was doing. He had still not filed for divorce. I selfishly tried to contact him, but he shut me down. I devoted the next few months to doing my best to see how I treated him from his perspective, developing empathy for him, and making sure to maintain NC so he could heal from what I'd done to him. I did realize the best thing I could do was leave him the f alone, and I did. But I took the fact that I had not yet received any divorce papers as proof that he wanted me to be a better person, and if I did, he would come back to me. I was hoping for a miracle, but I'm glad I was able to maintain NC through all of it. I also self-reported myself as an emotional abuser, but only the victim can press charges. I no longer had self-harming thoughts. I gave up alcohol completely. I told my parents everything, and contrary to the indifference and isolation I was expecting, they instead showed me love and support. I even gained enough confidence to take the leap of faith and confess about a certain incident that happened during my childhood that I didn't think I'd ever have the courage to tell my parents about. I regretted my affair with every shred of my soul. I made wrong choices and had shitty boundaries. While all this was happening, I never received any notification of divorce proceedings. I used to dread checking my email. Whenever a letter arrived or the doorbell rang, it sent a shiver up my spine. but nothing happened. He contacted me after 2 years of breaking up. The miracle I was expecting turned out to be true. He really did come back, but he was a shell of a man compared to before. The years of emotional trauma I had inflicted upon him made him an alcoholic and a social recluse. In his isolation, he had come to believe the things I had said about him. To say I hated myself for what I'd done would be an understatement. He let me back into his life, in his house and in his bed. I attempted to give some agency back to him. I listened to him, gave him personal space, never argued with him. I wrote a signed confessional letter admitting to emotional abuse and infidelity that he could use against me if he desired. I also kept trying to nudge him to go to therapy until he budged and enrolled for a weekly session. Slowly, he started recovering. He started going to the gym again and talking to more people. As he slowly started dealing with his trauma, my affair too came into the limelight of our conversations. He suffered from inadequacy for a long time. I offered my perspective, which he found hard to trust for obvious reasons. I never lied again, took 100% ownership of my affair, and listened to him vent. This went on for more than half a year. Through all of this, it was never really clear if we were reconciling or not. My focus was completely on helping him heal and recover from the emotional abuse I had inflicted on him and the trauma from my affair. I did want him back, but I also didn't want to force anything on him. Through my discussions with my own therapist, I got to know that victims of abuse often find it hard to let go of their abusers. Such people will often feel powerless in front of the person who abused them. That knowledge made my situation even more confusing. I didn't know if he let me back into his life because he truly wanted to try, or because as a victim of my abuse, he found it hard to let me go. This brings me to the present. I knew I needed to have this conversation with him sooner or later. I mustered every grain of courage I had in my soul and asked him if he wanted to reconcile. This was last week. It was the most vulnerable conversation I have ever had with him or anyone else. I had turned into a pool of tears by the time we finished, but basically, we came to the conclusion that he cannot be sure he truly wants to try reconciling or not. He still feels love towards me, but he doesn't know if it's real or just a side effect of the trauma I inflicted on him, so he asked that we separate peacefully. Deep down in my heart, I knew this was coming. We had conversations about divorcing, about our expectations from each other after separation. I explored the possibility of reconnecting after a few years, even just as friends. He turned it down, and I accepted it without question. For a long time, I felt nothing but numbness. The news took its time to sink in. I moved a week later. I'm only going to see him a handful of times again, and all of them in the presence of a lawyer. I sheepishly said goodbye when I stepped out the door. He showed me enough grace to smile and wave back. Only after I moved out did it finally sink in. Ever since, I cry every night. I suspect it's going to take me a few more days to grasp that this is it. I'm really, this time truly, losing the love of my life. I would have done anything. He's the best thing that ever happened to me by far. Nothing even comes close. The knowledge that it is all my fault, that I have no one to blame for this but myself, makes it worse. I don't know if I'll ever stop feeling this raging fire of hatred towards myself. I'm sure he's suffering as well, all because of me. He didn't deserve any of this. It will take him years to recover. He'll probably keep waking up screaming for a long time. He'll probably still hear my disgusting words ring in his head for a long time. And he'll probably always feel like I chose someone else over him. Neither of those was true. I'm back at my parents' house. My siblings have been trying to cheer me up, but it's hard not to hate myself right now. After almost a year, I've started having self-harming thoughts again. I feel like I have lost all purpose in my life. I was so focused on improving myself before because there was the slightest chance of him coming back. But what is even the point now? I have lost so much. Such a great person, such an amazing bond. I don't want anything else from life. I don't know how he is doing. I don't deserve to. I've been doing everything possible to make absolutely sure that I do not end up breaking NC in a moment of weakness. I know I won't, but I never know when one of my diseases might resurface. I hate that this is who I am. I hate that I have such a latent potential for destruction and complete selfishness. I hate that I have to keep this demon inside me in check at all times. I don't want to be this person. I don't want to be infested with these mental illnesses. I wish every day that I woke up in someone else's body. And above everything else, I wish my issues were only limited to me. I wish they did not hurt other people around me as well. Why did he have to get hurt when those were my issues? My mental diseases. I should have been the one suffering. I should have been hurting, not him. I have vivid dreams about someone choking me in my sleep. or a truck driving over me. I don't even bother with trying not to cry anymore. I just go about my day while the tears keep flowing. I know I need to live. Back when I self-harmed and lost a finger, I promised him when he met me in the cabin that I would not kill myself. Every time I think of ending things, I remember that promise. I know that if I die, he will blame himself. I also remember the tears and concern on the faces of everyone else. My parents, my brothers, their wives. I don't want to inflict any further trauma on him, or any one of them. I have done enough already. I try to be present for my parents and my siblings. They care deeply for me and try to cheer me up. I don't think I have the capacity to be cheered up anymore. The best I can do is put on a happy face so I don't bring down the moods of people close to me. Once the divorce is done, I have resolved to admit myself back under supervised psychiatric care so I don't end up self-harming again. Thank you, whoever you are, for reading this till the end. Obviously, OP is garbage. She does seem to have some mental issues, but that is far from an excuse for cheating or the way she strung along her partner. I don't condone self-harm, but what I will say is that I find it satisfying that she finally realizes how badly she fucked up. The part about how she couldn't work up the nerve to face her parents about what she did really drove that home. This is simply another face the consequences of your action situation. However, this exact situation is somewhat different. OP's partner took her back, but as she shared, the man is completely different. And I couldn't help but feel immensely irritated that OP tried to make things better after all of the damage was done. OP needs to leave this man alone. She will just make his now miserable life even worse. In my opinion, she doesn't deserve the opportunity to try and right her wrongs. But perhaps you think I'm being too harsh. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. There was one line that OP wrote that said, "I'm sure he's suffering as well because of me, like no shit." As you're all going to see, the comments are way more forgiving than I am. User BuckFLS said, "I appreciate your heartfelt remorse and your forthright honesty and bravery in confessing publicly here, hoping to help others. You have been through and are still going through a fire. I think we all feel your pain. And you own the pain and devastation you wrought on your husband. I believe you are a good person and deserve happiness. Forgiveness from yourself or your husband? I don't know. Maybe find a way to live without that and just do better, be better going forward. I think it's okay for you to have hope. I think you should work on yourself, stay in therapy, get fit, work on your career, pursue ambitions and interests, become the healthier, better you that you can be. It's okay to. And I bet you'll look up one day and realize you found love again, and that you deserve it. Good luck to you." User Astro Capri said, "I'm really devastated for you, and though I obviously don't know what it's like, I do know what it's like to betray the one you love most and want to spend your life with at the hands of your own issues. I'm not a psychiatrist, so maybe my advice doesn't have much merit, but for me, it was important to separate my diagnosed mental issues from what I did. Like, I made those decisions myself. I f***ed up bad and lost the only person I care about with my own choices, not my mental issues. I say this because it's really easy to blame yourself for having those mental conditions, for not getting them treated sooner, and point to them for the cause of your devastation. And although yes, they definitely do have a big part to play in our betrayal, you shouldn't place the blame on them because that's much more hurtful to yourself. It makes you feel like you weren't ever in control of yourself and may never be. You've obviously taken accountability for your actions and you're paying such a huge price for them, but I think it's important to center yourself when thinking back on it and not the conditions you never asked to have. I think it makes it easier to forgive yourself this way because you realize that those choices were your own only, but you can and have changed. You're a different person that doesn't want to hurt anyone again. By feeling bad about and blaming your conditions, you only tell yourself that you were a slave to them, and if only you never had them, you would never have hurt who you loved. Separating the two, you can see that you made bad choices, but most people do in life, and you want to change and be better and work on yourself. And you can see that your mental conditions don't have ownership over you, and you can treat them day by day, and you're really brave for doing so. I wish you the best. User E-Died Yas Thompson said, "Wow, incredibly heartbreaking but an amazing post. I was betrayed similarly to your description above. It hurts so bad, and honestly, I wouldn't wish this feeling on Satan himself. Reading your honesty is incredibly validating. It's obvious you have worked very hard thus far. Please continue to post on Reddit. You are helping people heal. Great work. Keep making the next right choice. I'm praying for you." User Venom said, "This is definitely a sad post. I'm late in getting to fully read it. The remorse you have seems more genuine than most I have read. One thing I have to disagree with is where you say it isn't true that you chose someone else over your husband. That's exactly what you did by having an affair. I have read your most recent post as well. I do hope your life improves and that you stay well." This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Obligation Serious 764. The post is titled WIBTA for calling off my engagement after my fiance basically said I'm not exciting. 29M know this may sound like a huge overreaction on my part, but my head has been ringing ever since this happened. I've been engaged to my fiance, 28F, for a few months now. We had dated for just shy of 2 years prior to that. It would be cliche to say everything was going great, but for the most part, it was good. My family really took a liking to her, which was also really great. Now, I've never been one to think too much about how I'm viewed as a partner, but all of that changed recently. I basically overheard her on the phone telling her friend that if she wants to find the one, excitement isn't important. She basically said, "My partner isn't exciting, but he makes me feel safe." And that's when I realized I wanted to settle down with him. This hit me kind of hard. Reddit, I've read these types of posts before, you know, the whole she goes for bad boys then settles with a safe schmuck type of thing. But I don't think that's what she meant, so the day after, I just straight up told her that I overheard her talking about me and that I don't understand what she meant by not finding me exciting. She then told me that it's true that she doesn't find me exciting, but that doesn't matter. I honestly felt very hurt. Maybe my ego is fragile, I don't know, but it was a surprise to me because I felt like the way I see myself in my head was colliding with how she sees me, and it made me feel spaced out. I asked her what she means by not finding me exciting, and she didn't seem to know how to even answer. She could see I was upset, and as pathetic as this sounds, I made an excuse to leave and said we'll talk about it later. Ever since then, my head has been spinning. I ride motorcycles, I have tattoos, I go to the gym, I do MMA as a hobby. So how is it that I'm not the exciting guy? I've always seen myself as being that exciting guy. My ex was basically obsessed with me and constantly made it clear she found me exciting. But my now fiance doesn't see me as exciting for whatever reason. I was honestly shocked because I felt my sense of self kind of crumble. And what made it worse is I am excited by her. When I see her, I want to rip her clothes off. I want to do things. I think about her. But she seemingly doesn't see me the same way at all. As crazy as this sounds, I have considered calling off the engagement entirely. Am I being crazy here? I don't think OP is the asshole here. This is a valid reason to take a break. If your partner is already bored at this point, it will likely get worse and reach a breaking point eventually. Face the issue right now and get some professional help to see if there are things you can do better. If there isn't anything you can do to change your partner's opinion of you, then consider cutting your losses here and now. But I do want to clarify that this may be a non-starter. If OP's partner's personality and lifestyle fit with OP's, then this may not matter. But if she is very adventurous and OP doesn't meet her needs, then she may look for that fulfillment elsewhere. User Anime Theo said NTA for having feelings, but I would explore it with her. A long-term partner tends to be a stable partner. Life is at times a roller coaster, but it shouldn't always be high-stakes action. I'm not sure what she defines as exciting, but explore that with her. It sounds like she loves you and feels safe, and that is what a partner should be. Home. I'd suggest even premarital counseling so you can navigate this with someone who is neutral and can help guide the discussion. User Xanif said, I know this is a trope, but couples counseling and putting a pause on wedding planning. This is exactly what couples counseling is for. Communication issues. I remember on Reddit there was a story a while back where basically the poster posted that they didn't love their spouse. They were only with them because they were a good provider. People in the comments questioned her, and it turned out she had this weird and impossible fairy tale idea of what love is supposed to feel like. And the more she spoke, the more people were saying that's what love is. You love him. Maybe your definition of excitement and hers are different. At the moment, you're swimming in your own head with your and only your definition of that word. You need to understand her definition. You'd be an asshole to yourself if you break this off without trying. Don't throw this relationship away until you both agree on the definition of words. Under this comment, user Brat Tamer Coffee said, I second the couple's therapy. It's probably just a miscommunication. OP's had his beliefs about himself attacked, which probably caused him to feel uncomfortable. This feeling OP is having, plus the fact he is getting married soon, might make him think this is going to be a long-term feeling, and there is probably little evidence that is true. This is dangerous thinking. It makes it sound like if OP wanted to, he could just find someone else who finds him exciting, idealizing a past relationship that had something he feels is absent in the current one. I think OP's feelings are valid, and I doubt he is the only person who felt like this before getting married. I'm not going to pass judgment on OP himself, but this person seems important to him, and I think calling off the engagement without any effort beforehand is not the right move. User Fire or Water Kai said NTA for feeling hurt, and your partner did you no favors by not answering the question. Spiraling is going to lead to the end of the relationship for certain. I wouldn't call it off just yet. She really needs to explain the whole exciting thing. Some women with shitty relationship past think exciting is toxic behavior, cheating, disrespect, etc. Maybe she has kinks, who knows. Your view of excitement is probably different. Definitely talk before pulling the plug. She could have said this all wrong, or if it's the worst, you at least knew before you got married, and it's easier to break up than divorce. A few days later, OP gave us an update. The last few days have been a roller coaster of emotions. There were a lot of interesting perspectives from both male and female posters. It seems that the female posters said that being seen as safe is a really great compliment, whereas the male posters said I should run for the hills. Certainly an intriguing insight into how men and women see things differently, so I ended up talking to my fiance about what she meant. She seemed really nervous and knew that she had upset me. I have to admit I was quite nervous too. It's not easy when your sense of self has crumbled. Learning that you aren't seen in the way you think you are is a very tough feeling. I can't describe it, but it made me really feel fragile in the truest sense of the word. I started by telling her that I was really upset about her comment because frankly, I had always thought I was that exciting guy to her. I told her that in my mind, I was the guy who made her heart skip a beat. So I had to brace myself and ask again what she meant when she said I wasn't exciting. She looked like she wanted to cry because I guess she could sense I was also upset. She said that she didn't want to hurt my feelings, but that I make her feel very safe and secure, and that with me, I'm not exciting in the sense that I don't give her thrills like her exes used to. Man, that hurt, but I was still confused. She was being really vague and not really clear in what she meant. I had to ask again what she meant by thrills, and she just began crying and apologizing. She tried to hug me, but I again walked out. I seem to do this when things get emotional. So I decided to take some shrooms and spend the day outside at a nearby lake. This helped me clear my mind and come to some devastating realizations about myself. I think what I realized was that I was lying to myself. Another commenter said it, which I didn't want to admit, which is I'm more into her than she is into me. I didn't disclose this in my first thread, but she never initiates sex. I don't think she's done that once. With my exes, they always initiated with me. You see, my fiance is beautiful to the point where I wonder how I landed her. But you see, that was the issue. Because I was so attracted to her, I wanted her approval. I know that sounds pathetic, but I was able to overlook red flags such as her lack of initiating sex. I thought if I stayed with her, she'd like me the way I like her. Now here's the kicker. I thought that if I proposed to her, then over time I could win her over. I've been with women who were madly into me, and my fiance just didn't behave like them at all. In addition to never initiating, she never complimented me much. It was always one-sided. A lot of this begs the question, why would she even be with me? I think that she saw me as someone who could provide stability, and I guess maybe she thought my exterior, tattoos, motorcycles, MMA, craft beer, was a facade. I mean, maybe she was kinda right. Not that I don't enjoy those things, I do. But I am able to have that lifestyle because my parents are wealthy doctors. Maybe she thought I was cosplaying as a bad boy and that in actuality I am a loaded rich kid who provides stability. The other insight I had was that, truth be told, I didn't want to actually get married. I definitely do one day, but I didn't really think it through. I thought to myself that if I propose, I will grow accustomed to the idea of getting married. But the truth is, I kind of want to continue my lifestyle as it is, which involves riding my motorcycle, fixing muscle cars, traveling across the country, going to festivals, etc. Do I want to get married one day? Of course. But I want to be with a woman who is really crazy about me, someone who compliments me a lot, initiates sex, ex, etc. So I ended up talking with her later on and telling her that I want to call things off and end things. I won't bore you with details, but yes, she cried a lot, even got angry, and said I wasted her time. I told her that it wasn't anything she did, but she didn't buy that and kept pressing. She told me that I misunderstood her comment, but I told her she couldn't even clarify what she thought. It ended with me telling her that I have nothing against her, but that I am just not ready for marriage. I told her that the lifestyle I want to continue, in addition to me not feeling the connection I thought I had with her, was why. It ended quite predictably, but I think going forward, I'm going to see a therapist to sort out my insecurities as well as find someone more compatible with myself. User Fire or Water Kai said, she still didn't answer what the exes did. That was so thrilling. I said it in your first post and I'll say it again. Some people think of toxicity as a thrill and I have a feeling that's what it is. At least you attempted to get an answer, and sorry it wasn't the one you deserved to hear. Feeling loved and safe is an important feeling, and it's what set my partner apart for me. Definitely didn't make him boring. Please don't change yourself on account of her crappy mindset. I laughed when she said you wasted her time. The lady doth protest too much. Under this comment, user Lady Geetha said, so many people, regardless of gender, equate drama with exciting. When you're with someone who is controlling / abusive / jealous / unstable / incompatible / etc., you experience major lows and major highs. Except the reason that the highs seem really high is because of the lows. So when you get stable in a relationship, you miss those highs. Here's the thing about stable. It typically surpasses the highs you had before, but you don't get the lows to compare it to. So it seems boring. Your fight or flight response isn't constantly being triggered, and you're not getting the rush from being safe afterwards. You're not getting the rush of neurotransmitters based upon your emotional response to the drama. In quotes, because some of that drama can be life-threatening. I'm with my partner because I feel safe with him. He's my home. There's no BS manufactured drama unless you consider the fact that the man does not know how to efficiently load a dishwasher and spoils our dogs more than he should, and we can communicate effectively. Our arguments are few and far between. He's been my home for more than a decade. That's what not exciting means to me, and I cannot wait to live the rest of our lives being boring together. I'm not saying that this is what OP's ex meant. I don't know her and I'm not about to put words in her mouth, just that this is something that I've noticed in 30 plus years of dating and observing the relationships of friends and family. User Anaya Baby said NTA. It sounds like you went through a really intense and emotional process of self-reflection. Breaking things off was a huge decision, but it seems like you came to some important realizations about what you really want and need in a relationship. It's not easy to confront those truths about how you're feeling and admit that something isn't working, especially when you've invested so much. Going forward, therapy could be a great way to process everything and help you focus on finding a deeper connection with someone more aligned with your desires. User That Damn Pirate said, so here's the thing. I've come to learn that some people don't want the good guy or girl. There's a reason why people constantly run back to their toxic exes. They think the highs and lows that come from a toxic relationship are exciting and whatnot, which is total crap, but it is what it is. I'd give anything to have a man that made me feel safe and was stable. Hence my single status. These kinds of men are hard to find. Don't settle. You will find someone who finds the safety and security you provide to be a godsend. Trust me, do not ever settle, ever. Live your life freely, and the right person will match and complement you in every way. As a fellow writer and car girl, dude, you got this. Be happy and in love with yourself first and foremost. The right one will come in divine timing.